Chapter 47 of the Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 47. The Mountain Parks. We now proceeded along the route with more confidence, though still acknowledging the necessity of caution, and always reconnoitring the ground in advance. Although the four of us might have defended ourselves against 4 times our number of Indian enemies, we were passing through a part of the country where, if Indians were to be met at all, it would be in large bands or war parties. The Arkansas heads in that peculiar section of the Rocky Mountain chain known as the Parks, a region of country celebrated from the earliest times of fur trading and trapping, the arena of a great number of adventures, of personal encounters and hair-breadth escapes, than perhaps any other spot of equal extent upon the surface of the globe. Here the great Cordillera spread out into numerous distinct branches, or sierras, over which tower those noted landmarks of the prairie traveller, Pikes and Long's Peaks, and the Watoya, or Cumbre Espanolas, projected far above their fellows, and rising thousands of feet into the region of eternal snow. Between their bases, embosomed amid the most rugged surrounding of bare rocky cliffs, or dark forest-clad declivities, lie valleys, smiling in the soft verdure of perpetual spring, watered by crystal streams, sheltered from storms, and sequestered from all the world. The most noted of these are the old and new parks, and the Bayou Salade, because these are the largest, but there are hundreds of smaller ones, not nameless, but known only to those adventurous men, the trappers, who for half a century have dwelt in this paradise of their perilous profession, since here is the habitat of the Masonic beaver, its favourite building ground. Over these valley plains roam gangs of the gigantic buffalo, while in the openings between their copses may be descried the elk, antelope, and black-tailed deer, browsing in countless herds. On the cliffs that overhang them, the noble form of the Carnero Cimarron, Ovis montana, or bighorn of the hunters, may be seen in bold outline against the sky, and crawling through the rocky ravines is encountered the grizzly bear, the most fierce and formidable of American carnivora. The red cougar and brown wolverine crouch along the edges of the thicket, to contest with jackal and wolf in the possession of the carcass, where some stray quadruped has fallen a victim to the hungry troop, while black vultures, wheeling aloft, await the issue of the conflict. Birds of fairer fame add animation to the scene. The magnificent milagres, shining in metallic lustre, with spread wings and tail, offers a tempting aim to the hunter's rifle, as it promises to afford him a rich repast, and the coq de prairie and its gigantic congener, the sage grouse, whir up at intervals along the path. The waters have their denizens in grey Canada and white-fronted geese, ducks of numerous species, the stupid pelican and shy loon, gulls, cormorants, and the noble swan, while the groves of Alamo ring with the music of numerous bright-winged songsters scarcely known to the ornithologist. But no land of peace is this fair region of the Rocky Mountains. There are parks, but no palaces. There are fertile fields, but none to till them, for it is even dangerous to traverse them in the open light of day. The trapper skulks silently along the creek, scarcely trusting himself to whisper to his companion, and watching warily as he renews the bait of castoreum. The hunter glides with stealthy tread from copse to copse, dreading the echo of his own rifle. Even the red-skinned rover goes not here alone, but only with a large band of his kindred, a hunting or war party. The ground is neutral, as it is hostile, claimed by many tribes and owned by none. All enter it to hunt or make war, but none to settle or colonize. From every quarter of the compass come the warrior and hunter, and of almost as many tribes as there are points upon the card. From the north, the Crow and Sioux; from the south, the Kiowa, the Comanche, the Jicarilla Apache, and even at times the tame Tausa. From the east penetrate the Cheyenne, the Pawnee, the Arapaho, while through the western gates of this hunter's paradise pour the warlike bands of the Utah and the Shoshone. All these tribes are in mutual enmity or amity among themselves, of greater or less strength, but between some of them exists a hostility of the deadliest character. Such are the vendettas between Crow and Shoshone, Pawnee and Comanche, Utah and Arapaho. Some of the tribe have the repute of being friendly to the whites. Among these may be mentioned the Utahs and Crows, while the more dreaded names are Cheyenne, Kiowa, and Arapaho, the last in hostility to the whites equaling the noted Blackfeet farther north. In all cases, however, the amity of the prairie Indian is a friendship upon which slight faith can be placed, and the trapper, even in Crow or Utah land, is accustomed to sleep with one eye open. In past times, Utahs have been more partial to the pale faces than most other tribes of North Americans, and in their territory many of the celebrated trapper stations or rendezvous are situated. At times, mutual provocations have led to dire encounters, and then are the Utahs to be dreaded, more perhaps than any other Indian. In their association with their trapper allies, they have learnt how to handle, and with skill, that most formidable of weapons for partisan warfare, the hunter's rifle. At the time of which I write, the Utahs were reported to be on good terms with the whites. The Mormons had done everything to conciliate them, and it was said that a single white man might traverse their territory with perfect safety. It was chiefly in the passes that led to the Utahs' country that danger from Indians was to be apprehended, in the valleys and ravines above mentioned, where Cheyennes, Comanches, Pawnees, and Arapahoes were more likely to be met with than the Utahs themselves. We were not yet certain by which pass the caravan might cross the great Cordillera. From beyond the Big Timbers, 3 routes were open to it. First was the southern route through the Eaton Mountains, which leads to Santa Fe in New Mexico, and is known as the Santa Fe Trail. I did not anticipate their taking this one. It was not their design, on leaving Fort Smith, to pass by Santa Fe, else would they have kept up the Canadian by the head of the Llano Estacado, and thence to California by the Gila. Another route parts from the Arkansas still higher up, by one of its affluents, the Fontaine que Brute. This is the Cherokee Trail, which, after running north along the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains, crosses them by the Cheyenne Pass, and on through Bridger's Pass, into the central valley of the Great Basin. Neither did I believe that the train would travel by this trail. The season of the year was against the supposition. In all probability, the central route of the 3 would be the one followed, leading from the Arkansas up the Huerfano River and through Robideau's Pass, or that of the Sangre de Cristo. Either of these conducts into the valley of the Rio del Norte, thence by the famed Cuchetopa, or Gate of the Buffaloes, on the headwaters of the western Colorado. This pass, though long known to the trappers and ciboleros of New Mexico, had only just come into notice as a road to the Pacific, but being one of the most central and direct, it had already been tried both by Californian and Mormon immigrants, and found practicable for wagons. The caravan had left Van Buren with the design of taking this road, but I knew that the design might be altered by contingencies. Hence our uncertainty. The Rocky Mountains could be crossed by following up the Arkansas to its remotest sources on the southern side of the Bayou Salade, but the stupendous gorges through which that river runs leave no pass practicable for wheeled vehicles. Only by mounted men or pack mules can the Cordillera be crossed at that point, and of course it did not occur to us that the caravan we were following would attempt it. At 3 points, then, might we expect to find its trace, parting from the Arkansas: near Bent's Old Fort, for the southern route; at the Fontaine que Brute River for the northern; and for the central it should diverge up the valley of the Huerfano. In any case, our risk would be unquestionably great. We should have to travel through districts of country where white man and red man meet only as foes, where to kill each other at sight is the instinct and practice of both, and where, though it may sound strange to civilized ears, to scalp after killing each other is equally a mutual custom. Such was the character of the region through which we should have to travel. No wonder we were anxious to come up with the caravan before it should have passed through the dangerous gorges of the mountains. Independent of other motives, our personal safety prompted us to hasten on. At first, our new comrades were not exactly agreeable to the design of overtaking the train. They had the escort in their thoughts, and along with it the dread of the 9-tailed cat, but a little instruction as to the far greater danger they were in from Indians, of which up to that hour they had been in happy ignorance, reconciled them to our purpose, and thenceforward they picked up their feet with a pleasing rapidity. Both preferred risking the skin of their backs to losing that of their heads, but of the former they had now less fear, since I had promised to disguise them before bringing them face to face with the troopers of the escort. Notwithstanding our increased strength, we travelled with as much caution as ever, for the danger had augmented in proportion, We made most way under the friendly shadow of night, sometimes by the light of the moon, and only by day when we could discover no Indian sign in our neighbourhood. Only 2 of us could ride at a time, the other 2 taking it afoot. But in this way a journey can be made almost as well as when each has a horse to himself. Our pack animals gave us little trouble, as the continued travel had long since trained them to follow in file, and without requiring to be led. We refrained from making fires where the ground was unfavourable. Only when we could choose our camp in the midst of a timbered thicket, or down in the secluded depth of some rocky ravine, did we risk kindling fires, and them we extinguished as soon as they had served the purpose of our simple cuisine. These precautions, drawn from experience, were absolutely necessary in a passage across the prairies, at least by a party so small as ours. Perhaps, had we continued them, we might have escaped a misfortune that soon after befell us, and the tale of which is now to be told. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 48. The Abandoned Bouquet. Having passed Bent's Fort, a wide celebrity of trapper lord, whilom the scene of many wild revel of the mountain men, but now abandoned in the ruins, we arrived at the confluence of the Huerfano. As we expected, the trace turned up the valley of this latter stream, thus deciding the route taken by the caravan. We rode on through a forest of grand cottonwoods and willows, and at about 7 miles distant from the mouth of the Huerfano River, reached a point where the caravan had crossed over to its left bank. On the other side, we could see the ground of their encampment of the night before. We could tell it by the fresh traces of animals and wagons, debris of the morning's repast, and half-burnt faggots of the fires that had cooked it, still sending up their clouds of oozing smoke. The stream at this point was fordable, and crossing over, we stood upon the deserted campground. With singular emotions, I walked amid the smouldering fires, forming conjectures as to which of them might have been graced by that fair presence. Where had she passed the night, and what had occupied her thoughts? Were those gentle words still lingering in her memory? Were they upon her lips? It was pleasant for me to repeat them. I did not need to draw the writing forth. Long since were the lines fixed in my remembrance. Oft through my heart had vibrated the burden of that sweet song. I think of thee, I think of thee. My reflections were not altogether unmingled with pain. Love cannot live without doubts and fears. Jealousy is an infallible concomitant, ever present as the thorn with the rose. How could I hope that 1 hour of my presence had been sufficient to inspire in that young bosom the passion of a life? It could scarcely be other than a slight impression, a passing admiration of some speech, word, or gesture, too transient to be true. Perhaps I was already forgotten, perhaps only remembered with a smile instead of a sigh. Though still but a short time since our parting, many scenes had since transpired, many events had occurred in the life of that young creature to give it experience. Forms of equal, perhaps superior elegance had come before her eye. Might not one of these have made its image upon her heart? The caravan was not a mere conglomeration of coarse, rude adventurers. There were men of all classes composing it, not a few of accomplished education, not a few who, using a hackneyed phrase, were men of the world, familiar with its ways and its wiles, and who perfectly understood all those intricate attentions and delicate lures by which the virgin heart is approached and captured. There were military men, too, those ever to be dreaded rivals in love, young officers of the escort, laced, booted, and spurred, bedecked, moreover, with that mysterious influence which authority ever imparts to its possessor. Could these be blind to the charms of such a travelling companion? Impossible. Or could she, her young bosom just expanding to receive the god of love, fail to acknowledge the nearest form as his image? Painfully improbable. It was, therefore, with feelings of no very pleasant kind that I sought around for some souvenir. The remains of a fire, a little apart from the rest, near the edge of a piece of copsewood, drew my attention. It looked as if it had been a spot on which some family group had encamped. I was led to this conjecture by observing some flowers scattered near, for the grassy sward showed no other sign. The flowers betokened the presence of womankind. Fair faces, or one at least, had beamed in the light of that fire. I felt morally certain of it. I approached the spot. The shrubbery around was interlaced with wild roses, while blue lupins and scarlet pelargoniums sparkled over the glade, under the sheltering protection of the trees. By the edge of the shrubbery lay a bouquet that had evidently been put together with some care. Dismounting, I took it up. My fingers trembled as I examined it, for even in this slight object I read indications of design. The flowers were of the rarest and prettiest, of many kinds that grew not near. They had been plucked elsewhere. Some one had given both time and attention to their collection and arrangement. Who? It would have been idle to shape even a conjecture, but for a circumstance that appeared to offer a certain clue, and not without bitter thoughts did I try to unwind it. The thread which was warped around the flower stalk was of yellow silk. The strands were finely twisted, and I easily recognised the bullion from the tassel of a sash. That thread must have been taken from the sash of a dragoon officer. Had the bouquet been a gift? To whom? And by whom? Here all conjecture should have ended, but not without a feeling of painful suspicion did I examine those trivial signs, and the feeling continued to annoy me long after I had flung the flowers at my feet. A reflection came to my relief, which went far toward restoring my spirit's equanimity. If a gift, and to Lilian Holt, she had scarcely honoured it, else how could the flowers have been there? Had they been forgotten, or left unregarded? There was consolation in either hypothesis, and in the trust that one or the other was true. I sprang back into my saddle, and with a more cheerful heart rode away from the spot. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 49. The Unexpected Appearance. The finding of the flowers, or rather the reflections to which they gave rise, rendered me more anxious than ever to come up with the caravan. The little incident had made me aware of the new danger hitherto unthought of. Up to that hour, my chief anxiety with regard to Lilian Holt had been the companionship of the Mormon. This had been heightened by some information incidentally imparted by the deserters, chiefly by Sure Shot. It related to the destination of a number of the emigrants who accompanied the caravan, and with whom the riflemen had held intercourse previous to their departure from Van Buren. These were not prospective gold diggers, but persons migrating westward from motives more spiritual. They were saints bound for the Salt Lake, there intending to stay and settle. There was a large party of these latter-day converts under the conduct of an apostolic agent. This much had Sure Shot ascertained. He had not been their leader, nor heard his name. Joshua Stebbins might be the very man. Even as a conjecture, this was bitter enough. Up to the time of joining with the deserters, I had consoled myself with the belief that California was the destination of this saint and his squatter protege, though at times I was troubled with the remembrance of Sewannee's words. Their truth was almost confirmed by the report of the ex-rifleman. I could not now think otherwise than that Stebbins was bound for the Mormon city, and that he was the fox in charge of the flock of geese that accompanied the emigrant train. It was more than probable. While waiting in Swampville for the letter of Lilian, I had learnt something of the history of the ci devant schoolmaster, not much of the period subsequent to his departure from that place, little more than the fact that he had joined the Mormons, and had risen to a high office in their church. In short, that he was one of their apostles. This fact, however, was one of primary significance. Had the squatter also submitted to the hideous delusion? Was he also on his way to the shrine of the faith? The answer to the former question was of slight importance, so long as that to the latter might be conceived in the affirmative. If Holt was bound to the Salt Lake, then was the fate of his daughter to be dreaded. Not long there may a virgin dwell. The baptism of the new Jordan soon initiates its female neophytes into the mysteries of womanhood, absolutely compelling them to the marriage tie, forcing them to a wedlock loveless and unholy. Suffering under such apprehensions, I scarcely needed the additional stimulus of jealousy to urge me onward, and yet, strange as it may appear, the finding of the bouquet had produced this effect. I would have ridden on without halt, but our animals required rest. We had been travelling nearly all night, and throughout the morning under the friendly shelter of the cottonwood forest. We all needed an hour or two of repose, and seeking a secure place near the ground of the deserted camp, we stopped to obtain it. The train could not be far ahead of us. While seated in silence around the fire we had kindled, We could hear at intervals the reports of guns. They came from up the valley, and from a far distance. The sounds reached us but faintly, now single shots, and then two or three together, or following in quick succession. We were at no loss to account for the reports. They were caused by the hunters of the caravan, in pursuit of game. We had now entered that charming region where elk and antelope abounded. On our morning march we had seen herds of both trooping over the sward almost within range of our rifles. Even as we sat, a band of beautiful antelopes appeared in the open ground near our bivouac fire, and after satisfying their curiosity by gazing at us for a moment, they trotted off into the covert. It was a tempting sight, too tempting for the young backwoods hunter to resist. Seizing his rifle, he took after them, promising us as he went off a more savoury breakfast than the dry buffalo meat we were broiling. Soon after, we heard the report of his piece, and presently he appeared with a dead pronghorn upon his shoulders. As Wingrove came up to the fire, I noticed a singular expression upon his countenance. Instead of being rejoiced by his success, his looks betrayed anxiety. I questioned him as to the cause. He did not answer directly, but drawing me to one side, inquired in a whisper if I had seen anyone in his absence. "No. Why do you ask?" "If it wasn't altogether unpossible, I swar I seed that girl." "What girl?" I trembled as I put the question. I was thinking of Lillian. "That darnation devil of a Chickasaw." "What, Suwanee?" "Yes, Suwanee." "Oh, that cannot be. It could not be her." "So I thort myself, but darn me, cap'n, if I can believe it warn't her. What I seed were as like her as two eggs." "What did you see?" "Well, just arter I'd killed the goat, and war hoistin' it on my shoulders, I spied an Injun glidin' into the bushes. I seed it war a squaw, and just the picter of the Chickasaw. She 'peared as if she had kim right out hyar, and I thort you must a seed her." "Did you get a sight of her face?" "No, her back were torst me, and she kep on 'ithout turnin' or stoppin' a minute. 'Twar the very duds that girl used to wear, and her bulk to an inch. It couldn't a been like her. Darn me if it 'twarn't either her or her ghost." "It is very improbable that it could have been either?" I did not for a moment entertain the idea that it was the Chickasaw he had seen, and yet my comrade was fully impressed with the belief, and reiterated the assertion that he had either seen Suwanee or her shadder. Though the thing was improbable, it was not beyond possibility. We knew that there were Indians travelling with the train. We had heard so before starting out. But what likelihood was there of Suwanee being among them? Certainly not much. That there were prairie Indians around us was probable enough. We had already observed their traces upon the ground of the deserted camp. The squaw seen by Wingrove might be one of these. Whether or not, her presence proved the proximity of redskins, and the knowledge of having such dangerous neighbours summoned us to a fresh exercise of vigilance and caution. Our fire was instantly extinguished, and, contenting ourselves with a morsel of the half-broiled buffalo beef, we moved to some distance from the spot, before proceeding to cook the antelope. A dark covert in the thick woods offered us a more secure kitchen. There we rekindled our fire, and roasting the ribs of the pronghorn, refreshed ourselves with an ample meal. After an hour's repose, we resumed our journey, in confident expectation that before sunset we should get within sight of the caravan. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 50. Up the Cañon. We had not ridden far from the halting place when we arrived at the end of the great cottonwood forest. Beyond that, the trace led over open grounds, here and there dotted by groves and islands of timber. Through these we threaded our way, keeping as much as possible among the trees. Further on, we came upon a gorge, one of the noted canyons through which the Herfuano runs. Here the river sweeps down the narrow channel, with rocky banks that rise on each side into precipitous cliffs of stupendous height. To avoid this gorge, impassable for wheeled vehicles, the wagon trace, below its entrance, turns off to the right, and we perceived that the caravan had taken that direction. To get around the heads of the transverse ravines that run into the cañon, a detour must be made of not less than 10 miles in length. Beyond the cañon, the trace once more returns to the stream. The notes of the military reconnaissance had forewarned me of this deviation, and furthermore, that the trace passes over a ridge altogether destitute of timber. To follow it, therefore, in the broad light of day, would expose our little party to view. If hostile Indians should be hanging after the caravan, they would be sure to see us, and equally certain to make an attack upon us, and from the traces we had noticed at the night camp, to say nothing of what Wingrove had seen, we knew that there were Indians in the valley. They might not be hostile, but the chances were 10 to 1 that they were, and under this supposition it would be imprudent in us to risk crossing the ridge before nightfall. There were 2 alternatives: to remain under the timber till after sunset, and then proceed by night, or to push on into the cañon and endeavour to make our way along the bed of the stream. So far as we knew, the path was an untried one, but it might be practicable for horses. We were now on the most dangerous ground we had yet trodden, the highway of several hostile tribes, and their favourite tenting place, when going to or returning from their forays against the half-civilized settlements of New Mexico. The proximity of the caravan, which we calculated to be about 10 miles ahead of us, only increased our risk. There was but little danger of the Indians attacking that. The train was too strong, even without the escort. But the probability was that a band of Indian horse thieves would be skulking on its skirts, not to make an attack upon the caravan itself, but as wolves after a gang of buffalo, to sacrifice the stragglers. Unless when irritated by some hostile demonstration, these robbers confine themselves to plundering, but in the case of some, murder is the usual concomitant of plunder. The delay of another night was disheartening to all of us, but especially so to myself, for reasons already known. If we should succeed in passing through the cañon, perhaps on the other side we might come in sight of the caravan. Cheered on by this prospect, we hesitated no longer, but hastening forward, entered between the jaws of the defile. A fearsome chasm it was, the rocky walls rising perpendicularly to the height of many hundreds of feet, presenting a grim facade on each side of us. The sky above appeared a mere strip of blue, and we were surrounded by a gloom deeper than that of twilight. The torrent roared and foamed at our feet, and the trail at times traversed through the water. There was a trail, as we soon perceived, and what was more significant, one that had recently been travelled. Horses had been over it, and in several places the rocky pebbles that should otherwise have been dry were wet by the water that had dripped from their fetlocks. A large troop of horses must have passed just before us. Had the dragoon escort gone that way? More likely a party of mounted travellers belonging to the train, and yet this did not strike us as being likely. We were soon convinced that such was not the case. On riding forward, we came upon a mud deposit at the mouth of one of the transverse ravines, over which led the trail. The mud exhibited the tracks distinctly, and in a more significant light. They were hoof tracks. We saw that more than 100 horses had passed up the defile, and not one shod animal among them. This fact was very significant. They could not have been troop horses, nor yet those of white men. If ridden, they must have been ridden by Indians. It did not follow that they were ridden. We were travelling through a region frequented by the mustang droves that had been seen upon our route at great distances off, for these are the shyest and wildest of all animals. A caballada may have passed through the gorge on their way to the upper valley. There was nothing improbable in this, although the plains are the favourite habitat of the horse. The mustang of Spanish America is half a mountain animal, and often penetrates the most difficult passes, climbing the declivities with hoof as sure as that of a chamois. Had these horses been ridden? That was the point to be determined, and how? The sign was not very intelligible, but sufficiently so for our purpose. The little belt of mud deposit was only disturbed by a single line of tracks, crossing it directly from side to side. The animals had traversed it in single file. Wild horses would have crowded over it, some of them at least kicking out to one side or the other. This I myself knew. The reasoning appeared conclusive. We had no longer a doubt that a large party of Indians had gone up the gorge before us, and not very long before us. It now became a question of advance or retreat. To halt within the defile, even had a halting place offered, would have been perilous above all things. There was no spot where we could conceal either ourselves or our animals. The mounted Indians might be returning down again, and finding us in such a snug trap would have us at their mercy. We did not think, therefore, of staying where we were. To go back was too discouraging. We were already half through the cañon, and had ridden over a most difficult path, often fording the stream at great risk, and climbing over boulders of rock that imperiled the necks both of ourselves and our animals, we determined to keep on. We were in hopes that the Indians had by this time passed clear through the gorge, and ridden out into the valley above. In that case, there would be no great risk in our proceeding to the upper end. Our expectations did not deceive us. We reached the mouth of the chasm without having seen other signs of those who had preceded us than the tracks of their horses. We had heard sounds, however, that had given us some apprehension. The report of guns, not as during the early part of the day, in single shots, but in half dozens at a time, and once or twice in large volleys, as if of a scattering fusillade. The sounds came from the direction of the upper valley, and were but faintly heard, so faintly that we were in doubt as to whether they were reports of firearms. The grumbling and rushing of the river hindered us from hearing them more distinctly, but for the presence of Indians in the valley, about which we were quite certain, we should perhaps not have noticed the sounds, or else have taken them for something else. Perhaps we might have conjectured that a gang of buffaloes had passed near the train, leading to a brisk emptying of rifles, but the presence of Indians rendered this hypothesis less probable. We still continued to observe caution. Before emerging from the defile, we halted near its entrance, Wingrove and myself stealing forward to reconnoitre. An elevated post which we obtained upon a shelf of the rock gave us a commanding prospect of the upper valley. The sight restored our confidence. The caravan was in view. End of chapter 50.
Chapter 51 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by annabellesmith. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 51. The Orphan Butte. The landscape over which we were looking was one that has long been celebrated in the legends of trapper and cibolero, and certainly no lovelier is to be met with in the midland regions of America. Though new to my eyes, I recognized it from the descriptions I had read and heard of it. There was an idiosyncrasy in its features, especially in that lone mound rising conspicuously in its midst, which at once proclaimed it the Valley of the Huerfano. There stood the Orphan Butte. There was no mistaking its identity. This valley, or more properly, vallée, a word of very different signification, is in reality a level plain, flanked on each side by a continuous line of bluffs or benches, themselves forming the abutments of a still higher plain, which constitutes the general level of the country. The width between the bluffs is 5 or 6 miles, but at the distance of some 10 miles from our point of view, the cliffs converge, apparently closing in the valley in that direction. This, however, is only apparent. Above the butte is another deep canyon, through which the river has cleft its way. The intervening space is a picture fair to behold. The surface, level as a billiard table, is covered with gramma grass, of a bright, almost emerald verdure. The uniformity of this color is relieved by cottonwood copses, whose foliage is but one shade darker. Commingling with these, and again slightly darkening the hue of the frondage, are other trees, with a variety of shrubs or climbing plants, as clematis, wild roses, and willows. Here and there a noble poplar stands apart, as if disdaining to associate with the more lowly growth of the groves. These topes are of varied forms, some rounded, some oval, and others of more irregular shape. Many of them appear as if planted by the hands of the landscape gardener, while the huerfano, winding through their midst, could not have been more gracefully guided had it been specially designed for an ornamental water. The butte itself, rising in the center of the plain and towering nearly 200 feet above the general level, has all the semblance of an artificial work, not of human hands, but a cairn constructed by giants. Just such does it appear, a vast pyramidal cone, composed of huge prismatic blocks of granite, black almost as a coal, the dark color being occasioned by an iron admixture in the rock. For 2/3 of its slope, a thick growth of cedar covers the mound with a skirting of darkest green. Above this appear the dark, naked prisms, piled one upon the other in a sort of irregular crystallization, and ending in a summit slightly truncated. Detached boulders lie around its base, huge pieces that, having yielded to the disintegrating influences of rain and wind, had lost their balance and rolled down the declivity of its sides. No other similar elevation is near, the distant bluffs alone equaling it in height. But there the resemblance ends, for the latter are a formation of stratified sandstone, while the rocks composing the butte are purely granitic. Even in a geological point of view is the Orphan Butte isolated from all the world. In a double sense does it merit its distinctive title. Singular is the picture formed by this lone mound, and the park-like scene that surrounds it, a picture rare as fair. Its very framing is peculiar. The bench of light reddish sandstone, sharply outlined on each edge, the bright green of the sward along its base, and the dark belt of cedars cresting its summit form, as it were, a double moulding to the frame. Over this can be distinguished the severer outline of the great Cordilleras. Above them, again, the twin cones of the Watuye, and grandly towering over all, the sharp, sky-piercing summit of Pike's Peak. All these forms, gleaming in the full light of a noonday sun, with a heaven above them of deep ethereal blue, present a picture that for grandeur and sublimity is not surpassed upon the earth. A long while could we have gazed upon it, but an object that came at once under our eyes turned our thoughts into a far different channel. Away up the valley, at its furthest end, appeared a small white spot, little bigger to our view than the disk of an archer's target. It was of an irregular roundish form, and on both sides of it were other shapes, smaller and of darker hue. We had no difficulty in making out what these appearances were. The white object was the tilt of a wagon. The dark forms around it were those of men, mounted and afoot. It must have been the last wagon of the train, since no other could be seen, and as it appeared at the very end of the valley, in the angle formed by the convergence of the cliffs, we concluded that there the cañon opened into which the rest had entered. Whether the wagon scene was moving onward, we did not stay to determine. The caravan was in sight, and this, acting upon us like an electric influence, impelled us to hasten forward. Calling to our companions to advance, we remounted our horses, rode out of the gorge, and kept on up the valley. We no longer observed the slightest caution. The caravan was before our eyes, and there could be no doubt that, in a couple of hours, we should be able to come up with it. As to danger, we no longer thought of such a thing. Indians would scarcely be so daring as to assail us within sight of the train. Had it been night, we might have reasoned differently. But under the broad light of day, we could not imagine there was the slightest prospect of danger. We resolved, therefore, to ride direct for the wagons without making halt. Yes, one halt was to be made. I had promised the citizen soldiers to make civilians of them before bringing them face to face with the escort, and this was to be accomplished by means of some spare wardrobe which Wingrove and I chanced to have among our packs. The place fixed upon as the scene of the metamorphosis was the butte, which lay directly on our route. As we rode forward, I was gratified at perceiving that the wagon still remained in sight. If it was moving on, it had not yet reached the head of the valley. Perhaps it had stopped to receive some repairs? So much the better. We should the sooner overtake it. On arriving at the butte, The white canvas was still visible, though from our low position on the plain only the top of the tilt could be seen. While Wingrove was unpacking our spare garments, I dismounted and climbed to the summit of the mound in order to obtain a better view. I had no difficulty in getting up, for, strange to say, a trail runs over the Orphan Butte from southeast to northwest, regularly aligned with Pike's Peak in the latter direction and with Spanish Peaks in the former. But this alignment was not the circumstance that struck me as singular. A far more curious phenomenon came under my observation. The path leading to the summit was entirely clear of the granite blocks that everywhere else covered the declivities of the mound. Between these it passed like a narrow lane, the huge prisms rising on each side of it, piled up in a regular trap-like formation as if placed there by the hand of man. The latter hypothesis was out of the question. Many of the blocks were 12 feet in diameter and tons in weight. Titans alone could have lifted them. The summit itself was a table of some 20 by 40 feet in superficial extent, and seamed by several fissures. Only by following the path could the summit be reached without great difficulty. The loose boulders rested upon one another in such a fashion that even the most expert climber would have found difficulty in scaling them, and the stunted spreading cedars that grew between their clefts combined in forming a chevaux de frise, almost impenetrable. I was not permitted to dwell long on the contemplation of this geological phenomenon. On reaching the summit and directing my telescope up the valley, I obtained a tableau in its field of vision that almost caused me to drop the glass out of my fingers. The whole wagon was in view down to its wheel tracks, and the dark forms were still around it. Some were afoot, others on horseback, while a few appeared to be lying flat along the sward. Whoever these last may have been, I saw at the first glance what the others were. The bronzed skins of naked bodies, the masses of long sweeping hair, the plumed crests and floating drapery were perfectly apparent in the glass, and all indicating a truth of terrible significance that the forms thus seen were those of savage men. Yes, both they on horseback and afoot were Indians beyond a doubt, and those horizontally extended, they were white men, the owners of the wagons? This truth flashed on me as I beheld a fearful object, a body lying head towards me, with its crown of mottled red and white, gleaming significantly through the glass. I had no doubt as to the nature of the object. It was a scalpless skull. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by annabellesmith. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 52. Raising a Rampart. I kept the telescope to my eye not half so long as I have taken in telling of it. Quick as I saw that the men stirring around the wagon were Indians, I thought only of screening my person from their sight. To effect this, I dropped down from the summit of the rock, on the opposite side from that facing toward the savages. Showing only the top of my head, and with the glass once more leveled up the valley, I continued the observation. I now became assured that the victim of the ensanguined skull was a white man, that the other prostrate forms were also the bodies of white men, all dead, all, no doubt, mutilated in a similar manner. The tableau told its own tale. The presence of the wagon halted, and without horses, one or two dead ones lying under the tongue, the ruck of Indians clustering around it, the bodies stretched along the earth, other objects, boxes and bales, strewed over the sward, all were significant of recent strife. The scene explained what we had heard while coming up the cañon. The fusillade had been no fancy, but a fearful reality. Fearful, too, in its effects, as I was now satisfied by the testimony of my telescope. The caravan had been attacked, or, more likely, only a single wagon that had been straggling in the rear? The firing may have proceeded from the escort, or the armed emigrants. Indians may have fallen, Indeed, there were some prostrate forms apart, with groups gathered around them, and those I conjectured to be the corpses of red men. But it was evident the Indians had proved victorious, since they were still upon the field, still holding the place and the plunder. Where were the other wagons of the train? There were 50 of them. Only one was in sight. It was scarcely possible that the whole caravan had been captured. If so, they must have succumbed within the pass? A fearful massacre must have been made? This was improbable, the more so that the Indians around the wagon appeared to number near 200 men. They must have constituted the full band, for it is rare that a war party is larger. Those seen appeared to be all warriors, naked from the breech clout upward, their skins glaring with pigments. Neither woman nor child could I see among them. Had the other wagons been captured, there would not have been so many of the captors clustered around this particular one. In all likelihood, had the vehicle been coming up behind the others? The animals drawing it had been shot down in the skirmish, and it had fallen into the hands of the successful assailants. These conjectures occupied me only a moment. Mingled with them was one of still more special import. To whom had belonged the abandoned wagon? With fearful apprehension, I covered the ground with my glass, straining my sight as I gazed through it. I swept the whole surface of the surrounding plain. I looked under the wagon, on both sides of it, and beyond. I sought amidst the masses of dusky forms. I examined the groups and stragglers, even the corpses that strewed the plain. Thank heaven, they were all black, or brown, or red. All appeared to be men, both the living and the dead. Thank heaven. The ejaculation ended my survey of the scene. It had scarcely occupied 10 seconds of time. It was interrupted by a sudden movement on the part of the savages. Those on horseback were seen separating from the rest, and, the instant after, appeared coming on in the direction of the butte. The movement was easily accounted for. My imprudence had betrayed our presence. I had been seen while standing on the summit of the mound. I felt regret for my own rashness, but there was no time to indulge in the feeling, and I stifled it. The moment called for action, demanding all the firmness of nerve and coolness of head, which, fortunately, I had acquired by the experience of similar arises. Instead of shouting to my comrades, as yet unconscious of the approaching danger, I remained upon the summit without uttering a word, or showing a sign that might alarm them. My object in so acting was to avoid the confusion consequent upon a sudden panic, and keep my mind free to think over some plan of escape. The Indians were still 5 miles off. It would be some minutes at least before they could attack us. 2 or 3 of these could be spared for reflection. After that, it would be time to call in the counsel of my companions. I am here describing in detail, and with the tranquillity of closet retrospect, thoughts that follow one another with the rapidity of lightning flashes. To say that I reflected coolly would not be true. I was at that moment too much under the influence of fear for tranquil reflection. I perceived at once that the situation was more than dangerous. It was desperate. Flight was my first thought, or rather my first instinct. For, on reflection, it failed. The idea was to fling off the packs, mount the 2 pedestrians upon the mules, and gallop back for the canyon. The conception was good enough, if it had been carried out, but of this there was no hope. The defile was too distant to be reached in time. The 2 who might ride the mules could never make it. They must fall by the way. Even if all 4 of us should succeed in getting back to the canyon, what then? Was it likely we should ever emerge from it? We might for a time defend ourselves within its narrow gorge, but to pass clear through and escape at the other end would be impossible. A party of our pursuers would be certain to take over the ridge and head us below. To anticipate them in their arrival there, and reach the woods beyond, would be utterly out of our power. The trail through the canyon was full of obstacles, as we had already discovered, and these would delay us. Without a prospect of reaching the forest below, it would be of no use attempting flight. In the valley around us there was no timbered tract, nothing that deserved the name of a wood, only copses and groves, the largest of which would not have sheltered us for an hour. I had a reflection. Happy am I now, and proud, that I had the virtue to stifle it. For myself, escape by flight might not have been so problematical. A steed stood near that could have carried me beyond all danger. It only needed to fling myself into the saddle and ply the spur. Even without that impulsion, my Arab would, and could, have carried me clear of the pursuit. Death was preferable to the thought. I could only indulge it as a last resort, after all else had failed and fallen. 3 men were my companions, true and tried. To all of them I owed some service, to one little less than my life, for the bullet of the eccentric ranger had once saved me from an enemy. It was I who had brought on the impending attack. It was but just I should share its danger, and the thought of shunning it vanished on the instant of its conception. Escape by flight appeared hopeless. On the shortest survey of the circumstances, I perceived that our only chance lay in defending ourselves. The chance was not much worth, but there was no alternative. We must stand and fight, or fall without resisting. From such a foe as that coming down upon us, we need to expect no grace, not a modicum of mercy. Where was our defense to be made? On the summit of the butte? There was no better place in sight, no other that could be reached, offering so many advantages. Had we chosen it for a point of defense, it could not have promised better for the purpose. As already stated, the cone was slightly truncated, its top ending in a mesa. The table was large enough to hold 4 of us. By crouching low, or lying flat upon it, we should be screened from the arrows of the Indians, or such other weapons as they might use. On the other hand, the muzzles of 4 guns pointed at them would deter them from approaching the base of the butte. Scarcely a minute was I in maturing a plan, and I lost less time in communicating it to my companions. Returning to them, as fast as I could make the descent, I announced the approach of the Indians. The announcement produced a surprise sufficiently unpleasant, but no confusion. The old soldiers had been too often under fire to be frightened out of their senses at the approach of an enemy, and the young hunter was not one to give way to panic. All 3 remained cool and collected as they listened to my hurried detail of the plan I had sketched out for our defense. There was no difficulty in inducing them to adopt it. All agreed to it eagerly and at once. In short, all saw that there was no alternative. Up the mound again, this time followed by my 3 comrades, each of us heavily laden. In addition to our guns and ammunition, we carried our saddles and mule packs, our blankets and buffalo robes. It was not their intrinsic value that tempted us to take this trouble with our impedimenta. Our object was to make with them a rampart upon the rock. We had just time for a second trip, and, flinging our first loads up to the table, we rushed back down the declivity. Each seized upon such objects as offered themselves, valises, the soldiers' knapsacks, joints of the antelope lately killed, and the noted meal bag, all articles likely to avail us in building our bulwark. The animals must be abandoned, both horses and mules. Could we take them up to the summit? Yes, the thing could be accomplished, but to what purpose? It would be worse than useless, since it would only render them an aim for the arrows of the enemy, and ensure their being shot down at once. To leave them below appeared the better plan. A tree stood near the base of the mound. To its branches their bridles had already been looped. There they would be within easy range of our rifles. We could shelter them so long as there was light. To protect them might appear of little advantage, since in the darkness they could be easily taken from us. But in leaving them thus, we were not without some design. We, too, might build a hope on the darkness. If we could succeed in sustaining the attack until nightfall, flight might then avail us. In truth, that seemed the only chance we should have of ultimately escaping from our perilous situation. We resolved, therefore, to look well to the safety of the animals. Though forced to forsake them for a time, we might still keep the enemy off, and again recover them. The contingency was not clear, and we were too much hurried to dwell long upon it. It only flitted before our minds like a gleam of light, though, the misty future. I had just time to bid farewell to my Arab, to run my fingers along his smooth arching neck, to press my lips to his velvet muzzle. Brave steed, tried and trusty friend, I could have wept at the parting. He made answer to my caresses. He answered them with a low whimpering neigh. He knew there was something amiss, that there was danger. Our hurried movements had apprised him of it. But the moment after, his altered attitude, his flashing eyes, and the loud snorting from his spread nostrils told that he perfectly comprehended the danger. He heard the distant trampling of hoofs. He knew that an enemy was approaching. I heard the sounds myself, and rushed back up the butte. My companions were already upon the summit, busied in building the rampart around the rock. I joined them and aided them in the work. Our paraphernalia proved excellent for the purpose, light enough to be easily handled, and sufficiently firm to resist either bullets or arrows. Before the Indians had come within hailing distance, the parapet was completed, and, crouching behind it, we awaited their approach. End of Chapter 52.
Chapter 53 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 53. The War Cry. How! Ooh! Ogaloo! Uttered loudly from 100 throats, comes pealing down the valley. Its fiendish notes, coupled with the demon-like forms that give utterance to them, are well calculated to quail the stoutest heart. Ours are not without fear, though we know that the danger is not immediate. There is a significance in the tones of that wild slogan. They express more than the usual hostility of red to white. They breathe a spirit of vengeance, the gestures of menace, the brandished spears and bended bows, the war clubs waving in the air, are all signs of the excited anger of the Indians. Blood has been spilled, perhaps the blood of some of their chosen warriors, and ours will be sought to a certainty. We perceive no signs of the pacific intent, no semblance that would lead us to hope for mercy. The foe is bent on our destruction. He rushes forward to kill. I have said that the danger was not immediate. I did not conceive it so. My conception was based upon experience. I had met the prairie Indians before in the South, but North or South, I knew that their tactics were the same. It is a mistake to suppose that these savages rush recklessly upon death. Only when their enemy is far inferior to them in numbers, or otherwise an undermatch, will they advance boldly to the fight. They will do this in an attack upon Mexicans, whose prowess they despise, or sometimes in a conflict with their own kind, when stimulated by warrior pride and the promptings of the tribal vendetta. On other occasions they are sufficiently careful of their skins, more especially in an encounter with the white trappers, or even travelers who tenter the prairies from the east. Of all other weapons, they dread the long rifle of the hunter. It is only after stratagem has failed, when do or die becomes a necessity, that the horse Indian can bring himself to charge forward upon the glistening barrel. The mere hope of plunder will not tempt even the boldest of red-skinned robbers within the circle of a rifle's range. They all know from experience the deadliness of its aim. Most probably plunder had been their motive for attacking the train, but their victims could only have been some straggling unfortunates, too confident in their security. These had not succumbed without a struggle. The death of all of them proved this, since not a prisoner appeared to have been taken. Further evidence of it was seen upon the sward. For as the crowd scattered, I observed through the glass several corpses that were not those of white men. The robbers, though victorious, had suffered severely. Hence the vengeful yells with which they were charging down upon us. With all their menace both of signs and sounds, I had no fear of their charging. Up to the mound, not yet to its base. There were 50 yards around it within range of our guns, and the first who should venture within the circle would not be likely to go forth from it alive. Not a shot is to be fired till you're sure of hitting. Do not one of you pull trigger till you have sighted your man. This was the order passed around. On the skill of my comrades I could confide. On sure shot, with all the certainty which his sobriquet expressed, I have seen enough of the young hunter to know how he handled his rifle. About the Irishman alone was there a doubt, only of his coolness and his aim. Of his courage there was none. In this the infantry was perhaps equal to any one of us. The words of caution had scarcely parted from my lips when the enemy came galloping up. Their yelling grew louder as they advanced, and its echoes ringing from the rocks appeared to double the number of their wild vociferations. We could only hear one another by calling out at the top of our voices. But we had little to say. The time for talking had expired. That of action had arrived. On come the whooping savages, horrid to behold, their faces, arms, and bodies frightfully painted, each after his own device, and all as hideous as savage conception can suggest. The visages of bears, wolves, and other fierce animals are depicted on their breasts and shields, with the still more horrid emblems of the death's head, the crossbones, and the red hand. Even their horses are covered with similar devices, stained upon their skins in ochre, charcoal, and vermilion. The sight is too fearful to be fantastic. On they come, uttering the wild "How, Oogaloo!" brandishing their various weapons and making their shields of parfletch rattle by repeated strokes against their clubs and spears. On comes the angry avalanche. They are within 100 yards of the butte. For a moment we are in doubt. If they charge up the declivity, we are lost men. We may shoot down the foremost, but they are 20 to 1. In a hand-to-hand struggle, we shall be overwhelmed, killed, or captured in less than 60 seconds of time. "Hold your fire!" I cried, seeing my comrades lie with their cheeks against their guns. "Not yet! Only 2 at a time, but not yet! Ha! As I expected!" And just as I had expected, the wild ruck came to a halt. Those in the lead drawing up their horses as suddenly as if they had arrived upon the edge of a precipice. They had come to a stand just in the nick of time. Had they advanced but 5 paces further, at least 2 of their number would have tumbled out of their saddles. Sure Shot and I had each selected our man, and agreed upon the signal to fire. The others were ready to follow. All 4 barrels resting over the rampart had caught the eyes of the Indians. A glance at the glistening tubes was sufficient. True to their old tactics, it was the sight of these that had halted them. End of Chapter 53. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 54 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 54. The Red Hand. The whooping and the screaming are for a while suspended. Those in the rear have ridden up, and the straggling cavalcade becomes massed upon the plain. At less than 200 yards distance from the butte, shouts are still heard, and talking in an unknown tongue, but not the dread war cry. That has failed in its effect, and is heard no longer. Now and then young warriors gallop towards the butte, vaunt their valor, brandish their weapons, shoot off their arrows, and threaten us by word and gesture. All, however, keep well outside the perilous circumference covered by our guns. We perceive that they too have guns, both muskets and rifles, in all a dozen or more. We can tell that they are empty. Those who carry them are dismounting to load. We may expect soon to receive their fire, but from the clumsy manner in which they handle their pieces, that need not terrify us any more than their arrows already sent and falling far short. Half a dozen horsemen are conspicuous. They are chiefs, as can be told by the eagle plumes sticking in their hair, with other insignia on their breasts and bodies. These have ridden to the front and are grouped together, their horses standing head to head. Their speeches and gesticulations declare that they are holding council. The movements of menace are no longer made. We have time to examine our enemies. They are so near that I need scarcely level a glass upon them, though through it I can note every feature with minute distinctness. They are not Comanches. Their bodies are too big and their limbs too long for these Ishmaelites of the southern plains. Neither are they of the Jicarilla Apache. They are too noble-looking to resemble these skulking jackals. More like are they to the Kiowas, but no, they are not Kiowas. I have met these Indians, and should know them. Their war cry did not resemble theirs. Theirs is the war cry of the Comanche. I should have known it at once. Cheyennes they may be, since it is their special ground. Or might it be that tribe of still darker, deadlier fame, the hostile Arapaho? If they be Arapahoes, we need look for no mercy. I sweep the glass over them, seeking for signs by which I may identify our enemy. I perceive one that is significant. The leggings of the chiefs and principal warriors are fringed with scalps. Their shields are encircled by similar ornaments. Most of these appendages are of dark hue, the locks long and black, but not all are of this kind or color. One shield is conspicuously different from the rest. A red hand is painted upon its black disk. It is the totem of him who carries it. A thick fringe of hair is set around its rim. The tufts are of different lengths and colors. There are tresses of brown, blonde, and even red. Hair curled and wavy. Coarse hair, and some soft and silky. Through the glass I see all this, with a clearness that leaves no doubt as to the character of these varied chevelures. They are the scalps of whites, both of men and women. And the red hand upon the shield, a red hand? Ah, I remember. There is a noted chief of the name, famed for his hostility to the trappers, famed for a ferocity unequaled among his race, a savage, who is said to delight in torturing his captives, especially if it be a paleface, who has had the misfortune to fall into his hands. Can it be that fiend, the red hand of the Arapahoes? The appearance of the man confirms my suspicion. A body, tall, angular, and ill-shaped, scarred with cicatrised wounds, and bent with age, a face seamed with the traces of evil passion, eyes deep sunken in their sockets, and sparkling like coals of fire, an aspect more fiend-like than human. All this agrees with the descriptions I have had of the Red Hand Chief. Assuredly, it is he. Our enemies, then, are the Arapahoes, their leader, the dreaded Red Hand. Heaven have mercy on us. These men will have none. Such was the ejaculation that escaped my lips on recognizing or believing that I recognized the foe that was before us. The Red Hand is seen to direct. He's evidently leader of the band. All seem obedient to his orders. All move with military promptness at his word or nod. Beyond doubt, it is the Red Hand and his followers, who for crimes and cold-blooded atrocities are noted as he. A dreaded band, long known to the traders of Santa Fe, to the ciboleros from the Taos Valley, to the trappers of the Arkansas and Platte. We are not the first party of white men besieged by these barbarous robbers. And if it be our fate to fall, we shall not be their first victims. Many a brave mountain man has already fallen a victim to their fiendish grasp. Scarcely a trapper who cannot tell of some comrade who has been rubbed out by Red Hand and his Rapahoes. The council of the chiefs continues for some time. Some ruse is being devised and debated among them. With palpitating hearts we await the issue. I have made known my suspicions as to who is our enemy, and cautioned my comrades to be on their guard. I have told them that if my conjecture prove right, we need look for no mercy. The talk is at an end. Red Hand is about to address us. Riding 2 lengths in front of his followers, the savage chief makes halt. His shield is held conspicuously upward, its convexity towards us. Not for any purpose of security, but evidently that we may see its device and know the bearer. Red Hand is conscious of the terror inspired by his name. In his other hand he carries an object better calculated than the shield to beget fearful emotions. Poised at the point of his long spear, and held high aloft, are the scalps recently taken. There are 6 of them in the bunch, easily told by the different hues of the hair, and all easily identified as those of white men. They are the scalps of the slain teamsters and others who had vainly attempted to defend the captured wagon. They are all fresh and gory, hang limber along the shaft. The blood is not yet dry upon them. The wet surface glitters in the sun. We view them with singular emotions. Mine, perhaps more singular than any. I endeavor to identify some of those ghastly trophies. I am but too satisfied at failing. End of chapter 54. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 55 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 55. an ill-timed shot. "Hablo Castellano," cries the savage chieftain in broken Spanish. I'm not surprised at being addressed in this language by a prairie Indian. Many of them speak Spanish, or its North Mexican patois. They have opportunities of learning it from the New Mexican traders, but better from their captives. "Si, caballero," I speak Spanish. "What wishes the warrior with the red hand upon his shield?" "The pale-face is a stranger in this country, else he would not ask such a question. What wishes the red hand? Ha, ha, ha! The scalps of the white men, their scalps and lives. That is the will of the Arapaho chief." The speech is delivered in a tone of exultation and accompanied by a scornful laugh. The savage is proud of his barbarous and bloodthirsty character. He glories in the terror of his name. With such a monster it seems idle to bold parley. In the end, it will be only to fight, and if defeated, to die. But the drowning man cannot restrain himself from catching even at a straw. "Arapaho, we are not your enemies. Why should you desire to take our lives? We are peaceful travelers passing through your country, and have no wish to quarrel with our red brothers." "Red brothers? Ha, ha, ha! Tongue of a serpent and heart of a hare. The proud Arapaho is not your brother. He disclaims kindred with a pale face. Red Hand has no brothers among the whites. All are alike his enemies. Behold their scalps upon his shield. Ugh! See the fresh trophies upon his spear. Count them. There are 6. There will be 10 before the sun goes down. The scalps of the 4 squaws skulking on the mound will hang from the spears of the Arapahoes." I could not contradict the declaration. It was too fearfully probable. I made no reply. "Dogs!" fiercely vociferated the savage. "Come down and deliver up your arms." "And our scalps, too, I suppose," muttered the Yankee. "No, certainly not. At your price. I don't sell my notions so dirt cheap as that comes to. 'Twouldn't pay nohow. Look'ee here, old red gloves," continued he in a louder voice, and raising his head above the rampart, "this here o' mine air valuable. Do 'ee see? It air a rare colour, and a putty colour. It'd look just the thing on that shield o' yourn, but 'tain't there yet, not by a long chalk. And I calc'late if ye want the skin o' my head, ye'll have to trot up and take it." "Ugh!" ejaculated the Indian with an impatient gesture. "The yellow squaw is not worth the words of a chief. His scalp is not for the shield of a warrior. It will be given to the dogs of our tribe. It will be thrown to the jackals of the prairie." "Ain't particular about what ye do with it, that is, after ye got it. Don't ye wish ye may get it, eh?" "Wagh!" exclaimed the savage with another impatient gesticulation. "The Red Hand is tired talking. One word more, listen to it. Chief of the Pale Faces, come down and deliver up your fire weapons. The Red Hand will be merciful. He will spare your lives. If you resist, he will torture you with fire. The knives of his warriors will hew the living flesh from your bones. You shall die 100 deaths, and the great spirit of the Arapahoes will smile at the sacrifice." "And what if we do not resist?" "Your lives shall be spared. The Red Hand declares it on the faith of a warrior." "Faith of a warrior? Faith of a cutthroat. He only wants to come round us, Captain, and git our scalps, without fighting for 'em. That's what the red verming wants to be at, sure as shooting." "Why should the Red Hand spare our lives?" I inquired, taken by surprise by any offer of life coming from such a quarter. "Has he not just said that all white men are his enemies?" "True, but white men may become his friends. He wants white men for his allies. He has a purpose." "Will the Red Hand declare his purpose?" "Freely. His people have taken many fire weapons. See, they are yonder, in the hands of his braves, who know not how to use them. Our enemies, the Utahs, have been taught by the white hunters, and the ranks of the Arapaho warriors are thinned by their deadly bullets. If the pale-faced chief and his 3 followers will consent to dwell with the band of Red Hand and teach his warriors the great medicine of the fire weapon, their lives shall be spared. The Red Hand will honor the young soldier chief and the White Eagle of the forest." "Soldier chief? White Eagle of the forest? How can he have known?" "If you resist," continued he, interrupting my reflections, "the Red Hand will keep his word. You have no chance of escape. You are but 4, and the Arapaho warriors are numerous as the trees of the big timber. If one of them fall by your fire weapons, he shall be revenged. The Red Hand repeats what he has said. The knives of his braves will hew the living flesh from your bones. You shall die 100 deaths, and the great spirit of the Arapahoes will smile at the sacrifice." "Be Jesus, Captain," cried O'Tig, who, not understanding Spanish, was ignorant of what had been said. "That ugly old Injun wants a bit of cold lead through him. In truth, I believe the musket might reach him. She belonged to Sergeant Johnson, and was considered the longest range gun about the fort. What if I try her carry on the redskin? Say the word, your honor, and here goes." So astounded was I at the last words of the Arapaho chief that I paid no heed to what the Irishman was saying. I had turned towards Wingrove, not for an explanation, for the young hunter, also ignorant of the language in which the Indian spoke, was unaware of the allusion that had been made to him. I had commenced translating the speech, but before 3 words had escaped my lips, the loud bang of a musket drowned every other sound, and the cloud of sulphurous smoke covering the whole platform hindered us from seeing one another. It needed no explanation. The Irishman had taken my silence for consent. He had fired. From the thick of the smoke came his exulting shout. "Hooray! He's down! Be my soul, he's down! I knew the old musket'd reach him. Hooray!" The report reverberated from the rocks, mingling its echoes with the wild, vengeful cries that came pealing up from the plain. In an instant the smoke was wafted aside, and the painted warriors were once more visible. The Red Hand was erect upon his feet, standing by the side of his horse, and still holding his spear and his shield. The horse was down, stretched along the turf, and struggling in the throes of death. "Begorra, Captain, wasn't it a splendid shot?" "A shot that may cost us our scalps," said I, for I saw that there was no longer any chance of a pacific arrangement, even upon the condition of our making sharpshooters of every redskin in the tribe. "Ha, ha, ha!" came the wild laugh of the Arapaho. "Vengeance on the pale-faced traitors! Vengeance!" and shaking his clenched fist above his head, the savage chief retired among his warriors. End of chapter 55. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 56 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 56. Attempt to Stampede. We made an attempt to open the interrupted parley. In vain. Whatever amicable design the Red Hand might have conceived was now changed to a feeling of the most dreaded hostility. There was no more talk to be drawn from him, not a word. In the midst of his warriors, he stood scowling and silent. Neither did any of the chiefs deign to reply. The common braves made answers to our overtures, but only by the insult of a particular gesture. Any hopes we might have conceived of a pacific termination to the encounter died within us as we noted the behavior of the band. Whether the Indian was in earnest in the proposal he had made, or whether it was a mere scheme to get our scalps without fighting for them, we could not tell at the time. There was an air of probability that he was honest about the matter, but, on the other hand, his notorious character for hostility to the white race contradicted this probability. I had heard, moreover, that this same chief was in the habit of adopting such stratagems to get white men into his power. We had no time to speculate upon the point, nor yet upon that which puzzled us far more, how he had arrived at the knowledge of who we were. What could he have known of the white eagle of the forest, or the young soldier chief? So far as I was myself concerned, the title might have been explained. My uniform, I still wore it, might have been espied upon the prairies. The Indians are quick to catch an appellation and communicating it to one another. But the figurative sobriquet of the young hunter, that was more specific. The Red Hand could not have used it accidentally. Impossible. It bespoke of the knowledge of us and of our affairs that appeared mysterious and inexplicable. It did not fail to recall to our memory the apparition that had astonished Wingrove in the morning. There was no opportunity to discuss the question. We had only time for the most vague conjectures before the savages began to fire at us, discharging in rapid succession the guns which they had loaded. We soon perceived that we had little to fear from this sort of attack. Unless by some stray bullet, there was not much danger of their hitting us. Their clumsy menage of the fire weapon was evident enough. It added to the probability that the chief had been in earnest about giving our instructions to his warriors. Still was there some degree of danger. The guns they had got hold of were large ones, most of them old muskets of heavy caliber that cast their ounces of lead to a long distance. We heard their bullets pattering against the rocks, and one or two of them had passed whistling over our heads. It was just possible to get hit, and to avoid such an accident, we crouched behind our parapet, as closely as if we had been screening ourselves from the most expert marksman. For a long time we did not return their fire. O'Tig was desirous of trying another shot with his piece, but I forbade it. Warned by what they had witnessed, the Indians had retired beyond even the range of the sergeant's fusil. Two parties of savages, now separate from the main body, and taking opposite directions, go sweeping at full gallop round the butte. We divine their object. They have discovered the position of our animals. The intention is to stampede them. We perceive the importance of preventing this. If we can but keep our animals out of the hands of the savages until darkness come down, then may there be some prospect of our escaping by flight. True, it is only a faint hope. There are many contingencies by which the design may be defeated, but there are also circumstances to favor it, and to yield without a struggle would only be to deliver ourselves into the hands of an unpitying foe. The last words uttered by the Arapaho chief had warned us that death would be preferable to captivity. We are sustained by another remembrance. We know that we are not the first white men who have been thus surrounded, and who afterwards contrived to escape. Many a small band of brave trappers have sustained the attack of a whole Indian tribe, and though half of their number may have fallen, the others lived to relate the perilous adventure. The life of a determined man is difficult to take. A desperate sortie often proves the safest defense, and 3 or 4 resolute arms will cut a loophole of escape through a host of enemies. Some such thoughts flitting before us hinder us from succumbing to despair. It was of the utmost importance to prevent our animals from being swept off, and to this end were our energies now directed. 3 of us faced toward them, leaving the 4th to do watch from the movements of the enemy on the other side of the butte. Once more the wild cry rings among the rocks, as the red horsemen gallop around, rattling their shields and waving their weapons high in the air. These demonstrations are made to affright our animals and cause them to break from their fastenings. They have not the desired effect. The mules prance and hinny, the horses neigh and bound over the grass, but the long boughs bend without breaking, and, acting as elastic springs, give full play to the affrighted creatures. Not a rein snaps, not a lazo breaks, not a loop slides from its hold. The first scurry is over, and we are gratified to see the 4 quadrupeds still grouped around the tree, as fast as ever to its branches. The stampede has proved a failure. Another swoop of the wild horsemen ends with the like result, and then another, and now closer and closer they come, galloping in all directions, crossing and meeting and wheeling and circling, with shrill screams and violent gesticulations. As they pass near, they shelter themselves behind the bodies of their horses. An arm over the withers, a leg above the croup, are all of the riders we can see. It is useless to fire at these. The horses we might tumble over at a pleasure, but the men offer no point to aim at. At intervals a red face gleams through the tossing locks of the mane, but ere we can take sight upon it, it is jerked away. For a considerable time this play is kept up, the Indians all the time yelling as if engaged in some terrible conflict. As to ourselves, we are too wary to waste our shots upon the horses, and we reserve them in the hope of being able to draw a bead on some rider more reckless than the rest. The opportunity soon offers. Two of the savages exhibit a determination to succeed in snatching away the horses. Knife in hand, they career around, evidently with the design of cutting the bridles and lazos. Cheered on by the shouts of their comrades, they grow less careful of their skins, and at length make a dash toward the group under the tree. When almost within head reach of the fastenings by which the mules are held, one of the latter slews suddenly round and sends her heels in a well-directed fling against the head of the foremost horse. The steed instantly wheels, and the other coming behind follows the same movement, exposing both the riders to our aim. They make an effort to throw themselves to the other side of their animals, but the opportunity is lost. Our rifles are too quick for them. Two of us fire at the same instant, and as the smoke clears away, the red robbers are seen sprawling on the plain. Our shots have proved fatal. Before we can reload, the struggles of the fallen horsemen have ended, and both lie motionless upon the grass. The lesson was sufficient for the time. Warned by the fate of their comrades, the Indians, although still continuing their noisy demonstrations, now kept well out of the range of our rifles. There appeared to be no others in the band desirous of achieving fame at such a risk of life. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 57. Our Weak Point. For some time the savage horsemen continued their circling gallop around the butte, one occasionally swooping nearer, but covered by the body of his horse in such a way that it was impossible to sight him. These maneuvers were executed by the young warriors, apparently in a spirit of bravado, and with the design of showing off their courage and equestrian skill. We disregarded the harmless demonstrations, watching them only when they made in the direction of our animals. At intervals, a hideous face peeping over the withers of a horse offered a tempting target. My comrades would have tried a flying shot had I not restrained them. A miss would have damaged our prestige in the eyes of the enemy. It was of importance that we should continue to believe in the infallibility of the fire weapon. After a time, we observed a change of tactics. The galloping slackened and soon came to an end. The horsemen threw themselves into small groups at nearly equal distances apart, and formed a ring round the butte. Most of the riders then dismounted, a few only remaining upon their horses, and continuing to dash backward and forward from group to group. These groups were beyond the range of our rifles, though not of the sergeant's musket. But the savages, both mounted and afoot, had taken care to make ramparts of their steeds. At first, this maneuver of our enemies appeared to have no other object than that of placing themselves in a position to guard against our retreat. A moment's reflection, however, told us that this could not be their design. There were but 2 points by which we could pass down to the plain on opposite sides of the butte. Why, then, should they surround us? It could not be for the purpose of cutting off our retreat. That could be done as effectually without the circular deployment. Their design soon became apparent. We observed that the muskets were distributed among the groups, 3 or 4 to each. With these, they now opened fire upon us from all sides at once, keeping it up as fast as they could load the pieces. The effect was to render our situation a little more perilous. Not having the means to make our parapet continuous, we were at several points exposed. Had we had good marksmen to deal with, we should have been in danger. As it was, we drew well back towards the center of the platform, and were screened by its outer angles. Now and then a shot struck a rock, sending the splinters in our faces, but all 4 of us escaped being hit by the bullets. We had made an observation that rendered us uneasy. We had observed a weak point in our defense. We wondered that our assailants had not also noticed it. Around the butte, and close up to its base, lay many boulders of rock. They were prisms of granite that had been detached from the cairn itself and rolled down its declivity. They rested upon the plain, forming a ring concentric with the circular base of the mound. Many of these boulders had a diameter of 6 feet, and would have sheltered the body of a man from our shots. Others, again, rested along the sloping sides of the butte, also of prismatic shapes, with sides overhanging. These might form ramparts for our assailants, should they attempt to storm our position. Even the spreading cedars would have hidden them from our sight. They were the trailing juniper of the western wilds, very different from the Virginian cedar. They were of broad bushy forms, with stunted stems and tortuous branches, densely set with a dark acetylous foliage. They covered the sides of the butte from base to middle height, with a draping perfectly impenetrable to the eye. Though there was no paths save that already mentioned, assailants, active as ours, might unseen have scaled the declivity. Should the Indians make a bold dash up to the base of the butte, leaving their horses, and take to the rocks, they might advance upon us without risk. While working their way up the slope, they would be safe from our shots, sheltered by the projecting prisms, and screened by the trees. We should not dare to expose ourselves over the edge of the platform, since the others, remaining behind the boulders below, would cover us with their aim, and the shower of arrows would ensure our destruction. Those who might scale the mound would have us at their mercy, assailing us simultaneously from all sides, and springing suddenly upon the platform. 10 to 1 against us, they could soon overpower us. These were the observations we had made, and the reflections that resulted from them. We only wondered that our enemies had not yet perceived the advantage of this plan of attack, and since they had neglected it so long, we were in hopes that the idea would not occur to them at all. It was not long before we perceived our error, and that we had miscalculated the cunning of our dusky foes. we saw the Indians once more taking to their horses. Some order had reached them from the Red Hand, who stood conspicuous in the midst of the largest group of his warriors. The movement that resulted from this order was similar to that already practiced in the endeavor to stampede our animals, only that all the band took part in it, even the chiefs mounting and riding amongst the rest. The marksmen alone remained afoot and continued to fire from behind their horses. Once more the mounted warriors commenced galloping in circles round the butte. We perceive that at each wheel they are coming nearer, and can divine their intent. It is the very plan of attack we have been apprehending. We can tell by their gestures that they are about to charge forward to the rocks. Regardless of the fire from the plain, we creep back to the edge of the parapet and point our pieces towards the circling horsemen. We are excited with new apprehensions, but the caution to keep cool is once more passed around, and each resolves not to fire without being certain of his aim. On our first shots will depend the success or failure of the attack. As before, we arrange that 2 only shall fire at a time. If the shots prove true, and 2 of our foes fall to them, it may check the charge, perhaps repulse it altogether. Such often happens with an onset of Indians, on whom the dread of the fire weapon acts with a mysterious effect. On the other hand, if we miss, our fate is sealed and certain. We shall not even have the choice of that last desperate resort on which we have built a hope. We shall be cut off from all escape, for our animals will be gone before we can reach them. On foot, it would be idle to attempt flight. Even could we run the gauntlet through their line, we know they could overtake us upon the plain. We feel like men about to throw dice for our lives, and dice, too, that are loaded against us. Nearer and nearer they come, until they are coursing within 50 yards of the butte, and scarcely twice that distance from our guns. Were their bodies uncovered, we could reach them, but we see only their hands, feet, and faces, the latter only at intervals. They draw nearer and nearer, till at length they are riding within the circle of danger. Our superior elevation gives us the advantage. We begin to see their bodies over the backs of their horses. A little nearer yet, and some of these horses will go riderless over the plain. Ha! They have perceived their danger, one and all of them. Notwithstanding their cries of bravado and mutual encouragement, they dread to make the final rush. Each fears that himself may be the victim. Our heads were growing dizzy with watching them, and we were still expecting to see some of them turn their horses and dash inward to the butte, when we heard a signal cry circulating through their ranks. All at once, the foremost of them was seen swerving off, followed by the whole troop. Before we could recover from our surprise, they had galloped far beyond the range of our guns, and once more stood halted upon the plain. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 58. A Rampart on Wheels. For a time our hearts throbbed more lightly. The pressure of apprehension was removed. We fancied the savages had either not yet become fully aware of the advantage of storming our position, or that the certainty of losing some of their number had intimidated them from making the attempt. They had abandoned their design, whatever it was, and intended waiting for the night, the favorite fighting time of the Indian. This was just what we desired, and we were congratulating ourselves that the prospect had changed in our favor. Our joy was short-lived. The enemy showed no signs of repose. Clustered upon the plain, they still kept to their horses. By this we knew that some other movement was intended. The chiefs were again in the center of the crowd, and the Red Hand conspicuous. He was heard haranguing his warriors, though we could not guess the purport of his speech. His gestures told of fierce rage. His glances, now and then directed toward us, betokened a spirit of implacable vengeance. At the conclusion of his speech, he waved his hand in the direction of the wagon. The gesture appeared to be the accompaniment of a command. It was promptly and instantly obeyed. A dozen horsemen dashed out from the group and galloped off. Their course was straight up the valley, toward the scene of their late strife. Those who had remained upon the ground dismounted, and were seen giving their horses to the grass. This might have led us to anticipate a suspension of hostilities, but it did not. The attitude of our enemies was not that of purposed repose. On the contrary, they came together afoot, and engaged in what appeared to be an eager consultation. The chiefs spoke in turn. Some new scheme was being discussed. We watched the party who had ridden off. As anticipated, the wagon proved to be the butt of their excursion. Having reached it, they halt, and dismounting, became grouped around it. It is impossible for some time to tell what they are doing. Even the glass does not reveal the nature of their movements. There are others beside those who rode out, and the white tilt appears in the midst of its dark cluster of men and horses. Their errand at length becomes obvious. The crowd is seen to scatter, horses appear harnessed to the tongue, and wheels are in motion. The vehicle is turned round upon the plain. We see that some half-dozen horses are hitched on, with men seated upon their backs as teamsters. They make a wheel and head down the valley in the direction of the butte. They are seen urging the animals into a rapid pace. The wagon, no longer loaded, leaps lightly over the smooth sward. The horses are spurred into a gallop, and amidst the shouts of the savage drivers, drag the huge vehicle after them with the rough rapidity of a mountain howitzer. In a few minutes it advances to the ground occupied by the dismounted band, who surround it upon its arrival. We upon the summit have a full view of all. We recognize the well-known Troy wagon, with its red wheels, blue body, and ample canvas roof. The lettering, Troy, New York, is legible on the tilt. a strange sight in the midst of its present possessors. What can their object be with the wagon? Their actions leave us not long in doubt. The horses are unharnessed and led aside. Half a dozen savages are seen crouching under the axles and laying hold of the spokes. As many more stand behind, screened from our sight by the tilt cloth, the body, and boxing. The pole projects in the direction of the mound. Their object is now too painfully apparent. Without thinking of the analogy of the Trojan horse, we see that this monster of a modern Troy is about to be employed for a similar purpose. Yes, shielded by the thick planking of its bed, by its head and hindboards, by its canvas covering, and other cloths which they have cunningly spread along its sides, the savages may approach the mound in perfect safety. Such is their design. With dismay we perceive it. We can do naught either to retard or hinder its execution. Those under the vehicle can spoke the wheels forward without in the least exposing their bodies to our aim. Even their hands and arms are not visible. Buffalo robes and blankets hang over, draping the wheels from our view. Those behind are equally well screened, and can propel the huge machine without risk of danger. We note all these circumstances with feelings of keen apprehension. We adopt no means to hinder the movement. We can think of none, since none is possible. We are paralyzed by the sense of our utter helplessness. We are allowed but little time to reflect upon it. Amidst the shouts of the savages, we hear the creaking of the wheels. We behold the mass in motion. Onward it comes, toward the mound, advancing with apparently spontaneous motion, as if it were some living monster, some horrid mammoth approaching to destroy and devour us. Had it been such a monster, its proximity could scarce have inspired us with greater dread. We felt that our destruction was equally certain. The savages would now surround us, advance up the rocks, spring upon us from all sides at once, and although we might fight to the death, which we had determined to do, still we must die. The knowledge that we should die fighting, and with our arms in our hands, that we should fall upon the corpses of our enemies, avenging death before parting with life, this knowledge was but a feeble ray to support and cheer us. Though no cowards, not one of us, we could not look forward to our fate without a feeling of dread. The certainty of that fate we could no longer question. Even the time seemed to be fixed. In a few minutes the assailants would be upon us, and we should be engaged in the last struggle of our lives, without the slightest probability of being able to save them. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 59. the assault. With the prospect of such fatal issue so proximate as to seem already present, no wonder that our hearts were dismayed at the sight of the wagon moving toward us. As the inhabitants of the leaguered city behold with fear the advance of the screened catapult, or mighty ram, so regarded we the approach of that familiar vehicle, now a very monster in our eyes. We were not permitted to view the spectacle in perfect security. As the wagon moved forward, those who carried the muskets drew still nearer under cover of their horses, and once more played upon us their uncertain but dangerous shower. With the bullets hissing above and around us, we were forced to lie low, only at intervals raising our heads to note the progress of the party proceeding to storm. Slowly but surely the machine moved on, its wheels turning under the impulse of brawny arms, and impelled forward by pressure from behind. To fire upon it would have been of no avail. Our bullets would have been thrown away. As easily might they have pierced through a stockade of tree trunks. Oh, for a howitzer! But one discharge of iron grape to have crashed through those planks of oak and ash, to have scattered in death that human machinery that was giving them motion. Slowly and steadily it moved on, stopping only as some large pebble opposed itself to the wheel, then on again as the obstacle was surmounted, on till the intervening space was passed over, and the triumphant cheer of our foemen announced the attainment of their object. Risking the straggling shots, we looked over. The wagon had reached the base of the butte. Its tongue was forced up among the trees. Its body stood side by side with the granite prisms. The storming party no longer required it as a shield. They would be sufficiently sheltered by the great boulders, and to these they now betook themselves, passing from one to the other, until they had completely surrounded the butte. We observed this movement, but could not prevent it. We saw the Indians flitting from rock to rock, like red spectres, and with the rapidity of lightning flashes. In vain we attempted to take aim. Before a barrel could be brought to bear upon them, they were gone out of sight. We ourselves, galled by the leaden hail, were forced to withdraw behind our ramparts. A moment of suspense followed. We knew not how to act. We were puzzled by their movements, as well as by the silence in which they were making them. Did they intend to climb up the butte and openly attack us? What else should be their design? What other object could they have in surrounding it? Only about a dozen had approached under cover of the wagon. Was it likely that so few of them would assail us boldly and openly? No. Beyond a doubt, they had some other design. Ha! What means that blue column slowly curling upward? It is smoke. See! Another and another. A dozen of them. From all sides they shoot upward, encircling the mound. Hark to those sounds! The swish of burning grass, the crackle of kindling sticks. They are making fires around us. The columns are at first filmy, but soon grow thicker and more dense. They spread out and join each other. They become attracted toward the rocky mass. They fall against its sides, and, wreathing upward, wrap its summit in their ramifications. The platform is enveloped in the cloud. We see the savages upon the plain, dimly, as if through a crape. Those with the guns in their hands still continue to fire. The others are dismounting. The latter abandon their horses, and appear to be advancing on foot. Their forms, through the magnifying mist, loom spectral and gigantic. They are visible only for a moment. The smoke rolls its thick volume around the summit, and shrouds them from our sight. We no longer see our enemy or the earth. The sky is obscured. Even the rock on which we stand is no longer visible, nor one of us to the other. Throughout all continues the firing from the plain. The bullets hurtle around our heads, and the clamour of our foemen reaches our ears with fierce thrilling import. We hear the crackling of faggots, and the spurting hissing noise of many fires, but perceive no blaze, only the thick smoke rising in continuous waves, and every moment growing denser around us. We can bear it no longer. We are half suffocated. Any form of death before this. Is it too late to reach our horses? Doubtless they are already snatched away. No matter. We cannot remain where we are. In 5 minutes we must yield to the fearful asphyxia. No, never. Let us die as we had determined, with arms in our hands. Voices husky and hoarse make answer in the affirmative. We spring to our feet, and come together so that we can touch each other. We grasp our guns, and get ready our knives and pistols. We make to the edge of the rock, and sliding down, assure ourselves of the path. We grope our way downward, guided by the granite walls on each side. We go not with caution, but in the very recklessness of a desperate need. We are met by the masses of smoke still rolling upwards. Further down we feel the hot caloric as we come nearer to the crackling fires. We heed them not, but rush madly forward, till we have cleared both the cloud and the flames, and stand upon the level plain. It is but escaping from the fires of hell to rush into the midst of its demons. On all sides they surround us with poised spears and brandished clubs. Amidst their wild yells, we scarcely hear the cracking of our guns and pistols, and those who fall to our shots are soon lost to our sight, behind the bodies of others who crowd forward to encompass us. For a short while we keep together, and fight back to back, facing our foes, but we are soon separated, and each struggles with a dozen assailants around him. The struggle was not protracted. So far as I was concerned, it ended almost on the instant of my being separated from my comrades. A blow from behind, as of a club striking me upon the skull, deprived me of consciousness, leave me only the one last thought, that it was death. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta. Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 60. A Captive on a Crucifix. Am I dead? Surely it was death, or an oblivion that equaled it. But no, I live. I am conscious that I live. Light is falling upon my eyes. Thought is returning to my soul. Am I upon earth, or is it another world in which I awake? It is a bright world, with a sky of blue and a sun of gold. But are they the sky and sun of the earth? Both may belong to a future world. I can see no earth, neither fields, nor trees, nor rocks, nor water, naught but the blue canopy and the golden orb. Where is the earth? It should be under and around me, but I cannot see it. Neither around nor beneath can I look, only upward and forward, only upon the sun and the sky. What hinders me from turning? Is it that I sleep and dream? Is it the incubus of a horrid nightmare upon me? Am I, like Prometheus, chained to a rock, face upward? No, not thus. I feel that I am standing, erect, as if nailed against a wall. If I am not dreaming, I am certainly in an upright attitude. I feel my limbs beneath me, while my arms appear to be stretched out to their full extent, and held as in the grasp of some invisible hand. My head, too, is fixed. I can neither turn nor move it. A cord traverses across my cheeks. There is something between my teeth. A piece of wood it appears to be. It gags me, and half stifles my breathing. Am I in human hands, or are they fiends who are thus clutching me? Anon my senses grow stronger, but wild fancies still mock me. I am yet uncertain if it be life. What are those dark objects passing before my eyes? They are birds upon the wing, large birds of sable plumage. I know them. They are vultures. They are of the earth. Such could not exist in a region of spirits. Ah, those sounds! They are weird enough to be deemed unearthly, wild enough to be mistaken for the voices of demons. From far beneath they appear to rise, as if from the bowels of the earth, sinking and swelling in prolonged chorus. I know and recognize the voices. They are human. I know the chaunted measure. It is the death song of the Indian. The sounds are suggestive. I am not dreaming. I am not dead. I am awake, and on the earth. Memory comes to my aid. By little and little, I begin to realize my situation. I remember the siege, the smoke, the confused conflict, all that preceded it, but nothing after. I thought I had been killed, but no, I live. I am a captive. My comrades, are they alive? Not likely. Better for them if they be not. The consciousness of life need be no comfort to me. In that wild chant there is breathing a keen spirit of vengeance. Oh, that I had not survived to hear it! Too surely do I know what will follow, that dirge of death. It might as well be my own. I am in pain. My position pains me, and the hot sun glaring upon my cheek. My arms and limbs smart under the thongs that bind too tightly. One crosses my throat and almost chokes me, and the stick between my teeth renders breathing difficult. There is a pain upon the crown of my head, and my skull feels as if scalded. Oh heavens, have they scalped me? With the thought, I endeavor to raise my hand. In vain. I cannot budge either hand or arm. Not a finger can I move, and I am forced to remain in horrid doubt as to whether the hair be still upon my head, with more than a probability that it is gone. But how am I confined, and where? I am fast bound to something. Every joint in my body is fixed and immobile, as if turned to stone. I can feel thongs cutting sharply into my skin, and my back and shoulders press against some supporting substance that seems as hard as rock. I cannot tell what it is. I cannot even see my own person, neither breast nor body, neither arms nor legs, not an inch of myself. The fastening over my face holds it upturned to the sky, and my head feels firmly set, as if the vertebral column of my neck had been ossified into a solid mass. And where am I in this stringent attitude? I am conscious that I am a captive and bound, a captive to Indians, to Arapahoes. Memory helps me to this knowledge, and furthermore, that I should be, if I have not been carried elsewhere, in the valley of the Huerfano, by the Orphan Butte. Ha! Why should I not be upon the butte, on its summit? I remember going down to the plain, and there being stuck senseless to the earth. For all that, I may have been brought up again. The savages may have borne me back to satisfy some whim. They often act in such strange fashion with their vanquished victims. I must be on some eminence, since I cannot see the earth before me. In all likelihood, I am on the top of the mound. This will account for my not having a view of the ground. It will also explain the direction in which the voices are reaching me. Those who utter them are below upon the plain. The death song ceases, and sounds of other import are borne upward to my ears. I hear shouts that appear to be signals, words of command in the fierce guttural of the Arapaho. Other sounds seem nearer. I distinguish the voices of two men in conversation. They are Indian voices. As I listen, they grow more distinct. The speakers are approaching me. The voices reach me, as if rising out of the ground beneath my feet. They draw nigher and nigher. They are close to where I stand, so close that I can feel them breathing upon my body. But still I see them not. Their heads are below the line of my vision. I feel a hand, knuckles pressing against my throat. The cold blade of a knife is laid along my cheek. Its steel point glistens under my eyes. I shudder with a horrid thought. I mistake the purpose. I hear the wheek that announces the cutting of a tight-drawn sword. The thong slackens and drops off my cheeks. My head is free, but the piece of wood between my teeth, it remains still gagging me firmly. I cannot get rid of that. I can now look below and around me. I perceive the correctness of my conjecture. I am on the butte, upon its summit. I am close to the edge of the platform, and command a full view of the valley below. A painted Arapaho is standing on each side of me. One is a common warrior, with naught to distinguish him from his fellows. The other is a chief. Even without the insignia of his rank, the tall, gaunt form and lupine visage are easily identified. They are those of Red Hand, the truculent chieftain of the Arapahoes. Now, for the first time, do I perceive that I am naked. From the waist upward there is not a rag upon me. Arms, breast, and body all bare. This does not surprise me. It is natural that the robbers should have stripped me, that they should at least have taken my coat, whose yellow buttons are bright gold in the eyes of the Indian. But I am now to learn that for another and very different purpose they have thus bereft me of my garments. Now also do I perceive the fashion in which I am confined. I am erect upon my feet, with arms stretched out to their full fathom. My limbs are lashed to an upright post, and with the same thong are my arms tied to a transverse beam. I am bound upon a cross. End of chapter 60.
Chapter 61 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Thomas Mayne REID. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Circle. In an exulting tone, the savage chief broke silence. "Bueno," cried he, as soon as he saw that my eyes were upon him. "Bueno, bueno. The pale-face still lives. The heart of the Red Hand is glad of it. Ha, ha, ha. Give him to drink of the fire-water of Taos. Let him be strong. Fill him with life. The death may be all the more bitter to him." These orders were delivered to his follower, who in obedience to them removed the gag, and holding to my lips a calabash filled with Taos whiskey, poured a quantity of the liquor down my throat. The beverage produced the effect which the savage chief appeared to desire. Scarcely had I swallowed the fiery spirit when my strength and senses were restored to their full vigor, but only to make me feel more keenly the situation in which I stood, to comprehend more acutely the appalling prospect that was before me. This was the design in resuscitating me. No other purpose had the cruel savage. Had I entertained any doubt as to the motive, his preliminary speech would have enlightened me. But it was made still clearer by that which followed. "Dog of a pale face," cried he, brandishing a long Spanish knife before my eyes. "You shall see how the Red Hand can revenge himself upon the enemies of his race. The slayer of panthers and the white eagle shall die 100 deaths. They have mocked the forest maiden, who has followed them from afar. Her vengeance shall be satisfied, and the Red Hand will have his joy. Ha, ha, ha!" Uttering a peal of demonic laughter, the Indian held the point of the knife close to my forehead, as if to drive the blade into my eyes. It was but a feint to produce terror, a spectacle which this monster was said to enjoy. Wingrove was still alive. The wretch, Suwannee, must be near. "Carajo!" again yelled the savage. "What promised you the Red Hand? To cut the living flesh from your bones? But no, that would be merciful. The Arapahoes had contrived a sweeter vengeance, one that will appease the spirits of our slain warriors. We shall combine sport with the sacrifice of the pale-faced dogs. Ha, ha, ha!" After another fiendish cachinnation, far more horrible to hear than his words of menace, the monster continued. "Dog, you refuse to instruct the Arapaho in the skill of the fire weapon, but you shall furnish them with at least one lesson before you die. Ha, ha! You shall soon experience the pleasant death we have prepared for you. Ah! Haste, he continued, addressing himself to his follower. Prepare him for the sacrifice. Our warriors are impatient for the sport. The blood of our brothers is calling for vengeance. This in white, with a red spot in the center. The rest of his body in black. These mysterious directions were accompanied by a corresponding gesture. With the point of his knife, the savage traced a circle upon my breast, just as if he had been scribing it on the bark of a tree. The scratch was light, though here and there it drew blood. At the words red spot in the center, as if to make the direction more emphatic, he punctured the spot with his knife, till the blood flowed freely. Had he driven the blade to its hilt, I could not have flinched. I was fixed firmly as the post to which they had bound me. I could not speak a word either to question his intent or reply to his menace. The gag was still between my teeth, and I was necessarily silent. It mattered little about my remaining silent. Had my tongue been free, it would have been idle to use it. In the wolf's visage there was no one trait of clemency. Every feature bespoke the obduracy of unrelenting cruelty. I knew that he would only have mocked any appeal I might have made. It was just as well that I had no opportunity of making it. After giving some further directions to his follower, and once more repeating his savage menace in the same exulting tone, he passed behind me, and I lost sight of him. But I could tell by the noise that reached me at intervals that he had gone down from the rock, and was returning to his warriors upon the plain. It was the first time since my face fastenings had been cut loose that I had a thought of looking in that direction. During all the while that the Red Hand stood by me, I had been in constant dread of instant death, or of some equally fearful issue. The gleaming blade had never been out of my eyes for 2 seconds at a time. For in the gesticulations that accompanied his speeches, the steel had played an important part, and I knew not the moment it might please the ferocious savage to put an end to my life. Now that he was gone, and I found a respite from his torturing menace, my eyes turned mechanically to the plain. I therefore beheld a spectacle that under other circumstances might have filled me with horror. Not so then. The agony of my thoughts was already too keen to be further quickened. Even the gory skull of one of my comrades, who lay scalped upon the sward, scarcely added an emotion. It was a sight I had anticipated. They could not all be alive. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 62 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 62. A Savage Artist. The ensanguined skull was the first object that caught my eye. The dead man was easily identified. The body, short, plump, and rotund, could be no other than that of the unfortunate Irishman. His jacket had been stripped off, but some tattered remnants of sky blue, still clinging to his legs, aided me in identifying him. Poor fellow. The lure of Californian metal had proved an ill star for him. His golden dream was at an end. He was lying along the sward, upon his side, half doubled up, I could not see his face. His hands were over it, his palms spread out as if shading his eyes from the sun. It was a position of ordinary repose, and one might have fancied him asleep. But the gory crown and red mottling upon the shirt, seemingly still wet, forbade the supposition. He slept, but it was the sleep of death. My eyes wandered in search of the others. There were fires burning. They were out upon the plain, some 300 yards from the base of the butte. They had been lately kindled, for their smoke was rising in thick columns, part of it falling again to the earth. Around the fires and through the smoke flitted the forms of the Indians. They appeared to be cooking and feasting. Some of them, staggering over the ground, kept up an incessant babble, at intervals varying their talk with savage whoops. Others danced around, accompanying their leaps with the monotonous hee-hee-hee-yah. All appeared to have partaken freely of the fire water of Taos. A few more seriously disposed were grouped around 4 or 5 prostrate forms, evidently the bodies of their slain. The 2 we had shot from their horses must have been amongst these, since they were no longer to be seen where they had fallen. Those around the bodies stood hand in hand, chanting the dismal death song. Not far from the fires, a group fixed my attention. It consisted of 3 figures, all in attitudes as different as it was possible to place them in. He who lay along the ground upon his back was the young hunter Wingrove. He still wore his fringed buckskin shirt and leggings, and by these I recognized him. He was at too great a distance for his features to be distinguished. He appeared to be bound hand and foot, with his ankles lashed together, and his wrists tied behind his back. He was thus lying upon his arms, in an irksome position, but the attitude showed that he was alive. I knew it already. Some 6 paces from him was a second form, difficult to be recognized as that of a human being, though it was one. It was the body of Jephthah Bigelow. Its very oddness of shape enabled me to identify it, odder from the attitude in which I now beheld it. It was lying flat along the grass, face downward, the long ape-like legs and arms stretched out to their full extent, both as to length and width, and radiating from the thin trunk, like spokes from the nave of a wheel. Viewing it from my elevated position, this attitude appeared all the more ludicrous, though it was easy to perceive that it was not voluntary. The numerous pegs standing up from the sward, and the cords attached to them and leading to the arms and limbs, showed that the spread eagle position was a constrained one. That it was sure shot, I had no doubt. The spare locks of clay-colored hair were playing about in the breeze, and some remnants of bottle green still clung around his limbs. But without these, the spider-like frame was too characteristic to be mistaken. I was glad to see those yellowish tufts. They told that the wearer still lived, as was also made manifest by the fact of his being bound. A dead body would not have merited such particular treatment. It was the 3rd figure of this group that most strongly claimed my attention. I saw that it was not that of a warrior, though quite as tall as many upon the plain, but the contour of the form was different, as was the fashion of the garments that draped it. It was the figure of a woman. Had I not been guided in my conjectures by a certain foreknowledge, by the allusions that had occurred in the speeches of Red Hand, I should never have dreamt of identifying that form. Forewarned by these, the apparition was not unexpected. The woman was Suwannee. She was standing erect by the prostrate form of the young hunter, her head slightly bent, and her face turned towards him. An occasional motion of her arm showed that she was speaking to him. The gesture seemed to indicate a threat. Was it possible that in that dread hour she was reviling him? I was at too great a distance either to hear her words or note the expression upon her face. Only by the dumb show of her gesticulations could I tell that a scene was passing between them. A glance around the plain enabled me to note some other changes that had recently taken place. The horses of the Indians were now picketed upon the grass, and browsing peacefully, as if the clangor of strife had never sounded in their ears. I could see my own Arab a little apart with Wingrove's horse and the mules, all in the charge of a horse guard, who stood sentry near them. The wagon was still by the base of the mound. The cedars along its sides were yet unburnt. I thought that the flames had consumed them, but no. The object of their fires had been to blind us with their smoke, thus to drive us from our position and facilitate our capture. I was not permitted to make these observations without interruption. The savage who had stood by me had a duty to perform, and during all this time he was busied in its performance. A singular and inexplicable operation it had first appeared to me. His initiatory act was to blacken my body from the waist upward, including my face, throat, and arms. The substance used appeared to be a paste of charcoal, which he rubbed rudely over my skin. A circle upon my breast, that traced out by the blade of the chief, was left clear, but as soon as the black ground had been laid on, a new substance was exhibited of snow-white color, resembling chalk or gypsum. With this, after the blood had been carefully dried off, the circular space was thickly coated over until a white disc, about as large as a dining plate, showed conspicuously on my breast. A red spot in the center of this was necessary to complete the escutcheon, but the painter appeared at a loss for the color, and paused to reflect. Only a moment did he remain at fault. He was an ingenious artist, and his ingenuity soon furnished him with an idea. Drawing his knife and sticking the point of it some half-inch deep into the fleshy part of my thigh, he obtained the required carmine, and after dipping his finger in the blood and giving it a dab in the center of the white circle, he stood for a short time contemplating his work. A grim smile announced that he was satisfied with it, and uttering a final grunt, the swarthy Appalachian leaped down from the platform and disappeared from my sight. A horrid suspicion had already taken possession of my soul, but I was not left long to speculate upon the purpose for which I had been thus bedaubed. The suspicion gave place to certainty. Upon the plain directly in front of me, and at less than 100 yards distance from the butte, the warriors were collecting in groups. The Red Hand with his under-chiefs had already arrived there, and the other Indians were forsaking the fires and hurrying up to the spot. They had left their lances apart, standing upright on the plain, with their shields, bows, and quivers leaning against them, or suspended from their shafts. The only weapons taken along with them to the common rendezvous were the muskets. With these they were now occupying themselves, apparently preparing them for use. I saw them mark out a line upon the grass by stretching a lazo between two upright pegs. I saw them wiping, loading, and priming their pieces. In short, going through all the preliminary maneuvers observed by marksmen preparing for a trial of skill. Then burst on me in all its broad reality the dread horror for which I was reserved. Then did I comprehend the design of that white circle with its center of red. The savages were about to hold a shooting match. My own bosom was to be their target. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 63 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 63. A Pitiless Pastime. Yes, to hold a shooting match was undoubtedly the design of my captors, and equally clear was it that my breast was to be their mark. This explained my position upon the summit of the mound, as well as my attitude upon the cross. I was bound to the latter in order that my person might be held erect, spread, and conspicuous. I could not comfort myself with any doubt as to their intention. Every movement I saw confirmed it, and the question was finally set at rest by Red Hand, possessing himself of one of the loaded muskets and making ready to fire. Stepping a pace or two in front of the line of his warriors, he raised the piece to his shoulder and pointed it towards me. It is vain to attempt describing the horror I endured at that moment. Utterly unable to move, I gazed upon the glistening barrel with its dark tube that threatened to send forth the leaden messenger of death. I have stood before the pistol of the duelist. It is not a pleasant position to be in, under any conditions of quarrel. Still, it is perfect happiness compared with that I then held. In the former case, there are certain circumstances that favor the chances of safety. You know that you are in profile to your antagonist, thus lessening the danger of being hit. Judging by yourself, you feel assured that the aim taken will be quick and unsteady, and the shot a random one. You are conscious of possessing the capability of motion, that whether you may feel inclined to give way to it or not, you still have a certain discretion of avoiding the deadly missile, that by superior skill or quickness you may anticipate your antagonist and hinder his bullet from being sent. There are other circumstances of a moral nature to sustain you in a trial of this kind: pride, angry passion, the fear of social contempt, and stronger than all, perhaps most frequent of all, the jealousy of rival love. From none of all these could I derive support as I stood before the raised musket of the Arapaho. There was no advantage, either moral or physical, in my favor. I was broad front to the danger, without the slightest capacity of dodging it, whilst there was nothing to excite the nerves of the marksman or render his aim unsteady. On the contrary, he was sighting me as coolly as if about to fire at a piece of painted plank. It may have been but a minute that the savage occupied himself in adjusting his aim, but to me it appeared 10. In such a situation, I may have believed the seconds to be minutes. They seemed so. In reality, the time must have been considerable. The drops of sweat that had started from my brow were chasing each other over my cheeks and trickling down upon my breast. So prolonged was the suspense, I began to fancy that the Arapaho was designedly dallying with his aim for the purpose of sporting with my fears. He may have had such motive for procrastination. I could have believed it. Distant though he was, I could mark his fiendish smile as he repeatedly dropped the piece from his shoulder and then returned it to the level. That he meant more than mere menace, however, was proved in the end. Having satisfied himself with several idle feints, I saw him make demonstration, as if setting himself more determinedly to the work. This time he was certainly in earnest. His cheek lay steadily along the stock. His arms appeared more rigid. His finger was pressing on the trigger. The moment had come. The flash from the pan, the red stream poured forth from the muzzle. The hiss of the bullet were all simultaneous. The report came afterwards, but before it had reached my ears, I knew that I was untouched. The lead had already whizzed past at a distance, as I could judge by the sound of several feet from my body. I heard a scratching behind me, and the instant after, a swarthy face was thrust before my eyes. It was that of the artist who had painted me for the part I was playing. I had been under the impression that he had gone down to the plain, but I now perceived my error. He had remained near me, concealing his body behind the rock. I saw that he was now enacting a different role, that of marker for the marksman. Running his eye over my body, and perceiving that I was nowhere hit, he telegraphed the intelligence to his comrades upon the plain, and then glided back to his covert. I was relieved from the terrible anxiety, but only for a short moment, a mere interval of about a dozen seconds' duration. The red hand, after firing, had resigned his place, but this was instantly occupied by one of his sub-chiefs, who, armed with another musket, in turn stepped up to the line. Again I saw the gleaming barrel brought to the level, with its dark tube pointed upon my body. This marksman was more expeditious, but for all that it was to me a time of racking torture. Again did the drops bead out upon my brow and chase one another down my cheeks. Again had I to undergo all the agony of death itself, and as before, without dying or even losing a drop of blood. As before, I beheld the puff of smoke, the flash, the blaze of fire projected from the muzzle, but ere the crack reached me, I heard the thud of the bullet as it flattened against the granite on which I stood. This time the marker did not mount up to the platform. He had seen the splinters shivered from the rock, and without further inquiry, for the second time, telegraphed a miss. A third candidate appeared upon the stand, and my fears returned as acute as ever. This fellow caused me to suffer nearly a dozen deaths. Either was his gun without a flint, or his powder damp, since after snapping nearly a dozen times, the piece still refused to go off. Had it been designed to give me a new horror, the thing could have been better planned, for each time that the savage essayed to fire, I had to undergo the agony of a fresh apprehension. The scene ended by another gun being placed in his hands. That did go off, but with no advantage to the clumsy marksman, for his bullet, like that of the red hand, whistled past, far wide of the mark. A fourth now took the ground. This was a tall, swarthy warrior, one of the tallest of the tribe, and without the insignia of a chief. The cool and deliberate manner in which he went about his work caused me to anticipate in him a better shot, and my apprehensions were heightened to a degree of painful intensity. I felt my whole frame shiver as his gun blazed forth, and for a time I believed myself hit. The cheer of his companions upon the plain announced the belief in the success of the shot, but he upon the summit soon undeceived them, just as I became myself reassured. The bullet had struck the woodwork of my crucifix, one of the cross pieces to which my arms were attached. It was the shock of the timber that had deceived me into the belief that I had been struck. A fifth marksman followed, and then another and another, until more than a dozen had tried their hands. The guns were now all emptied, but this caused only a temporary cessation in the cruel sport. They were soon reloaded, and new candidates stepped forward to make trial of their skill. I had by this time discovered that they were not practicing for mere sport. It was a game, and bets were laid upon it. Apart upon the plain, the stakes were placed, consisting of saddles, robes, weapons, and the plunder of the emigrant wagon. Horses also were picketed near, surplus animals, that were betted against one another, whether in many separate wagers, or all forming a grand pool, I could not determine. My own scalp, I was uncertain whether I still wore it, was no doubt the chief object of the contest. It was the cup to be given to him who should place his bullet in that white circle upon my breast, and nearest the red spot in the center. The guns being once more reloaded, the firing recommenced. I saw that only one shot was allowed to each, and this only to those who had entered a stake. The condition gave me an opportunity of experiencing my apprehensions in different degrees, since according to the apparent adroitness or clumsiness of the marksman, my fears of being hit were greater or less. Strange to say, before a dozen shots had been fired, I no longer wished them to miss. The dread ordeal, so oft repeated, was too terrible to be borne. I was sustained by no hope of ultimate escape. I knew that the fiends would continue firing till some one of them should finish me by a fatal shot, and I cared not how soon it would be sent. Nay, I even desired that it should come quickly. Death was preferable to the agony I was enduring. End of chapter 63. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 64 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 64. 100 Deaths. For a full hour was the pitiless pastime continued, during which at least 50 shots had been fired at my person. The truculent chieftain had threatened me with 100 deaths. He was fulfilling his threat to the letter, for notwithstanding the unskilful practice, I felt, on the eve of each discharge, a certain creeping of the flesh and curdling of the blood, as if that moment was to be my last. If I had not yet died 100 times, for at least so many had I felt all the sensations that should precede actual death. In truth, over 100 times. For although but 50 shots had been fired, twice as often had the old guns snapped or flashed in the pan, and each of these was preceded by its special pang. I had not escaped altogether unscathed. I had been hit in 2 or 3 places, in my arms and limbs. Blood was running down my legs and creeping over my feet. I could feel it warm and wet as it trickled between my toes. In a little hollow of the rock directly in front of me, a crimson pool was collecting. The wounds could not be severe, since I scarcely felt them. Perhaps only the crease of a bullet. A scratch would be sufficient to cause the effusion of the blood, copious though it appeared to be, and I felt certain that no bone had yet been broken, that no vital part of my body had been touched. After about an hour had been spent by the savages in their fiendish sport, the firing became suddenly suspended. I could not tell why, and sought for an explanation by watching the movements of the marksmen. Had they exhausted their ammunition? This was the idea that came uppermost. The chiefs had turned face to face, and were again engaged in some earnest deliberation. The subject of their talk was made known by their gesticulations. They were pointing towards Sure Shot, who still lay, as I have described, flat upon his face. Wingrove was no longer there, nor yet Suwannee. Where could they have gone? I had seen both but the moment before. Had she unbound and rescued him? Was it about them that the savages were in consultation? No, the result proved not. It was the deserter who was the object of their attention, as was soon made manifest by their movements. Half a dozen warriors were seen separating from the group and running up to the spot where Sure Shot lay. Stooping around him, they undid his fastenings, and then, having raised him to his feet, commenced dragging him towards the crowd of marksmen. The terrified man made no resistance. It would have been idle. There was a brawny savage on each side, grasping him by the wrist, and 3 or 4 behind pushing him forward at a run. His long hair, streaming loosely, strengthened the expression of despair that was depicted upon his countenance. No doubt he deemed it his last hour. Whither could they be dragging him? Whither but to death? This was my own belief at first, but in a few minutes I had reason to change it. For a short while Sure Shot was encircled by the dusky forms, and I saw him not, or only the crown of his head, conspicuous by its yellow hue among the darker chevelures of the Indians. What were they doing to him? I could not guess, but they appeared to be offering him no further violence. After a time the group scattered from around him, and the ex-rifleman was again uncovered to my view. With some surprise I perceived that the expression of his countenance had undergone a total change. It was no longer that of terror, much less of despair. On the contrary, there was a certain air of confidence visible in his look and manner, as if something had been said or done to him that had given him satisfaction. I was further surprised at perceiving that he had a gun in his hands, his own rifle, and that he was in the act of loading the piece. My surprise changed to indignation as I saw him step forward to the line and stand facing me, evidently with the intention to fire. Cowardly traitor! He has accepted life upon some base condition. Jeff Bigelow, Sure Shot, whom I thought true as steel. I would not have believed it. Such was the reflection to which my gag prevented me from giving utterance. In reality, I felt astonished at the behavior of the old ranger. I believed him a better man. But the dread of death is a powerful test to apply to the human soul, and hard must be the conditions of life when under such circumstances they are refused. Sure Shot had succumbed to the temptation. Such was my belief as I saw him raise his piece and stand confronting me in an attitude that too plainly bespoke his intention. Another surprise awaited me, another stimulus to my indignation. Instead of looking ashamed of his work and cowering under my glance, he appeared eager and determined to execute the dastardly design. There was even an expression of fierceness, ill becoming his countenance, habitually meek. Under other circumstances, it would have been ludicrous enough, Bravado, thought I, assumed, no doubt to give satisfaction to his new allies. I had not recovered from the confusion of my surprise when his voice fell upon my ear, uttered in a tone of anger and accompanied with corresponding gestures. But the words that reached me explained all. On hearing them, I no longer suspected the loyalty of my old comrade. The angry expression was assumed, but the counterfeit had a design far different from that which I had attributed to it. It was Sure Shot himself, still tricky as true. "Captain," cried he, speaking quickly and raising his gun with a gesture of menace, "pay attention to what I'm 'bout to say. Look savagerous at me. Make these yer verming believe you and me's quelling. Foremost tell me ef they've crippled ye 'bout the legs. I know you can't speak, but shet your eyes, and that says no." I was for the moment puzzled by the matter as well as matter of his speech, which in no way corresponded. In an instant, however, I perceived that he had some design, and I hastened to obey his hurried instructions. As to the first, I needed to make no alteration in my demeanor. Under the belief that he was disloyal, I had been regarding him with a glance sufficiently scowling. I preserved the expression, at the same time closing my eyes, as a negative answer to his query. Although I believed myself to be hit somewhere about the legs, I felt confident that I was not crippled. "So fur good," continued he, still speaking loudly and angrily. "Now, slew your right elbow down a leetle, and give me a better chance at that there strip of hide. I kinder guess as how I kin cut the thing. It 'pears to be all a one piece, and'll peel off your body like a rope of rushes. Ef I cut it, there'll be a chance for ye. There's only one of the varming ahint the mound. Your horse air there. Make for the animal, mount him, and put off like a streak of greased lightning. Now." As he finished speaking, he stepped nearer to the line and placed himself in an attitude to fire. I now fully comprehended his design. I saw, as he said, that the cord which bound me to the crucifix was all of one piece, a thin thong of rawhide, lapped not very tightly around my arms, legs, and body. If cut through at any point, it could easily be detached. And true enough, my horse must be behind the butte, for I could not see him in front. By a quick rush, I might succeed in reaching him before the Indians could intercept me. If so, then indeed might there be a chance of escaping. End of chapter 64. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 65 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 65. A Sharp Shot. Slender as appeared the prospect of my being freed from my fastenings by the method proposed, I was not without some faith in Sure Shot being able to cut the thong. His skill in the use of the rifle was notorious, even among good marksmen, and his aim believed to be unerring. I had known him to bring down with his bullet a bird upon the wing, and had heard him declare that it was not by the eye, but by the mind that he did it. In other words, he meant that his skill was not mechanical, but that he was guided in the act by some mental operation, which he himself but imperfectly understood. I could believe this the more readily, since Sure Shot was not the only marksman I had known possessed of this peculiar power. A something inexplicable, which may be classed with the mysterious phenomena of clairvoyance and horse whispering. With such belief in his skill, therefore, I was not without some hope that he might succeed in his design, and to give him the chance he desired, I made a violent effort and wrenched my arm downward. It was to all appearance a demonstration of my wrath at what the pseudo-renegade had been saying to me, and it seemed to be thus interpreted by most of the savages who stood around him. The words of Sure Shot, spoken in English, were of course unintelligible to them, but notwithstanding the inappropriate gestures which he had made use of, the suspicions of one were aroused. This was Red Hand himself. "What says he of the yellow scalp lock to the captive?" inquired the chief in Spanish. "Let him take heed, or he too shall become a shooting mark for the Arapaho warriors." Sure Shot's reply was characteristic. It was also in broken Spanish, which the ranger had picked up during our campaign on the Rio Grande. Translated, it ran thus: "I'm only telling him how I'm about to get square with him. Caramba, great chief! When I was a soldier in the army, yon fellow was my capitano, and gave me a flogging. Believe me, chief, I'm right glad of this opportunity to have revenge on him. That's what I've been saying to him." "Ugh," grunted the savage, apparently satisfied with the explanation. "Neow, captain!" angrily shouted the rifleman, once more raising his piece to the level. "Looky out! Don't be skeert about my hittin' o' ye. The wang lies well ageen the bit o' timber. The ball's a big un. I reckon I can bark it anyhow. Here's to try." A tall, yellow-haired man, standing with a rifle to his shoulder, his sallow cheek resting against the stock, the barrel apparently aligned upon my body, the quick detonation of a percussion cap, a stream of red fire and smoke from the muzzle, a shock followed by the quivering of the timbers to which I was tied, were perceptions and sensations of almost simultaneous occurrence. Twisting my head and turning my eyes almost out of their sockets, I was able to note the effect of the shot. The thong had been hit, just at the point where it doubled over the edge of the wood. It was cut more than half through. By raising my elbow to its original position and using it as a lever, I could tear apart the crushed fibers. I saw this, but in the anticipation of a visit from the marker, I prudently preserved my attitude of immobility. In a moment after, the grinning savage came gliding in front of me, and perceiving the track of the bullet, pointed it out to those upon the plain. I was in a feverish state of suspense lest he might suspect design, but was relieved on seeing him step aside, while the shuffling, grating noise from behind admonished me that he was once more letting himself down over the edge of the platform. The crowd had already closed around Sure Shot, who appeared to be expostulating with the chief, as if offering some explanation of his failure. I did not wait to witness the denouement. Raising my elbow and giving my arm a quick jerk, I heard the thong snapping asunder and saw the broken ends spring out from their folds. Another wrench set my right arm free, and then clutching the loosened coils, I unwound them with as much rapidity as if I had been freeing myself from the embrace of a serpent. Not one of the Indians saw what I was about, till after I had undone my fastenings. Their eyes had been turned upon Sure Shot, with whom they appeared to be engaged in some angry altercation. It was only after I had sprung to one side and stood clear of the crucifix that I heard their ejaculations of astonishment, followed by a wild, continuous yelling. I stayed not to note what they were doing. I merely glanced towards them as I turned away, and perceived that they were still fixed to their places, as if petrified by surprise. The moments were precious, and bounding across the platform, I leaped down upon the opposite side. There was a little shelf about 6 feet below the summit. I found it occupied by the indigenous artist. He was seated upon the edge, with his legs hanging over. His back was towards me, and he was only apprised of what had transpired by seeing me as I sprang to his side. He had already heard the yells from the other side, and was about to get to his feet. At the moment I dropped down behind him. He was too late for the accomplishment of this purpose. I saw that he was unarmed, but was apprehensive that, by flinging himself upon me, he might hold or delay me. I hesitated not as to what I should do. Pushing forward, I planted my foot against his shoulder, and giving his body a violent impulsion, projected it clear over the edge. I saw it striking upon the angular prisms, and bounding from block to block, till it sunk out of sight amidst the tortuous branches of the cedars. I ran down the sloping path, taking many yards at a step. Not far off was my horse, with that of Wingrove and the mules. They formed a little group, but no longer under charge of a guard, for the latter had just left them, and was running forward to intercept me. I saw that he had a weapon in his hand. It was a gun. He was pointing it upon me as he ran, endeavouring to take aim before firing. I heeded not the threatening attitude, but rushed straight towards him. I could not go round him, since he was between me and the horses. We both ran as if to meet one another. When less than 5 paces separated us, the Indian stopped, sighted me, and pulled trigger. His gun snapped. Before he could lower the piece, I had clutched the barrel, and with a desperate effort wrenched the weapon from his grasp. I made a feint to strike him over the head. He threw up his arms to ward off the blow. Instead of using the gun as a club, I thrust him with the butt right under the ribs, and stretched him gasping upon the grass. He fell as if shot through the head, still holding on to the gun, which by strange accident proved to be my own rifle. I ran up to my horse. The creature welcomed me with a neigh of joy. It was but the work of a moment to draw the picket pin, gather up the lariat, and spring to his back. Once there, I felt that I was free. The Indians came screaming around the butte, most of them afoot, and with no other weapons than the empty muskets. A few more prudent than their fellows had made towards their arms and horses, but both being at a distance, they had not yet reached them, and the advantage was mine. I was no longer hurried in my actions, not even afraid. I had no apprehension of being retaken. On the back of my brave steed, I felt like an ocean castaway who has climbed up the sides of a strong ship, and once more stands safely upon deck. I felt confident that from my pursuers I could gallop away at will, and after taking time to adjust my lariat as a halter, I gave the head to my horse and rode off. My Arab needed no urging. Up the valley went he, like a bird upon the wing. I could laugh to scorn the savage pack that came hollowing behind me. End of chapter 65. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 66 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 66. I made direct for the canyon whence issued the stream. Its gap grew wider as I approached it, though still appearing only a dark cleft between the rocks, like the entrance to some subterranean passage. I looked forward to it with satisfaction. Its shadowy chasm promised shelter and concealment. When near the entrance of the gorge, I passed the ground where the wagon had been captured. Part of its load, barrels and heavy boxes, were lying upon the sward. They were all broken and rifled of their contents. The plunder had been carried to the butte. The dead bodies were still there, only those of the white men. I even halted to examine them. They were all stripped of their clothing, all scalped, and otherwise mutilated. The faces of all were blood-debauched. Under the red mask I could not have recognized them, even had they been the faces of old friends. There were 6 of them. Divested of their garments, I could form no conjecture as to who or what they had been, whether teamsters or immigrants, gold-seekers or soldiers. The Mormon could not have been among them. The bodies were all too stout for his, while on the other hand, there were none of them that could have been mistaken for that of the squatter, Holt. I turned away from the sickening sight and continued my gallop. My pursuers were a good mile behind me. The sun had already sunk over the crest of the cliffs, and I could just see the mounted savages through the darkling gloom, still following as fast as their horses could gallop. And 5 minutes after I had entered the gorge. The twilight continued no longer. In the cañon it was night. I followed the stream upwards, keeping along near the bank. Thick darkness was over and around me, but the gleam of the water and its rippling sound served to guide me on the path. I could not see any track, either of horses or wagons, but I knew they had passed over the ground. There was a narrow strip of bottom land, thickly timbered, and an opening through the trees indicated the road the wagons must have taken. I trusted the trail to my horse. In addition to his keen instinct, he had been trained to tracking, and with his muzzle projected forward and downward, so that his lips almost touched the earth, he lifted the scent like a hound. We could only make progress at a quick walk, but I consoled myself with the thought that my pursuers could go no faster. Seeing how easily I had ridden away from them, they might determine to abandon the pursuit, returning to revenge themselves upon my fellow captives. About these my mind was filled with bitter reflections, and strange enough, my strongest sympathies were with Sure Shot. I could not help thinking that he had sacrificed himself to save me. There could be no doubt of his having done so. He had been offered life, on some traitorous condition, and could have lived. The Indian, whom I had hurled over the rocks, if still alive, would explain my escape. The cunning savages would easily understand it. My brave comrade would take my place upon the Crucifix? For Wingrove I had less fear. Surely love, even slighted love, would save him from the sacrifice. Yet after what had occurred, I had little reason to hope even for him. I could think of but one chance of rescuing them, to overtake the train and prevail upon the escort to return. I wondered at the dragoons having abandoned the wagon and left the poor fellows who were with it to their fate. I could only explain such conduct by supposing that these had been far behind, and that their disaster was still unknown to the people of the caravan. The 6 men who had fallen might have been the only ones along with the wagon, and their firing, as they defended themselves, might not have been heard. The roar of the water in the cañon might have drowned the reports of their guns, and, as I now listened to its deafening sound, I could believe this hypothesis. Indulging in such conjectures, I had groped my way some 2 or 3 miles up the gorge, when I became sensible of a singular faintness stealing over me. A chill crept through my frame, not like that produced by cold from without, but as if the blood was freezing in my veins. The feeling was accompanied by a sense of torpor and lassitude, like that experienced by one dropping to sleep in snowstorm. I made an effort to rouse myself, thinking it was sleep that was oppressing me. It might well have been, since it was more than 30 hours since I had slept, and then only for a short while. It occurred to me that, by dismounting and walking for a distance, I might recover warmth and wakefulness. With this design, I alighted from my horse. Once upon the ground, I discovered that I could not walk, that I could not even keep my feet. My limbs tottered under me as if I had been for months bedrid. Only by holding on to my horse could I stand erect. What could it mean? My Arab turned his face towards me as if making the same inquiry. I endeavored to remount him, but could not. I was unable even to clamber upon his back, and after an unsuccessful effort, desisted, still supporting myself against his body. Had he moved away at that moment, I should have fallen. And I must have fallen, after my senses left me, In the last gleam of consciousness, I remembered standing by the side of my horse, but I must have fallen, for when thought returned, I found myself upon my back, stretched at full length along the grass. End of chapter 66. Recording by Lowe. Chapter 67 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID, Chapter 67. I must have fallen upon my back, or else turned upon it after falling. On opening my eyes, the sky was the first object that my glance encountered. I saw only a strip of it, of dark blue color, bordered on each side by black. I knew it was the sky by its twinkling stars, and that the black borderings were the cliffs of the canyon. By this I remembered where I was, and the stars and darkness admonished me it was still night. There was hot air upon my face, as if someone was behind breathing down upon me. I turned my head and looked upward. A pair of brilliant eyes were glancing into mine. So confused were my senses that it was some time before I made them out to be the eyes of my Arab. He was standing over me with his muzzle close to my forehead. It was his breath I had felt upon my face. I could not tell how long I had been entranced. I had no clue to the time of night, and I was not in the position to consult the stars. I must have lain several hours, partly in syncope and partly asleep. It was fortunate I had a buffalo robe around my body. I had found it lying upon the plain among the dead men, and had snatched it up and tied it around my shoulders as I rode on. But for it, I might have perished in my slumber, since the night was chill and I had neither covering on my back nor blood in my veins to resist the cold. It was the absence of the latter that had brought me to the ground. I had left most of my blood upon the butte. Sleep or time had revived me. I was able to get to my feet, and I arose. I was still weak and staggered like a lamb, but my senses were sufficiently clear, and I now recollected everything that had transpired. I was also conscious of the danger of remaining in that place, and it was this thought that induced me to get up with the intention of going forward. I was strong enough to mount, and just strong enough to keep the seat upon my horse, but I was aware of the necessity of putting a wider distance between myself and the Red Hand before daylight should arrive, and I continued onward up the ravine. The trace was easily followed, more easily than when I first entered the canyon. There was more light, and this must have been caused by a moon. I could see none, the cliffs hindered me, but the strip of sky visible above the rocks showed the sheen of moonlight. I rode but slowly. Feeble though I was, I could have ridden faster, but I was proceeding with caution. Strange as it may seem, I was now paying more regard to the front than the rear. I had a suspicion that my pursuers might be ahead of me. I could hardly believe in their having abandoned the pursuit after so slight an effort. Too many of them had fallen by my hand. They would scarce let me escape so easily, and with my scalp untaken, I had ascertained that the trophy was still upon my head. It was quite possible they had passed me. While endeavoring to mount my horse, I had drawn him from the path, and the place where I had found myself lying was behind some bushes, where I should have been screened from the eyes of anyone riding along the track. In daylight I might have been seen, but not then. At that hour the darkness would have concealed me, and it had concealed me, as I soon discovered. My suspicion that the pursuers had passed me proved the means of saving me. But for the caution it had prompted me to observe, I should have ridden head to head against their horses. I had proceeded about a mile further, and was still advancing when my steed raised his head horizontally and gave utterance to a low snort. At the same instant he stopped without any tightening of the rein. Above the sough of the stream I heard noises. The intonation of the red man's voice was easily recognized. There were Indians in front of me. Were they coming or going? The voices grew louder as I listened. The speakers were nearing me. My first thought was to glide behind the trees, but a glance showed me that these were not tall enough. They were mere bushes. They might have concealed the body of a man, but a horse standing up could not have been hidden behind them. For a moment I was undecided as to how I should act, till I bethought me of turning and riding back to where I had lain. I was in the act of facing about, when through the somber light I observed a break in the cliff. It appeared to be a gap, the entrance of a lateral ravine. It offered a chance of concealment, since it was even darker than within the canyon itself. I hesitated not about accepting the shelter it promised, and, heading my horse into it, I rode rapidly but silently forward. When fairly concealed under its shadowy gloom, I again halted and listened. I heard the hoof-strokes of horses and the voices of men. I recognized the deep guttural of the Arapahoes. A troop was riding past, going back towards the valley. They were those who had pursued me. Were these all of my pursuers? There appeared to be only a small party, 10 or a dozen horsemen. Others might have gone up the river, who had not yet returned. It was this doubt that caused me to hesitate. Otherwise, I should have ridden back into the canyon and kept on up the stream. But by doing so, I might place myself between two parties of my pursuers, with no chance of retreating in either direction. Moreover, pickets might have been stationed along the path. To fall upon one of these would be fatal. Why not follow the lateral ravine? I might ride up that for a distance, and then leaving it, cross over to the caravan trace, above any point to which the pursuit might have been carried. This plan appeared feasible, and, without delay, I adopted it. I rode on up the gorge, which very much resembled that I had left, only that there was no water in it. It had not always been so, for my path here and there ran over a channel of rocks, which indicated the bed of a stream, now dry. I followed the ravine for a mile or more, and then looked for a path that would take me across to the caravan trail. I looked in vain. Stupendous cliffs rose on each side. I could not scale them. I had no choice but to keep on up the ravine, but that would be going to right angles to my proper course. There was no alternative but to halt and wait for daylight. Indeed, I was too faint to ride further. Slight exertion fatigued me, and no longer in dread of immediate danger, I deemed it more prudent to stop and, if possible, gain strength by rest. I dismounted, gave my horse to the grass, and, having wrapped myself in the warm robe, soon entered upon the enjoyment of sleep, sweeter and more natural than the involuntary slumber in which I had been lately indulging. End of chapter 67. Recording by Lowe. Chapter 68 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID, Chapter 68. The blue dawn of morning was glinting among the rocks when I awoke. On the crest of the cliff was a streak of amber-colored light that betokened the rising of the sun and warned me that it was time to be stirring. I had no toilet to make, no breakfast to eat, nothing to do but mount my horse and move onward. I continued up the lateral ravine, since there was no path leading out from it, and to return to the Huerfano would have been to ride back into the teeth of danger. I still felt faint. Though less than 24 hours since I had eaten, I hungered acutely. Was there nothing I could eat? I looked inquiringly around. It was a scene of sterility and starvation, not a symptom of life, scarcely a sign of vegetation. Rocks, bare and forbidding, formed two parallel facades grinning at each other across the gorge, their rugged features but little relieved by the mottling of dark junipers that clung from their clefts. There appeared neither root nor fruit that might be eaten. Only a chameleon could maintain existence in such a spot. I had scarcely made this reflection when, as if to contradict it, the form of a noble animal became outlined before my eyes. Its color, size, and proportions were those of a stag of the red deer species, but its spiral horns proclaimed it of a different genus. These enabled me to identify it as the rare mountain ram, the magnificent Amon of the northern Andes. It was standing upon the salient point of the cliff, its form boldly projected against the purple sky, in an attitude fixed and statuesque. One might have fancied it placed there for embellishment, a characteristic feature of that wild landscape. The scene would have been incomplete without it. From my point of observation, it was 500 yards distant. It would have been equally safe at 5, since I had no means of destroying it. I might have easily crept within shot range, since a grove of cottonwoods, just commencing where I had halted, extended up the bottom of the ravine. Under these I could have stalked to the base of the cliff on which the animal stood, a sort of angular promontory projecting into the gorge. This advantage only rendered the sight more tantalizing. My gun was empty, and I had no means of reloading it. Was it certain the piece was empty? Why should the Indians have believed it to be loaded? Up to this moment, I had not thought of examining it. I drew the ramrod and inverted it into the barrel. The head struck upon a soft substance. The screw stood 4 fingers above the muzzle. The gun was charged. There was no cap upon the nipple. There had been none. This accounted for the piece having missed fire. In all likelihood, I owed my life to the circumstances of the savage being ignorant of the percussion principle. I was now indebted to another circumstance for a supply of cats. The locker near the heel of the stock had escaped the attention of the Indians. Its brass cover had passed for a thing of ornament. On springing it open, the little caps of the corrugated copper gleamed before my eyes, an abundance of them. I tapped the powder into the nipple, adjusted a cap, and, dismounting, set forth upon the stock. The spreading tops of the cottonwoods concealed me, and, crouching under them, I made my approaches as rapidly as the nature of the ground would permit. It grew damper as I advanced, and, presently, I passed pools of water and patches of smooth mud where water had recently lain. It was the bed of an intermittent stream, a hydrographic phenomenon of frequent occurrence in the central regions of North America. The presence of water accounted for that of the cottonwood trees, a sure indication of moisture in the soil. The water was a welcome sight. I was suffering from thirst even more than from hunger, and, notwithstanding the risk of losing my chance of a shot, I determined to stop and drink. I was creeping forward to the edge of one of the ponds, when a sight came under my eyes that astonished me, and to such a degree as to drive both thirst and hunger out of my thoughts, at least for the moment. In the margin of sandy mud extending along the edge of the water appeared a line of tracks, the tracks of human feet. On crawling nearer, I perceived that they were moccasin tracks, but of such tiny dimensions as to leave no doubt as to the sex of the individual who had made them. Clearly, they were the imprints of a woman's feet. A woman must have passed that way. An Indian woman, of course. This was my first reflection, and almost simultaneous with it arose another half-interrogative conjecture. Was it Suwannee? No, the foot was too small for that of the forest maiden. I had a remembrance of the dimensions of hers. The tracks before my eyes were not over 8 inches in length, and could only have been made by a foot slender and of elegant shape. The imprint was perfect, and its clear outline denoted the light elastic tread of youth. It was a young woman who had made those footmarks. At first I saw no reason to doubt that the tracks were those of some Indian girl. Their size would not have contradicted the supposition. Among the aboriginal belles of America, a little foot is the rule, a large one the exception. I had tracked many a pair much smaller than those, but never had I seen the footprints of an Indian with the toes turned out, and such was the peculiarity of those now before me. This observation, which I did not make till after some time had elapsed, filled me with astonishment and something more. It was suggestive of many and varied emotions. The girl or woman who had made these tracks could never have been strapped to an Indian cradle. She must be white. End of chapter 68. Recording by Lowe. Chapter 69 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 69. It was not by any conjecture that I arrived at this conclusion. I was quite confident that the footsteps were not those of a squaw, all inexplicable as was the contrary hypothesis. I observed that they were very recent, of less than an hour's age. As I rose from regarding them, a new sign appeared on the same bed of sand, the footmarks of a wolf. No, I was deceived by resemblance. On nearer examination, they were not wolf tracks I saw, but those of a dog, and evidently a large one. These were also fresh like the woman's tracks, made doubtless at the same time. The dog had accompanied the woman, or rather had been following her, since a little further on, where both were in the same line, his tracks were uppermost. There were 2 special reasons why this sign should astonish me. A white woman in such a place, and wearing moccasins. But for the style of the chaussure, I might have fancied that the tracks were those of someone who had strayed from the caravan. I might not have connected them with her, ever uppermost in my thoughts. But no. Small though they were yet too large for those minion feet. Well remembered. After all, I might be mistaken. Some dusky maiden might have passed that way, followed by her dog. This hypothesis would have removed all mystery, had I yielded to it. I could not. It was contrary to my tracking experience. Even the dog was not Indian. The prints of his paws proclaimed him of a different race. My perplexity did not hinder me from quenching my thirst. The pain was paramount, and after assuaging it, I turned my eyes once more towards the cliff. The wild ram had not stirred from his place. The noble animal was still standing upon the summit of the rock. He had not even changed his attitude. In all likelihood, he was acting as the sentinel of a flock that was browsing behind him. The sun was falling fair upon his body, and deepened the fern-red color upon his flanks. I could note his full round eyes glistening under the golden beam. I was near enough to bring him down, and, should the rifle prove to have been properly loaded, I was likely to have for my breakfast the choicest viand of the mountain region of America. I had raised my piece, sighted the noble game, and was about to pull the trigger when, to my astonishment, the animal sprang off the cliff and, turning back downward, fell heavily into the gorge. When I saw him pitching outward from the rock, I fancied he was making one of those singular somersaults frequently practiced by the Ovis Oman in descending the ledges of a cliff. Had the descent been a voluntary one, he would have come down upon his huge elastic horns instead of falling as he had done, with the dull sodden sound of a lifeless body. I perceived that the big horn had ceased to live, and the report of a gun that rang through the gorge and was still reverberating from the cliffs told the cause of his death. Some hunter, stalking on the other side, had taken the start of me. White or red, which fired the shot? If an Indian, my head would be in as much danger of losing its skin as the sheep. If a white man, I might still hope for a breakfast of broiled mutton. Even a troll might be expected to share with a starving man, but it was not the quarter in which to encounter a Christian of that kidney. It was the crack of a rifle. The red man rarely hunts with the rifle. The arrow is his favorite weapon for game. Notwithstanding the remoteness from civilization, the probabilities were that the hunter was white. He might be one of those attached to the caravan, or, more likely, a free trapper. I knew that upon several head tributaries of the Arkansas there were settlements of these singular men. From prudential considerations I kept my place. Screened by the cottonwoods, I should have an opportunity of deciding the point without my presence being suspected. If the hunter should prove to be an Indian, I could still retreat to my horse without being observed. I had not long to wait. I heard a noise as of someone making way through the bushes. The moment after, a huge wolf-like animal rushed round the projecting angle of the cliff and sprang upon the carcass of the bighorn. At the same instant a voice reached my ears. "Off there, wolf! Off, villain dog! Don't you see that the creature is killed? No thanks to you, Sierra." Good heavens, it was the voice of a woman. While I was yet quivering under the surprise produced by the silvery tones, the speaker appeared before my eyes. A girl majestically beautiful. A face smooth-skinned, with a tinge of golden brown, cheeks of purplish red, a nose slightly aquiline, with nostrils of spiral curve, eyes like those of an Egyptian antelope, a forehead white and high, above bounded by a band of shining black hair, and surmounted by the coronet of scarlet plumes. Such was the head that I saw rising above the green frondage of the cottonwoods. The body was yet hidden behind the leaves, but the girl just then stepped from out the bushes, and her whole form was exhibited to my view, equally striking and picturesque. I need not say that it was of perfect shape, bust, body, and limbs, all symmetrical. A face like that described could not belong to an ungainly form. When nature designs beauty, it is rare that she does her work by halves. Unlike the artist of the anatomical school, she makes the model for herself, hence the perfect correspondence of its parts. And perhaps fairer form had nature never conceived. The dullest sculptor might have been inspired by its contemplation. The costume of the girl corresponded to the cast of her features. About both there was that air of wild picturesqueness which we observe in art paintings of the gypsy, and sometimes in the gypsy herself. For those sirens of the green lanes have not all disappeared, and, but that saw the snowy cone of Pike's Peak rising over the crest of the cliff, I might have fancied myself in the Sierra Australis with a beautiful gitana standing before me. The soft fawn-skin tilma, with its gaudy broidering of beads and stained quills, the fringed skirt and buskined ankles, the striped Navajo blanket slung scarf-like over her shoulders, all presented a true gypsy appearance. The plumed circlet upon the head was more typical of transatlantic costume, and the rifle carried by a female hand was still another idiosyncrasy of America. It was from that rifle the report had proceeded, as also the bullet that had laid low the bighorn. It was not a hunter then who had killed the game, but she who stood before me, a huntress, the Wild Huntress. End of chapter 69. Recording by Lowe. Chapter 70 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 70. No longer was it from fear that I held back, but a hesitancy springing from surprise mingled with admiration. The sight of so much beauty, grand as unexpected, was enough to unnerve me, especially in such a place, and one to whose eye the female form had so long been a stranger. Suwani's I had seen only at a distance, and hers, to my sight, was no longer beautiful. I hesitated to show myself, lest the sight of me should alarm this lovely apparition, and cause her to take flight. The thought was not unnatural, since the tricolored pigments of black, red, and white were still upon my skin, and I must have presented the picture of a chimney sweep, with the dining plate glued upon his breast. In such a guise I knew that I must cut a ludicrous figure, and would have slipped back into the pool and washed myself, but I dreaded to take my eyes from that beautiful vision, lest I might never look upon it again. In my absence she would be gone. I feared even then that on seeing me she might take flight, and I was too faint to follow her. For this reason I stood slightly gazing through my leafy covert, like one who watches the movements of some shy and beautiful bird. I almost dreaded to breathe, lest the sound might alarm her. I was planning at the same time how I should initiate an interview. Her voice again reached me as she recommended scolding the dog. Even its chiding tones were sweet. She had approached and stooped for a moment over the bighorn, as if to satisfy herself that the animal was dead. Her canine companion did not appear to be quite sure of the fact, for he continued to spring repeatedly upon the carcass with open mouth, as if eager to devour it. "Off! Off!" cried she, threatening the dog with the butt of her rifle. "You wicked wolf! What has got into you? Have I not told you that the thing is dead? What more do you want? Mind, Sierra," continued she, shaking her finger significantly at the dog. "Mind, my good fellow. You had no part in the killing of it, and if you spoil the skin, you shall have no share in the flesh. You hear me? Not a morsel." Wolf appeared to understand the hint, and retired. Impelled by hunger, I accepted the cue. "You will not refuse a morsel to one who is starving." "Aha! Who speaks?" cried the huntress, turning round with a glance, rather of inquiry than alarm. "Down, wolf!" commanded she, as the dog bounded forward with a growl. "Down, you savage brute! Don't you hear that someone is starving? Ha! A negro! Poor devil! Where can he have come from, I wonder?" Only my head was visible, a thick bush in front of me concealing my body. The coat of char upon my face was deceiving her. "No, not a negro," said I, stepping out and discovering my person. "Not a negro, though I have been submitted to the treatment of one." "Oh, white, red, and black! Mercy me! What a frightful harlequin! Ha, ha, ha! My toilet appears to amuse you, fair huntress. I might apologize for it, since I can assure you that it is not my own conception, nor is it to my taste any more than—" "You're a white man, then?" she said, interrupting me, at the same time stepping nearer to examine me. "I was yesterday," I replied, turning half round to give her a sight of my shoulders which the Indian artist had left untouched. "Today I am as you see." "Oh, heavens!" she exclaimed, suddenly changing her manner. "This red, is it blood? You are wounded, sir. Where is your wound?" "In several places I am wounded, but not dangerously. They are only scratches. I have no fear of them. Who gave you these wounds? Indians. I have just escaped from them. Indians? What Indians? Arapahoes. Arapahoes? Where did you encounter them? The question was put in a hurried manner, and in a tone that betrayed excitement. On the Huerfano, I replied. By the Orphan Butte. It was the band of a chief known as the Red Hand. Ha! The Red Hand on Huerfano! Stranger, are you sure of this? The earnest voice in which the interrogatory was again put somewhat surprised me. I answered by giving a brief and rapid detail of our capture, and subsequent treatment without mentioning the names of my traveling companions or stating the object of our expedition. Indeed, I was not allowed to enter into particulars. I was hurried on by interpellations from my listener, who, before I could finish the narrative of my escape, again interrupted me, exclaiming in an excited manner, Red Hand in the valley of the Huerfano? News for Rockara? After a pause she hastily inquired, How many warriors has the Red Hand with him? Nearly 200. Not more than 200? No, rather less, I should say. It is well. You say you have a horse? My horse is at hand. Bring him up then, and come along with me. But my comrades, I must follow the train, that I may be able to return and rescue them. You need not for such a purpose. There is one not far off who can aid you in that, better than the escort you speak of. If too late to save their lives, he may avenge their deaths for you. You say the caravan passed yesterday? Yesterday, about noon. You could not overtake it and return in time. The Red Hand would be gone. Besides, you cannot get from this place to the trail taken by the caravan without going back by the Cañon. And there you might meet those from whom you have escaped. You cannot cross that way. The ridge is impassable. As she said this, she pointed to the left, the direction which I had intended to take. I could see through a break in the bluff a precipitous mountain spur running north and south, parallel with the ravine I had been threading. It certainly appeared impassable, trending along the sky like the escarpment of some gigantic fortress. If this was true, there would be but little chance of my overtaking the escort in time. I had no longer a hope of being able to effect the rescue of my comrades. The delay, no doubt, would be fatal. In all likelihood, both Wingrove and Sure Shot had ere this been sacrificed to the vengeance of the Arapahoes freshly excited by my escape. Only from a sense of duty did I purpose returning, rather with the idea of being able to avenge their deaths. What meant this mysterious maiden? Who possessed the power to rescue my comrades from 200 savages, the most warlike upon the plains? Who was he that could aid me in avenging them? Follow me, and you shall see, replied the huntress, in answering to my interrogatory. Your horse! Your horse! Hasten, or we shall be too late. The Red Hand in the valley of the Huerfano. Rockara will rejoice at the news. Your horse! Your horse! I hastened back for my Arab and hurriedly led him to the spot. A beautiful creature! Exclaimed she on seeing the horse. No wonder you were able to ride off from your captors. Mount! And you? I shall go afoot. But stay, time is precious. Can your steed carry us both? Undoubtedly he can. Then it is better we should both ride. Half an hour is everything, and if the Red Hand should escape, you mount first. Be quick. It was not the time to be squeamish, even under the glance of the loveliest eyes. Taking the robe from my shoulders, I spread it over the back of my horse, and employing a piece of the lariat as a surcingle, I bound it fast. Into the improvised saddle I mounted, the girl, from a rock, leaping upon the croup behind me. You, Wolf! Cried she, apostrophizing the dog. You stay here by the game and guard it from the coyotes. Remember, rascal, not a mouthful till I return. Now, stranger, she continued, shifting closer to me and clasping me around the waist, I am ready. Give your steed to the road, and spare him not, as you value the lives of your comrades. Up the ravine lies our way. Ho! Onward! The brave horse needed no spur. He seemed to understand that the speed was required of him, and stretching at once into a gallop, carried us gaily up the gorge. End of chapter 70. Recording by Lowe.
Chapter 71 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 72. A Queer Conversation. In other days, and under other circumstances, the touch of that round arm, softly encircling my waist, might have caused the current of my veins to flow fast and fevered. Not so then. My blood was thin and chill. My soul recoiled from momentary emotions, or indulged in them only as a remembrance. Even in that hour of trial and temptation, my heart was true to thee, Lilian. Had it been thy arm thus wound around my waist, had those eyes that glanced over my shoulder been blue, and the tresses that swept it gold, I might, for the moment, have forgotten the peril of my companions, and indulged only in the ecstasy of a selfish love. But not with her, that strange being with whom chance had brought me into such close companionship. For her, I had no love yearnings. Even under the entwining of that beautiful arm, my sense was cold, as if it had been in the embrace of a statue. My thoughts were not there. My captive comrades were uppermost in my mind. Her promise had given me hope that they might yet be rescued. How? And by whom? Whither were we going? And whose was the powerful hand from which help was to come? I would have asked, but our rapid movement precluded all chance of conversation. I could only form conjectures. These pointed to white men, to some rendezvous of trappers that might be near. I knew there were such. How else, in such a place, could her presence be accounted for? Even that would scarce explain an apparition so peculiar as that of this huntress maiden. Other circumstances contradicted the idea that white men were to be my allies. There could be no band of trappers strong enough to attack the dark host of Red Hand, at least with the chance of destroying it. She knew the strength of the Arapahoes. I had told her their numbers, as I had myself estimated at nearly 200 warriors. It was rare that a party of white hunters mustered above a dozen men. Moreover, she had mentioned a name, twice mentioned it, Wakara. No white was likely to bear such an appellation. The word was undoubtedly Indian, especially as the huntress had pronounced it. I waited for an opportunity to interrogate her. It offered at length, where the path ran circuitously among loose rocks, and it was impossible to proceed at a rapid pace. I was about to initiate the dialogue, when I was forestalled in my intention. "You are an officer in the army," said my companion half interrogatively. "How should you have known that?" answered I in some surprise, perceiving that her speech was rather an assertion than a question. "Oh, easily enough. Your uniform tells me." "My uniform?" "Yes. Have you not still a portion of it left?" inquired she with a striking simplicity. "I see a mark here where lace stripes have been. That denotes an officer, does it not? The Arapahoes have stripped them off, I suppose." "There was lace, true. You have guessed correctly. I have been in the army." "And what was bringing you out here? On your way to the gold countries, I dare say." "No, indeed, not that." "What then, may I ask?" "Only a foolish freak. It was a mere tour without much purpose. I intended soon to return to the States." "Ah, you intend returning? But you say you were following the caravan, you and your 3 fellow travelers. Why were you not with it? Would it not have been safer?" I hesitated to make reply. My interrogator continued. "It is not usual for so small a party to pass over the prairies alone. There is always danger from the Indians. Sometimes from whites, too. Ah me, there are white savages, worse savages than red, far worse, far worse." These strange speeches, with the sigh that accompanied them, caused me to turn my head and steal a glance at the countenance of my companion. It was tinged with melancholy, or rather deeply impressed with it. She, too, suffering from the past? In this glance, I again remarked what had already attracted my notice. A resemblance to Lilian Holt. It was of the slightest and so vague that I could not tell in what it lay. Certainly not in the features, which were signally unlike those of Lilian, and equally dissimilar was the complexion. Were I to place the resemblance, I should say that I saw it in the cast of the eye. and heard it in the voice. The similitude of tone was striking. Like Lillian's, it was the voice of that rich clarion sound with which beautiful women are gifted. Those having the full round throat so proudly possessed by the damsels of Andalusia. Of course, reflected I, the likeness must be accidental. There was no possibility of it being otherwise, and I had not a thought that it was so. I was simply reminded of looks and tones that needed not that to recall them. The souvenir, so excited, hindered me from making an immediate reply. "Your observations are somewhat singular," I remarked at length. "Surely you have not verified them by your own experience?" "I have, yes, and too sadly, never to think them otherwise than just. I have had little reason to love those of my own color. That is, if I am to consider myself a white. But you are so, are you not?" "Not altogether. I have Indian blood in my veins." "Not much, I should fancy." "Enough to give me Indian inclinings, and, I fear, also a dislike to those of my own complexion." "Indeed. Perhaps less from instinct and experience." "Ah, stranger, I have reason. Is it not enough that all have proved false? Father, lover, husband." "Husband? You are married, then?" "No." "You have been?" "No." "Why did you say husband?" "A husband only in name. I have been married, but never a wife. Wedded, but never." The speaker paused. I could feel her arm quivering around my waist. She was under the influence of some terrible emotion. "Yours must be a strange story," I remarked, with the view of inducing her to reveal it. "You have greatly excited my curiosity, but I know that I have no claim to your confidence." "You may yet win it. Tell me how." "You say you intend returning to the States. I may have a commission for you, and you shall then hear my story. It is not much, only a simple maiden, whose lover has been faithless, her father untrue to his paternal trust, her husband a cheat, a perjured villain. Your relationships have been singularly unfortunate, but your words only mystify me more. I should give much to know who you are, and what strange chance has led you hither." "Not now. Time presses. Your comrades, if still alive, are in peril. That is your affair. But mine is that the Red Hand may not escape. If he does, there will be one who will grieve at it. One to whom I owe life and protection." "Of whom do you speak?" "Of the mortal enemy of Red Hand and his Arapahoes. Of Wa Kara." "Wa Kara?" "Head chief of the Utahs. You shall see him presently. Put your horse to this speed. We are close to the camp. Yonder are the smokes rising above the cliff. On, stranger, on!" As directed, I once more urged my Arab into a gallop. It was not for long. After the horse had had about 100 stretches, the canyon suddenly opened into a small but beautiful valley, treeless and turfed with grass. The white cones, appearing in serried rows near its upper end, were easily identified as an encampment of Indians. "Behold," exclaimed my companion, "the tents of the Utahs." End of Chapter 71. Chapter 72 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Thomas Mayne REID. Chapter 72. Wa Kara. The lodges were aligned in double row, with a wide avenue between them. At its head stood one of superior dimensions, the wigwam of the chief. They were all of conical shape, a circle of poles converging at their tops, and covered with skins of the buffalo, grained and bleached to the whiteness of wash leather. A slit in the front of each tent formed the entrance, closed by a list of the hide that hung loosely over it. Near the top of each appeared a triangular piece of skin, projecting outward from the slope of the side, and braced so as to resemble an inverted sail of the kind known as lateen. It was a wind guard to aid the smoke in its ascent. On the outer surface of each tent was exhibited the biography of its owner, expressed in picture writing. More especially were his deeds of prowess thus recorded, encounters with the cougar and grizzly bear, with crows, Cheyennes, Pawnees, and Arapahoes, each under its suitable symbol. The great marquee of the chief was particularly distinguished with this kind of emblematical emblazonment, being literally covered with signs and figures, like the patterns upon a carpet. No doubt, one skilled in the interpretation of these transatlantic hieroglyphs might have read from that copious cipher many a tale of terrible interest. In front of these tents stood tall spears, with shields of parfleche leaning against them. Also long bows of bois d'arc, maclura aurantica, and shorter ones of horn, the horns of the mountain ram. Skin quivers filled with arrows hung suspended from the shafts, and I observed that in almost every grouping of these weapons there was a gun, a rifle. This did not much astonish me. I knew that to the Utah, the medicine weapon is no longer a mystery. Here and there, hides freshly flayed were pegged out upon the grass, with squaws kneeling around them, engaged in the operation of graining. Girls, with watertight baskets poised upon the crown of their head, were coming from or going towards the stream. Men stood in groups, idly chatting, or squatted upon the turf, playing at games of chance. Boys were busy at their bow practice, and still younger children rolled their naked bodies over the grass, hugging half-grown puppies, the companions of their infant play. Troops of dogs trotted among the tents, while a mixed herd of horses, mules, sheep, goats, and asses browsed the plains at a little distance from the camp. Such was the coup d'oeil that presented itself to my gaze as we rode up to the Utah encampment. As might be expected, our arrival caused a change in the occupation of everybody. The dicers leaped to their feet. The squaws discontinued their work and flung their scrapers upon the skins. "Tia!" was the exclamation of astonishment that burst from hundreds of lips. Children screamed and ran hiding behind their dusky mothers. Dogs growled and barked, horses neighed, mules whined, asses brayed, while the sheep and goats joined their bleating to the universal chorus. "On, to the chief's tent!" counseled my companion, gliding to the ground and preceding me on foot. "Yonder, the chief himself, Wakara." An Indian of medium size and perfect form, habited in a tunic of embroidered buckskin, leggings of scarlet cloth, headdress of colored plumes, with crests that swept backwards and drooped down to his heels. A gaily striped serape, suspended scarf-like over the left shoulder, with a sash of red china crepe wound loosely around the waist, completed a costume more picturesque than savage. A face of noble type, with an eye strongly glancing, like that of an eagle. An expression of features in no way fierce, but, like the dress, more gentle than savage. A countenance in repose mild, almost to meekness. Such saw I. Had I known the man who stood before me, I might have remarked how little his latter expression corresponded with his real character. Not that he was cruel, but only famed for warlike prowess. I was face to face with the most noted war chief of America, whose name, though new to me, was at that moment dreaded from Oregon to Arispa, from the banks of Rio Bravo to the Sierras of Alta California. It was Walker, the war chief of the Utahs, the friend of the celebrated trapper whose name he had adopted, and which, by the modification of Utah orthoepy, had become Wakara. An odd individual, a very odd one, was standing beside the chief as I rode up. He appeared to be a Mexican, to judge by his costume and the color of his skin. The former consisted of jaqueta and calzones of dark-colored velveteen, surmounted by a broad-brimmed sombrero of black glaze, while the complexion, although swarthy, was several shades lighter than that of the Indian. He was a man of diminutive stature, and with a countenance of a serio-comical cast. An expression of this kind pervaded his whole person, features and figure included, and was heightened by the presence of a singular accoutrement that hung suspended from his leathern waist belt. It was a piece of timber some 18 inches in length, and looking like the section of a boot tree, or the half of a wooden milk yoke. At the thick end was the concavity or socket with straps, by which it was attached to the belt, and this singular apparatus, hanging down over his thigh, added to the grotesque appearance of its owner. The little Mexican had all the count of a character, and he was one, as I afterwards ascertained. He was no other than the famous Pedro Archulete, or Pegleg, as his comrades called him, a trapper of Taos, and one of the most expert and fearless of that fearless fraternity. The odd accoutrement which had puzzled me was nothing more than an artificial leg. It was an implement, however, he only used upon occasions. Whenever the natural one, the ankle of which had been damaged by some accident, gave out through the fatigue of a march. At other times he carried the wooden leg, as I first saw it, suspended from his belt. His presence in the Indian encampment was easily accounted for. He was in alliance with their chief, for the Utahs were at that time in paz with the settlements of the Taos Valley, and the Spanish trappers and traders went freely among them. Pegleg had been on a trapping expedition to the parks, and having fallen in with the Utahs, had become the guest of Wa Kara. End of Chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 73. Pegleg. "The huntress has returned soon?" said the chief, interrogatively, as the girl glided up to him. "She brings strange game," added he, with a smile. "Who is this young warrior with the white circle upon his breast? He is a paleface. It is not the custom of our white brothers to adorn themselves in such fashion." "The painting is not his," replied the girl. "It has been done by the hands of his enemies, by red men. The white circle was designed for a mark, at which many bullets have been fired. The red streaks you see are blood, that has streamed from wounds inflicted on the stranger's body. When Wa Kara shall know who caused that blood to flow, he will hasten to avenge it. If it be the wish of the white huntress, Wa Kara will avenge the blood, even though his own people may have spilled it. Speak, Maranee, you say that red men have done this. Were they Utahs?" "No, but the enemies of the Utahs. The Utahs have many enemies. On the north, south, east, and west they have foes. Whence comes the stranger, and who has been spilling his blood?" "From the east, from the Arapahoes." "Ugh!" exclaimed the chief, with a start, his countenance suddenly becoming clouded with an angry expression. "Arapahoes! Where has the paleface encountered the Arapahoes?" "On the Orphan. "Good. The White Huntress brings news that will gladden the hearts of the Utah warriors." "Arapahoes on the Orphan. Who has seen them there?" The huntress replied by pointing to me. "He has been their captive," she added, "and has just escaped from them. He can guide Wa Kara to their camp, where the Utah chief will find his deadliest enemy, Red Hand." At the mention of this name, the cloud that was gathering upon the brow of the Utah chief became darker by several shades, and the mild expression was no longer observable. In its place was a look of fierce resolve, blended with glances that spoke a savage joy. Some old and terrible resentment was rekindled by the name, with a hope, no doubt, of its being gratified. The chief now entered upon a series of interrogatories directed to myself. He spoke English, thanks to his trapper associations, and it was in this language he had been conversing with the huntress. His inquiries were directed to such particulars as might put him in possession of the necessary knowledge for an attack upon the Arapahoes. As concisely as possible, I made known their position and numbers, with other circumstances calculated to aid in the design. The account I gave seemed to gratify him. As soon as our dialogue was ended, I had the satisfaction to hear him declare his intention of proceeding at once to the valley of the Orphan. To me it was joyful news. My comrades might yet be rescued from the hands of the Arapahoes. "Maranee," said he, again addressing himself to the huntress, "conduct the stranger to your tent. Give him food. And you, Kojo," he continued, turning to the little Mexican, "you are skilled in medicine. Look to his wounds. He can repose while we are preparing. Ho! Sound the signal of assembly. Summon our braves to the war dance." The last words were addressed to an Indian who was standing close behind him, Quickly succeeding the order, the notes of a bugle burst upon the air. Strange sounds in an Indian camp. But the white man's music was not the only sign of civilized life to be observed among the tents of the Utahs. The guns and pistols, the spurs, lances, and saddles, the shakos and helmets, all spoke of the spoiled presidios on the Mexican frontier, while fair-skinned doncellas of Spanish race were seen mingling with the copper-colored squaws, aiding them in their domestic duties, captives to all appearance, contented with their captivity. None of this was new to me. I had witnessed similar scenes in the land of the Comanche. They are of daily occurrence along the whole frontier of Spanish America, where the red man constantly encroaches, reclaiming the country of his ancestors, wrested from him 3 centuries ago by the cupidity of the conquistadors. Upon the side of the Indian now lies the strength, if not in numbers, at least in courage and war prowess. The horse he once dreaded has become his dearest friend, and he can manage him with a skill scarcely equalled by his pale-faced adversary. The lance and fire weapon are in his hands. The spirit thunder no longer appalls him. He knows its origin and nature, and uses it in the accomplishment of a terrible retaliation. On the northern continent, Utah and Yaqui, Kiowa and Comanche, Apache and Navajo have all proved their superiority over the degenerated descendants of Cortez, as in the south have Concho and Cashibo, Guajira and Araucanian, over those of the ruthless Pizarro. The red man no longer goes to war as a mere savage. He has disciplined his strength into a perfect strategy, and possesses a military system as complete as that of most civilized nations. The Comanche cavalry charges in line, and can perform evolutions to the call of the bugle. So can the Utah, as I had evidenced at that moment. Before the trumpet notes had ceased to reverberate from the rocks, 500 warriors had secured their horses, and stood beside them armed and ready to mount. A regiment of regular dragoons could not have responded to boots and saddles with greater expedition. Pegleg took possession of me. "Señor Pintado," said he, speaking in Spanish, "and after having examined my wounds, the best medicine for you will be your breakfast, and while your conpaisana is preparing it, you can come with me, and have a little water thrown over you. This painting does not improve your looks. Besides, if it get into your wounds, they will be all the more difficult to make a cure of. Nos vemos." The huntress had retired to a tent that stood near that of the chief, and a little to the rear of it. I followed the Mexican, who, in a hobbling gait, proceeded towards the stream. The cold bath, assisted by some house brandy from the gourd zouage of the trapper, soon restored my strength, and the hideous pigment, lathered with the bruised roots of the palmilla, the soap plant of the New Mexicans, soon disappeared from my skin. A few slices of the oregano cactus applied to my wounds placed them in a condition to heal with a rapidity almost miraculous, for such is the curative power of this singular plant. My Mexican medico was yet more generous, and furnished me with a handsome Navajo blanket, which served as a complete covering for my shoulders. "Carambo!" exclaimed he, as he tendered the garment. "Take it, Americano. You may be able to repay me when you have recovered your possible sack from the Arapahoes. Mira," he added, pointing towards the tents, "your breakfast is ready. Yonder the señorita is calling you. Take heed, hombre, or her eyes may cause you a more dangerous wound than any of those you have received from the bullets of the Arapahoes. Vaya." I resisted an inclination to make inquiries, though the hint of the Taos trapper half furnished me with an excuse. My countrywoman, he had called her. No doubt he knew more of her history, but I questioned him not, remembering her promise. I had hopes that I might soon learn it from her own lips. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74 of the Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 74. A Beautiful Hostess. "Aha, stranger," said she, as I approached the tent. "He has altered your appearance wonderfully. Oh, you are not so frightful now. Come in. Here is pinole and a little broiled goat's flesh. I am sorry I did not bring some of the wild sheep. It is most excellent, but in my haste I did not think of it. Bread I cannot give you. We never have it here." "I have been accustomed to ruder fare than this," said I, accepting the proffered viands, and without further ceremony, seating myself to discuss them. There was an interval of silence, during which I continued eating. Once or twice my hostess went out, returning again to see if anything was wanted. The warlike preparations going on outside appeared greatly to interest her, and I thought she regarded them with impatience, or as if anxious about the event. Who or what was the object of this solicitude? Wa Kara? In what relationship stood she to the chief? A captive she could scarcely be, else would she not have been permitted to stray so far from the encampment. His wife? The separate tent, as also the style used by the Utah in addressing her, negatived the idea. What then? I longed to hear the history of this wild huntress, but the opportunity had not yet arrived. "Ah," said she, returning once more within the tent, "I fear they will be too late. The red post is only just now erected, and the war dance may last for an hour. It is a useless ceremony, only a superstition. The chief himself does not believe in it, but his braves will not go to battle without performing it. Hark! They are commencing the cant." I caught the low monotone of many voices, gradually rising and swelling into a prolonged chorus. At intervals one was heard speaking in solo, as if proclaiming some distinguished deed, to incite the warriors to emulation. Then followed a clangor of yells and loud whoops, breathing menace and revenge. "It is the war song that accompanies their dance," added she. "You may rest till it is finished. Then you must be ready. They will ride off as soon as the ceremony is over." She flung herself on one of the buffalo robes that covered the floor of the tent, and half seated, half reclining, appeared to reflect. The attitude displayed a feminine form of magnificent outlines, and with a face dazzlingly beautiful, this singular woman presented a picture something more than attractive. Wa Kara must love her, thought I. As I made this reflection, I again observed the melancholy expression upon her countenance, and once more the resemblance to her of whom I was thinking. My interest in the beautiful huntress was every moment augmenting. I felt an indescribable yearning to hear the story of her misfortunes, for in no other light could I regard the situation in which I had found her. "You have promised to tell me of yourself," said I, reminding her of what she had said. "I shall keep my promise, upon the condition, of which I have forewarned you." "Name it, then. If not impossible, I am ready to accept it." "It is not impossible, though it may tax your generosity more than you expect. You have said that you intend returning to the States. Will you take me with you?" A start must have betrayed my astonishment at the unexpected request. "Willingly," I replied, "but now, I fear, it is impossible." "Your journey is not ended? Is that what you mean?" "Alas! I know not when or where it may end." "That is strange. But you intend to go back some time. Till then, let me be your traveling companion?" The proposal left me for the moment without a word to say. "Oh, do not refuse me," continued she, in an appealing tone. "I will wait upon you. I will hunt for you. Anything. But longer I cannot stay here. With all their kindness, and they have been kind in their own rude fashion, I cannot remain. I long for the society of civilized beings. Oh, stranger, I cannot tell you how I long to see, She hesitated. Whom? I asked in expectation of hearing a name. A sister, a sweet, gentle sister, who loved me as her own life, whom I loved more than my life. Oh, not till we were parted knew I the strength of that love. How long since you have seen this sister? 6 months ago. I left her, deceived by a villain. I left her. 6 years it has seemed. Oh, I cannot endure this savage life. They honor me. They give me all the hospitality in their power, but I am not happy. Stranger, say you will relieve me from this terrible existence. Say you will take me with you. I freely promise it, if it be your desire. But what of these? Will he consent? Who? Wa ka ra. Yes, yes. He has said I may go, whenever an opportunity should offer. Brave chief! He has nobly kept his word to him who is now no more. To whom? To him who saved my life. To him who saved me. Ah, see, the chief approaches. The war song is ended. At another time I shall tell you all, but not now. We must haste, or the warriors will be gone. Surely you do not intend to accompany us. The women follow at a distance, to take care of the wounded. I go with them. The voice of Wa ka ra, calling to me to join him and his warriors, put an end to a dialogue that had done but little to illustrate the story of the strange personage by my side. If possible, I was more mystified than ever, but it was not a time to be tempted by the lure of an idle curiosity, however interesting the theme. The perilous situation of my old comrades came once more vividly before my mind. The thought recalled me to my duty, and, hurrying from the presence of that beautiful being, whom I hoped soon to behold again, I leaped upon the back of my horse, and joined the Utah warriors, as they swept in full gallop from out the lines of their encampment. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 75. Effecting the Surround. The ride was rough and rapid, notwithstanding the superiority of my steed. It was as much as I could do to keep pace with my new allies, whose horses, used to all sorts of ground, went gliding along the uneven paths, as if they had been graded roads. Through tangled bushes they scrambled without stay, over sharp and slippery rocks, their unshod hoofs rendering them sure-footed as mountain sheep. Down the gorge lay our route, and paths, over which I had almost feared to walk my horse, were now passed in a quick, continuous gallop. We soon reached the scene of my encounter with the huntress. The dog still kept sentry over the game, couchant by the body of the bighorn. He only growled as the cavalcade swept past. No one stopped to relieve him of his charge. On a war expedition the chase is universally neglected. Even its spoils are spurned. Hunger is supposed to beget prowess, as it sharpens the wits, and the savage fights best upon an empty stomach. The hurried movements of the Indians, the eagerness which one exhibited to press forward, proved how earnest they were on this expedition. It was not my affair that was stimulating them to such speed. A tribal hostility of long standing, older than the warriors themselves, existed between Utah and Arapaho. Between the bands of Wa ka ra and Red Hand, the hostile inheritance had increased until it had reached the maximum of the most deadly vendetta. This will account for the hot haste with which we hurried on, for the universal excitement that prevailed in the ranks of my Utah allies. They knew that they outnumbered their enemies. They already exulted in the anticipation of a grand coup. For all that, they were not rushing recklessly into battle. The Utah chieftain was too skilled a soldier. I perceived that he was acting upon a preconceived plan, and his strategy was soon made known to me. It was that of the surround. The band was to break up into 4 divisions of nearly equal numerical strength. The first, under Wa ka ra himself, was to go round by the bluffs, and, having worked its way into the lower cañon, would enter the plain from that direction. Should the Arapahoes attempt to retreat towards the Arkansas, this party could intercept them. A second division, also keeping above the bluffs, was to make to a point nearly opposite the butte, where, by a ravine known to the Indians, a descent could be made into the valley of the Rafano. A third was to seek its station upon the opposite side, where a similar defile led down to the plain, while the remaining warriors were to move forward by the upper cañon, and halt at its mouth, until the other 3 parties were known to have reached their respective places. At a signal agreed upon, all 4 divisions were to move forward at a rapid gallop, and close in upon the enemy. The first party was to give the cue, as it had furthest to go, and, by the time it could reach its destination, the others would be ready. A smoke was to be the signal for charging forward. The plan was well conceived, and if it should prove that the Arapahoes were still by the butte, a fight à l'outrance might be looked for as the certain result. They would have no alternative but fight. The execution of the movement was soon entered upon, near the place where I had passed the last hours of the night. A side ravine, which, in the darkness I had not observed, sloped up out of the gorge. By cañons and deep defiles the whole face of the country was cut up in this bipennate fashion, every pass of it being well known to the Utahs. Hence their confidence in being able to effect the surround of their enemies, who were less familiar with this region, and who must have been tempted thither by the passage of the train. Up the lateral ravine rode Wa ka ra with his dusky warriors, while the second division, intended to take more station on the bluff, defiled by the same track, but more slowly. The rest of us kept on down the gorge. On reaching the main cañon, the party destined for the opposite bluff separated from the other, and proceeded circuitously by a branch ravine that opened to the upper plain. The 4th and last division rode direct down the bank of the river, upon the path by which I had been pursued. This division was in charge of the second chief, and to it was I myself assigned, with Peg-leg, also a volunteer, as my immediate companion. The trapper had himself some old scores to settle with the Arapahoes, and appeared as eager for the fight as any Utah in the tribe. Apprehensive of falling in with some straggling pursuers of the preceding night, we moved forward with caution. The sub-chief was an old warrior, whose scars and grizzled hair betokened experience of many a hostile encounter, and no doubt many a cunning stratagem. Scouts were sent in advance, and these, returning from time to time, signalled that the path was clear. Advancing in this fashion, we at length reached the embouchure of the cañon, and halted within its gloomy shadow. As yet not an Arapaho had been seen, but, on climbing to a ledge of rocks, I had the satisfaction to perceive that these brigands were still by the butte. I saw not them, but their horses, the cavallada being almost in the position in which I had left it. From this it was evident that they had returned from the pursuit, had abandoned it altogether, and given their steeds to the grass. Only a few of the men were in sight, moving about among the fires that still burned upon the plain. But the strength of the cavallada told that the others were there, no doubt, concealed from our view by the interposed mass of the mound. I saw the wagon at its base, the white tilt conspicuous against the dark green foliage of the cedars. But my eyes dwelt not upon this. In rapid glance they were carried to the summit. The Crucifix was still there. I could trace its timbers, its upright and horizontal beams, though not distinctly. I knew what was rendering their outlines indistinct. There was a body upon the cross, the body of a man. It was that which interrupted the regularity of the lines. The timbers were between me and the body, for I viewed it from behind, and at such a distance I could not have told who was the crucified man, even had he been facing me. Wingrove or Sure Shot, one or the other. Of that much I was certain. I could make out that the man was naked, just as I had been myself. I saw his white skin glistening along each side of the upright post. While gazing upon it, I heard the report of a musket. Nearly at the same instant, a little blue-colored cloud was ascending into the air. It rose from behind the butte, and was easily recognizable as smoke produced by the discharge of a gun. The savages had returned to their cruel sport. Too clearly did I comprehend the signs of that fiendish expedition. After regarding the crucifix for a while, I noted a circumstance that enabled me to decide which of my comrades was undergoing the terrible ordeal. To a certainty, Sure Shot was the sufferer. The Red Hand had fulfilled his threat, and my brave preserver was now promoted to my place. The circumstance that guided me to this knowledge was sufficiently definite. I could tell it was Sure Shot by his height. I remembered that my own crown scarcely reached the top of the upright post. That of him now enduring the torture rose above it. By the head, under the bright sunbeam, there was a sheen of yellow hair. That of Wingrove would have appeared dark. Beyond doubt, Sure Shot was the martyr now mounted upon that dread cross. I viewed the spectacle with feelings not to be envied. My soul chafed at the restraint, as it burned with bitter indignation against these demons in human form. I should have rushed forward to stay the sacrifice, or, if too late, to satisfy the vengeance it called forth. But I was restrained by reflecting on the impotency of the act. The prudent chief who commanded the Indians would not move till the smoke signal should be given, and vedettes had climbed far up on the cliff to watch for and announce it. It was not anticipated that we should have long to wait. Our party had moved slowly down the defile, and the time consumed in our advance was considerable, almost enough to have enabled the others to get to their respective stations. This thought, along with my experience of the ball practice of the Arapahoes, in some measure reconciled me to the delay. If he upon the cross was still living, his chances of escape were scarcely problematical. Another shot or two from such marksmen would be neither here nor there. If the unfortunate man were already dead, then was the delay of less consequence. We should still be in time to avenge him. But he was not dead. The evidence that he was living was before my eyes, though, in the confusion of the moment, I had no sooner perceived it. Above the top of the post appeared the head held stiffly upright. This proved that the body still lived. Had it been otherwise, the head would have been drooping. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 76. The History of the Huntress. I had just made these observations as the Mexican clambered up the rock, and took stand by my side. "Hijo de Dios!" exclaimed he, as his eyes fell upon the cross, La Crucifixion. "What a conception for savages! Mira," he continued, as another white cloud puffed out from behind the sloping side of the mound, and the report of a musket came booming up the valley. "Santissima! They are firing at the unfortunate." "Yes," said I, "they are playing with one of my comrades, as they did yesterday with myself. Ah, mio amigo, that is an old game of the Arapahoes. They used to practice it with their arrows, and for mere sport. Now that they have taken to guns, I suppose they combine instruction with amusement. As the books say, caramba, what cruel brutes they are! They have no more humanity than a grizzly bear. God help the poor wretch that falls into their clutches. Their captive women they treat with a barbarity unknown among other tribes. Even beauty, that would soften a savage of any other sort, is not regarded by these brutal Arapahoes. Only think of it! They were about to treat in this very fashion the beautiful Americana, the only difference being that they had strapped her to a tree instead of a crucifix. Caraya, the beautiful Americana? Yes, she who brought you to the camp. What? She in the hands of the Arapahoes? Sin duda, it was from them she was taken. When, and where, how, and by whom? Hola, hombre, 4 questions at once? Muy bien, I can answer them, if you give me time. To the first, I should say about 6 months ago. To the second, near the Big Timbers, on the Arkansas. My reply to the third will require more words, and before giving it, I shall answer the fourth by saying that the girl was taken from the Rapahoes by Don Jose. Don Jose? Who is Don Jose? Oh, perhaps you would know him by his American name. O'Queer? Walker, the celebrated trapper? Joe Walker? The same, amigo. O'Quara. The Utahs pronounce it. As you perceive, their young chief is named so, and after him. The trapper and he were sworn friends, brothers, or more like father and son, since Don Jose was much the older, were friends. Are they not so still? Valga me Dios. No, that is no longer possible. Don Jose has gone under, was rubbed out more than 3 months ago, and by these very Rapahoes. That is why your fair campesana is now with the Utahs. The old trapper left her to his namesake, O'Quara, under whose protection she has been ever since. He has been true to his trust. He has protected her. Under the influence of singular emotions did these questions escape me. Seguramente, amigo, replied the Mexican, with an ingenuousness calculated to allay my unpleasant fancies. The Utah chief is a noble fellow, un hombre de bien. Besides, he would have done anything for his old friend, whose death greatly grieved him. That is just why you see him here in such haste. It was not to avenge your wrongs that they danced their war measure, but the death of Don Jose. All the same to you, however, since your compañeros are likely to have the advantage of it. As for the Americana, continued he, before I had time to make rejoinder, Virgin Santissima, such a maiden was never seen in these parts. Such a shot! Not a marksman in the mountains could match with her, except Don Jose himself, who taught her. And as for hunting, la linda cazadora, she can steal upon the game like a cougar. Ah, she can protect herself. She has done so. But for her spirit and rifle, the Red Hand would have ruined her. But how? You have not told me. True, cavallero. I have yet to answer number 3. Bueno, as I said, it was near the Big Timbers, where she got into the hands of the Arapahoes. There only a small band of the robbers, with Red Hand at their head. He wanted to play the brute with her. She kept him off with her rifle, and a big dog you have seen. Red Hand became angry, and had her strapped to a tree, where the monsters threatened to shoot their arrows into her body. Whether they intended to kill her, or only to terrify the poor girl, is not known. But if the former was their design, they were hindered from putting it into execution. Just at that moment Don Jose came upon the ground with a party of trappers from the rendezvous on Cerno Verde. They were strong enough to beat off the red-skinned ravishers and save the Americana. That is how she was taken from the Rapahoes. A brave deed! But how did she chance to be there, since Bint's Port was abandoned? There is no white settlement near the Big Timbers. Ah, senor, that is the strangest part of the whole story. It was told me by Don Jose himself, while we were compañeros on a trapping expedition, just after he had saved the girl. Caramba! A strange tale. Have you any objection to tell it to me? I feel a singular interest in this young girl. Sin duda. Of many a mountain man, the same might be said, and many an Indian too. Cavallero, you would not be flesh and blood if you didn't. Not that, I assure you. My interest in her springs from a different source. I have other reasons for inquiring into her history. You shall have it, then, cavallero, at least so much as I know of it myself, for it is reasonable to suppose that Don Jose did not tell me all he knew. This much. The Niña was with a caravan that had come from one of your western states. It was a caravan of Mormons. You have heard of the Mormons, I suppose, those hereticos who have made settlements here beyond? I have. Well, one of these Mormons was the husband of the girl, or rather ought to have been, since they were married just at starting. It appears that the young woman was against the marriage, for she loved someone more to her choice, but her father had forced her to it, and some quarrel happening just at the time with the favorite lover, she had consented from pique, sin duda, to accept the Mormon. She did accept him? Yes. But now comes the strange part of the story. All I have told you is but a common tale, and the like occurs every day in the year. Go on. When she married the Mormon, she did not know he was a Mormon, and it appears that these hereticos have a name among your people worse than the very Judeos. It was only after the caravan had got out into the plains that the girl made this discovery. Another circumstance equally unpleasant soon came to her knowledge, and that was that the man who pretended to be her husband was after all no husband, that he did not act to her as a husband should do, in short, that the marriage had been a sham, the ceremony having been performed by some Mormon brother in the disguise of a clerico. Was the girl's father aware of this deception? Don Jose could not tell. He may have known that the man was a Mormon, but Don Jose was of opinion that the father himself was betrayed by the false marriage, though he was present at it, and actually bestowed the bride. Strange. Perhaps, cavallero, the strangest is yet to come. For what purpose, do you suppose, was this deception practiced upon the poor girl? I cannot guess. Go on. Caray, it was a hellish purpose. But you shall hear it. These Mormons have at their head a great chief priest, una profeta, as they call him. He is a polygamist, a perfect turco, and keeps a harem of beautiful niñas, who pass under the name of spiritual wives. It was only after the young Americana had got far out upon the plains, indeed, to the big timbers, where she escaped from him, that she found out the terrible fate for which her false husband had designed her. She learnt it from the other women who accompanied the caravan, and who, base wretches that they were, rather envied her the honour by which she was to be distinguished. Por Dios, a terrible fate for a young creature innocent and virtuous like her. Her fate? Quick, tell me, for what had the villain destined her? Virgin Santa, for the harem of the Mormon prophet. Mira! exclaimed the Mexican, almost in the same breath. Mira, the signal smoke of Ocara. To horse! To horse! Miran los Arapahoes. It was not the signal that called from my lips a convulsive exclamation. It was wrung from my agony. Ere the smoke had been descried, it was drowned amidst the shouts of the savage warriors, as they crowded forward out of the chasm. Leaping down from the ledge, and flinging myself on the back of my horse, I mingled in the melee. As we swept from the gorge, I cast a glance behind. The sound of female voices caused me to look back. The Utah women, mounted on mules and horses, were coming down the cañon, with the Wild Huntress at their head. I wished a word with her, but it was too late. I dared neither pause nor go back. My Utah allies would have branded me as a coward, a traitor to my own cause. I did not hesitate a moment, but, joining in the ugh-aloo, I dashed into the midst of the dusky host, and galloped onward to the charge. End of chapter 76.
Chapter 77 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Thomas Mayne REID. Chapter 77. The Surprise. The white cloud, a puff of powder smoke, had scarcely scattered in the air when a dark mass appeared upon the plain, emerging from the sulphurous vapor. It was a troop of horsemen, the warriors of Ocara. On giving the signal, they had issued forth from the lower cañon, and were coming up the valley at a gallop. They were too distant for us to hear their charging cheer, but from right and left proceeded a double shout, a war cry answering to our own, and the moment after, a stream of dusky forms was seen pouring down each bluff through the sloping gorges that led to the plain. We could hear the shout that announced the astonishment of the Arapahoes. It betokened more than astonishment. There was terror in its wild intonations. It was evident that they had been taken altogether by surprise, having no suspicion that an enemy was near, least of all the dreaded foes who were now rushing forward to surround them. The red men are rarely betrayed into a panic. Accustomed from earliest youth to war, with all its wiles, they are always prepared for a stampede. It is the system they themselves follow, and are ever expecting to be practiced against them. They accept the chances of attack, no matter how sudden or unforeseen, with all the coolness of a contest premeditated and prearranged. Even terror does not create confusion in their ranks, for there are no ranks, and in conflicts with their own race, combinations that result from drill and discipline are of little consequence. It is usually a fight hand to hand and man to man, where individual prowess prevails and where superior personal strength and dexterity conduct to conquest. It is for this reason that the scalp trophy is so highly prized. It is a proof that he who has taken it must have fought to obtain it. When hair is raised in a night attack by the chance of an arrow or a bullet, it is less esteemed. By the laws of Indian warfare, the stratagem of assassination is permissible and practiced without stint. But a coup of this kind is far less glorious than to slay an enemy in the open field and under the broad glare of the sunlight. In conflicts by day, strategy is of slight advantage, and superior numbers are alone dreaded. It was the superior numbers of the Utah enemies that caused dismay in the ranks of the Arapahoes. Otherwise, they would not have regarded the mode of attack, whether their assailants advanced upon them in a single body or in 4 divisions, as they were doing. Indeed, it was merely with a view of cutting off their retreat that the Utah chieftain had adopted the plan. Had he not taken the precaution to approach from all sides at once, it would have been necessary for him to have waited for the night before an attack could have been made. In daylight, it would have been impossible to get even within shot range of the enemy. The Arapahoes were as well mounted as the Utahs, and perceiving their inferiority in numbers, they would have refused to fight and ridden off, perhaps without losing a man. The strategic maneuver of the Utah was meant to force the Red Hand to a conflict. This was its purpose and no other. It was likely to be successful. For the Arapahoes, there appeared no alternative but stand and fight. The attack coming from 4 points at one and the same time, and by superior numbers, must have caused them fear. How could it be otherwise? It failed, however, to create any remarkable confusion. We could see them hurrying around the butte in the direction of their cavallada, and in an incredibly short space of time most of the warriors had leaped to their horses, and with their long spears towering high above their heads, had thrown themselves into an irregular formation. The plain at this moment presented an animated spectacle. He upon the summit of the butte, if still alive, must have viewed it with singular emotions. The painted Arapahoes clustered around their chief, and for the moment appearing in a close crowd, silent and immobile, from north, south, east, and west, the 4 bands of the Utahs approaching in rapid gallop, each led by its war chief, while the ugh-aloo, pealing from 500 throats, reverberated from cliff to cliff, filling the valley with its vengeful echoes. The charge might have been likened to a chapter from the antique, an onslaught of Scythians. Would the Arapahoes await the shock of all 4 divisions at once? All were about equally distant, and closing in at equal speed. Surely the Red Hand would not stay to be thus attacked. Carambo! I wonder they're not off before this, shouted Archilete, who was galloping by my side. Ha! Yonder, headed he, a party on foot making from the grove of Alamos. They are waiting for those to come up. That's what's been detaining them. Mira. As the Mexican spoke, he pointed to a small tope of cottonwoods, which grew isolated about 300 or 400 yards from the mound. Out of this was seen issuing some 15 or 20 Arapahoes. They were on foot, except 3 or 4, who appeared to be carried by the others. They're wounded, continued the trapper. They've had them under the bushes to keep the sun off them, I suppose. Mira, they're meeting them with horses. They mean flight, then. A party with led horses were seen galloping out from the base of the butte, evidently to take up the men on foot, who were still hurrying towards their mounted comrades, as fast as the nature of their duty would permit them. There were several groups of the Indians on foot, each no doubt in charge of a disabled comrade. One crowd appeared to encircle a man who was not borne upon their shoulders, but was moving forward on his own feet. The violent gesticulations of those who surrounded him drew our attention. The man was evidently being menaced and urged forward, as if he went against his will. "Caray!" exclaimed the Mexican. "He is not one of their wounded. A captive. One of your camarados, I dare say." "No doubt of it," I replied at that moment, equally guided to the conjecture. "Wah!" exclaimed the trapper. "The poor fellow's scalp is in danger just now. I wonder they take all that trouble to get him away alive. That puzzles me, amigo. I think it high time they look to their own lives without being so particular about that of their prisoner. Santissima Virgin! As I live, there's a woman among them." "Yes, I see her. I know her. Her presence explains why they're taking him alive." "You know her?" "And him, too. Poor fellow. I hope she will befriend him, but—" I was hindered from continuing the explanation. Just at that moment the led horses were rushed up to, and those in charge of the wounded were seen to spring to their backs. Here and there a double mount proclaimed that the disabled men were still capable of making a last effort for their lives. All had got upon their horses, and in a straggling crowd were making to join the main band, when just at that moment one of the horses that carried 2 men was seen to swerve suddenly from the line, and heading up the valley came galloping in our direction. The horse appeared to have taken fright and shied away from the others, while the men upon his back were tossing and writhing about, as if trying to restrain him. At the same instant 6 mounted Arapahoes were seen shooting forth from the crowd, and with loud yells galloping in pursuit of the runaway. The double-loaded steed, a powerful animal, kept on his course, but not until he had approached within 300 or 400 paces of our own front. Could I account for this strange maneuver? Then was I enabled to comprehend the mysterious escapade. The rider upon the croup was Frank Wingrove. He upon the saddle was a red Arapaho. The bodies of the 2 men appeared to be lashed together by a rawhide rope, but in front of the Indian I could perceive the muscular arms of the young backwoodsman tightly embracing the chest of the savage, while with the reins in his fingers he was guiding the gallop of the horse. With a shout of joy I hailed the escape of my comrade. now no longer problematical. In a score of seconds more, we should meet. The pursuers, satisfied that his recapture was hopeless, without risking their own scalps, had already turned with a despairing shout and were galloping back. Wingrove was near enough to hear the cry of encouragement that passed from my lips, and soon recognizing me, despite the disguise of the serape, headed his horse directly towards us. "Hurrah, Cap'n!" cried he as he came up. "Have you e'er a knife to cut me clar o' this Injun? Durn the nigger, I've got him in a little of the tightest fix he's been in for a while, I reckon. Doggone ye! Keep still, ye skunk, or I'll smash every rib in your body. Quiet now." During all this time, the Indian was making the most strenuous efforts to free himself from the grasp of his powerful adversary, now endeavoring to throw himself down from the horse, anon trying to turn the animal in an opposite direction. But the thongs intended to secure his captive, and which had no doubt been wound around both of them by a third hand, had become bonds for himself. Wingrove, who had by some means wrenched his wrists free from their fastenings, had turned the tables upon his captor by transforming him into a captive. I chanced to be without a knife, but the Mexican was supplied with the necessary implement, and drawing it from its sheath, shot past me to use it. I thought he intended to cut the thongs that bound the two men together. So did he, but not till after he had performed another operation, which consisted in plunging his blade between the ribs of the Arapaho. At the stab, the Indian gave utterance to his wild death shout. In the same instant, his head coggled over upon his shoulder, his body relaxed its muscular tension, and hung limp over the rawhide rope. A snig of the red blade severed the thong, and the Indian's body, sliding down from the withers of the horse, fell with a dull, dead sound upon the turf. "Here, Americano!" cried the trapper, holding out the ensanguined knife to Wingrove. "Take this weapon, for want of a better. Let us on. See, the picaros are making off. Vamos! Nos vamonos!" The incident had delayed us but for a very short while, perhaps not half a minute. But as we returned to the charging gallop, most of our party had passed us, and the foremost were already within rifle range and opening fire upon the Arapahoes. End of chapter 77. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 78 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 78. The Charge. The horsemen, who had forged ahead for a while, hindered me from seeing the enemy. The Utahs had halted and were discharging their guns. The smoke from their shots shrouded both allies and enemies, but from the fact of a halt having been made, I presumed the Arapahoes were making stand by the butte. It was not so. After the first round of shots, the firing ceased, and the Utahs again went charging onward. The Arapahoes had given way, and were fleeing down the valley. There they must meet Wa-ka-ra, and this, or something like it, was their intention. With the four divisions closing upon them from all sides at once, they saw there was no chance of saving themselves except by making a desperate charge on some one singly, in the hope of causing it to yield, and thus open for them a way to escape. They had no difficulty in making choice of which they should meet. The band of Wa-ka-ra was between them and their own country. It was the direction in which they must ultimately retreat, and this decided to take them down the valley. A slight swell in the plain, which we were at that moment crossing, gave me a view of the retreating Arapahoes. In the distance I could see the band of Wa-ka-ra advancing toward them at full speed. In a few seconds would meet in shivering charge these mortal foes. The Utahs of our party were urging their horses to utmost speed. Well mounted as were myself and companions, we were unable to overtake them. Those that came from right and left had suddenly swerved from their course, and in two converging lines were sweeping down the valley to the assistance of their chief. We passed close under the edge of the butte. In the excitement of the chase, I had almost forgotten to look up when a shrill shout recalled in my memory the captive on the cross. The cry came from the summit. The sure shot himself. Thank heaven, he lived. "Huzza! Huzzay!" shouted the voice. "Heaving speed yees, whosever ye be. Huzza! Huzzay! Arter them vermin and gi'e me 'em goss. Sculpt every mother's son of 'em. Huzza! Hooray!" There was no time to make reply to these cries of encouragement. Enough to know that it was our old comrade who gave utterance to them. It proved he was still living, and echoing his exulting shout, we galloped onward. It was a fearful sight to behold, the two dark bands as they dashed forward upon one another, like opposing waves of an angry ocean. Through the horsemen in front of me, I could see the meeting and hear the shock. It was accompanied by wild yells, by voices heard in loud taunting tones, by the rattling of shields, the crashing collision of spear shafts, and the sharp detonations of rifles. The band of Wa-ka-ra recoiled for a moment. It was by far the weakest, and had it been left to itself, would have sustained defeat in this terrible encounter. But the Utahs were armed both with rifles and pistols, and the latter, playing upon the ranks of the Arapahoes, were fast thinning them. Dusky warriors were seen dropping from their horses, while the terrified animals were galloping over the field, their wild neighs adding to the uproar of the fight. There was but one charge, a short but terrible conflict, and then the fight was over. It became transformed, almost in an instant, to a disorderly flight. When the hot scurry had ended, the remnant of the prairie horsemen was seen heading down the valley, followed by the four bands of the Utahs, who had now closed together. Pressing onward in the pursuit, they still vociferated their wild halloo, firing shots at intervals as they rode within reach of their flying foemen. Neither Wingrove nor I had an opportunity of taking part in the affray. It was over before we could ride up, and indeed, had it been otherwise, neither of us could have been of much service to our allies. Painted as both were, and in full war costume, in other words, naked to the breech clout, we could not have distinguished friends from foes. It was partly this consideration that had occasioned us to halt. We drew up on the ground where the collision had occurred with the band of Wa-ka-ra. We looked upon a spectacle that might at any other time have horrified us. 100 bodies lay over the sward, all dead. There were Utahs as well as Arapahoes, but, though we could not distinguish the warriors of the two tribes, in the confusion of the fight, there was no difficulty in identifying their dead. There was a signal difference in the aspect of the slain Indians. Around the skulls of the Utahs, the thick black tresses were still clustering, while upon the heads of the Arapahoes there was neither hair nor skin. Every one of them had been already scalped. Wounded men were sitting up or propped against dead bodies, each with 2 or 3 comrades bending over him. Horses were galloping around, their lazos trailing at will, while weapons of every kind, spears, shields, bows, quivers, and arrows, were strewn upon the sward. A group of about a dozen men appeared at some distance, clustered around a particular object. It was the dead body of a man, a chief, no doubt. Not without feelings of apprehension did I approach the spot. It might be the noble Wa-ka-ra. I rode up and looked over the shoulders of those who encircled the corpse. A glance was sufficient to put an end to my apprehensions. The body was covered with blood, and pierced with many wounds. It was frightfully mutilated, but I was able to identify the features as those of Red Hand, the chief of the Arapahoes. Scarred and gashed though it was, I could still trace those sinister lines that in life had rendered that face so terrible to behold. It was even more hideous in death, but the Utahs who stood around no longer regarded it with fear. The terror which their dread foeman had oft inspired within them was now being retaliated in the mockery of his mutilated remains. The Mexican had ascertained that Wa-ka-ra was still unhurt, and heading the pursuit. Having myself no further interest in the scene, I turned away from it, and, with Wingrove by my side, rode back toward the butte. End of chapter 78. Chapter 79 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 79. Tragic and Comic. Some words passed between us as we went. For my companion, I had news that would make him supremely happy. Our conversation turned not on that. Soon enough, thought I, when they shall come together, let both hearts be blessed at the same time. Ah! How my own was bleeding! Little suspected the Spanish hunter how his tale had tormented me. Wingrove, in brief detail, gave me the particulars of his escape. Like myself, he had been captured without receiving any serious injury. They would have killed him afterwards, but for the interference of the Chickasaw, who, by some means, had gained an ascendancy over the Red Hand. In the breast of that desperate woman burned alternately the passions of love and revenge. The former had been for the time in the ascendant, but she had saved the captive's life only in the hope of making him her captive. She had carried him to the copse, where he had passed the night in her company. One moment caressed and entreated, in the next reviled and menaced with the most cruel death. In vain had he looked for an opportunity to get away from her. Like a jealous tigress, she had watched him throughout the livelong night. and it was only in the confusion created by our sudden approach that he had found a chance to escape from the double guardianship in which he had been held. All this was made known to me in a few hurried phrases. Sure shot, we were within speaking distance, but who could have identified the Yankee in such a guise? The tricolored escutcheon I had myself so lately borne, the black face, shoulders, and arms, the white circle on the breast, the red spot, all just as they had painted me. "Jehoshaphat and pigeon pie!" he cried as he saw us approach. "Air it you, capting? And Wingrove too?" "Yes, brave comrade, your shot has saved us all. Patience, we shall soon set you free." Leaping down from our horses, we hurried up the sloping path. I was still anxious about Sure shot's safety, but in another moment my anxiety was at an end. He was yet unscathed. Like myself, he had received some scratches, but no wound of a dangerous character. Like myself, he had died 100 deaths, and yet lived. His gleesome spirit had sustained him throughout the dread ordeal. He had even joked with his cruel tormentors. Now that the dark hour was past, his jets d'esprit were poured forth with a continuous volubility. No, not continuous. At intervals a shadow crossed his spirit, as it did that of all of us. We could not fail to lament the fate of the unfortunate Hibernian. "Poor Patrick!" said Sure shot, as we descended the slope. "He were the joyfullest kimrade I ever had, and we must gie him a barrel o' a Christian. I wonder now what on airth them verming lies done wi' him. Where can they have hid his body? True, where is it? It was out yonder on the plain. I saw it there. They had scalped him. Yees, they scalped him. At the time we were all captured. He were lying just out there last night at sundown. He ain't there now, nor ain't a been this morning, or I'd a seen him. What do yees think they done with him, anyhow?" The disappearance of the body was singular enough. It had undoubtedly been removed from the spot where it had lain, and was now nowhere to be seen. It was scarcely probable that the wolves had eaten it, for the Indians had been all night upon the ground, and their camp fires were near. True, the coyotes would have cared little for that, but surely the brutes could not have carried the body clear away. The bones, at least, would have remained. There were none, not a trace either of body or bones. We passed around the butte, and made search on the other side. There was no dead body there, no remains of one. Ha! The river! It swept past within 50 yards of the mound. It would account for the disappearance of the corpse. Had the Indians thrown it into the water? We walked toward the stream half mechanically. We had little expectation of finding the remains of the unfortunate man. The current rushed rapidly on. The body would have been taken along with it. "Maybe it mout have lodged somewheres," suggested Sure shot. "If we should find it, capting, I'd like to put a sod over him, for old time's sake. Shall we try down the stream?" We followed the bank downward. A little below grew willows, forming a selvedge to the river's edge, their culms carved over till the long quivering leaves dipped into the water. Here and there were thickets of them extending back into the plain. Only by passing through these could the bank of the river be reached. We entered among the willows, Wingrove going in the advance. I saw him stoop suddenly, as if to examine the ground. An exclamation escaped him, and the words, "Somebody's been through hyar, or been dragged through, one of the two ways." "No," added he, after a moment, "he's not been dragged. He's been creeping on his hands and knees. Look thar! The track of a knee, as clar as daylight; and, by the tarnal, it's been covered wi' broadcloth. No Injun could have made that mark." We all bent over to examine the sign. Sure enough, it was the track of a man's knee; and the plastic mud exhibited on its surface a print of fretted lines, which must have been made by coarse threadbare cloth. "By gosh!" exclaimed Sure shot, "that ere's the infantry overall the Giver'ment cloth to a sartinty. Patrick's been about here. Lordy! 'tain't possible he's livin'." "Sure shot! Sure shot! Mother of Moses! is it yourself I hear?" The voice reached us in a hoarse whisper. It appeared to rise out of the earth. For some moments we all stood, as if petrified by surprise. "Sure shot!" continued the voice. "Won't yez help me out? I'm too weak to get up the bank. Petrick, as I'm a livin' sinner! Good Lordy, Petrick, where air ye? 'Tain't possible you're alive?" "Och! an' sure I'm aloive, that same; but I'm more than half did, for all that, and nearly drownded to boot. Arrah, boys! retch me a hand, and pull me out, for I can't move myself. One of my legs is broke." We all three rushed down to the water, whence the voice appeared to come. Under the drooping willows, where the current had undermined the bank, we perceived an object in motion. A fearful object it was to look upon. It was the encrimsoned skull of our scalped comrade. His body was submerged below the surface. His head alone was visible. A horrid sight! The three of us leaped at once into the stream, and raising the poor fellow in our arms, lifted him out on the bank. It was as he had alleged. One of his legs was broken below the knee, and other frightful wounds appeared in different parts of his body. No wonder the Indians had believed him dead, when they stripped off that terrible trophy. Notwithstanding the ill usage he had received, there was still hope. His wounds, though ugly to the eye, were none of them mortal. With care he might recover; and taking him up as tenderly as possible, we conveyed him back to the butte. The Arapahoes had left their impedimenta behind them, blankets and robes at discretion. With these, a soft couch was prepared under the shade of the waggon body, and the wounded man placed upon it. Such rude dressing as we were able to give was at once administered to his wounds, and we found new joy in the anticipation of his recovery. His disappearance from the spot where he had been left for dead was explained. He had played possum, as he himself expressed it. Though roughly handled, and actually senseless for a time, he had still clung to life. He knew that the Indians believed him dead, else why should they have scalped him? With a faint hope of being left upon the field, he had lain still, without stirring hand or foot, and the savages, otherwise occupied, had not noticed him after taking his scalp. By some accident his hands had got over his face, and perceiving that these screened his countenance from observation, he had permitted them to remain so. With half opened eyes, he could see between his fingers, and note many of the movements that were passing upon the plain in front of him. All this without the Indians having the slightest suspicion that he lived. It was a terrible time for him an ordeal equal to that endured by Sure shot and myself. Every now and then some half-drunken savage would come staggering past, and he knew not how soon some one of these strollers might stick a spear into him, out of mere wantonness. On the arrival of night his hopes had revived, and the cool air had also the effect of partially restoring his strength. The savages, carousing around their fires, took no notice of him, and as soon as darkness was fairly down, he had commenced crawling off in the direction of the river. He had a double object in going thither. He was suffering from horrid thirst, and he hoped there to find relief, as well as a hiding place. After crawling for more than an hour, he had succeeded in reaching the bank, and taking to the water, he had waded down, and concealed himself under the willows, in the place where we had found him. Such was the adventure of the ci devant soldier, Patrick O'Tigg, an escape almost miraculous. As if fulfilling the laws of dramatic justice, that the farce should succeed the tragedy, our attention was at this moment called to a ludicrous incident. The Mexican trapper had ridden up, and halted beside the wagon, when all at once his eyes became fixed upon an object that lay near at hand upon the grass. It was the black silk hat of the ex-rifleman, already mentioned in our narrative. After gazing at it for a moment, the Mexican slid down from his horse, and hobbling toward the hat, took it up. Then, uttering a fierce "Carajo!" he dashed the tile back to the ground, and commenced stamping upon it, as if it had been some venomous serpent he desired to annihilate. "Hilloo theer, hombre!" shouted Sure shot. "What the old scratch are ye about? Why, you yellow-bellied fool, that's my hat you're stomping on!" "Your hat!" echoed the trapper in a contemptuous tone. "Carrambo, senor! You should be ashamed of yourself. Any man who would wear a silk hat. Ha! And why ain't a silk hat as good as any other?" "Maldito sea!" continued the trapper, taking the wooden leg from his waist, and hammering the hat with it against a stone. "Maldito sombrero! But for the accursed invention, we poor trappers wouldn't be as we are now. Carrambo! It's fetched beaver down to a plew a plug, while only 10 years ago we could get 6 pesos the skin. Only think of that! Carrai!" Pronouncing this last exclamation with bitter aspirate, the incensed trapper gave the unfortunate hat one more blow with his timber leg, and then, burning the battered tile from his toe, hobbled back to his horse. Sure shot was disposed to be angry, but a word set it all right. I perfectly comprehended the nature of the trapper's antipathy to silk hats, and explained it to my comrade. In their eyes, the absurd headgear is more hideous than even to those who are condemned to wear it, for the trappers well know that the introduction of the silk hat has been the ruin of their peculiar calling. "'Twa'n't much of a hat, after all," said Sure shot, reconciled by the explanation. "It belonged to the sutler at the fort; for you see, capting, as we left there for a little bit of a hurry, I couldn't lay my claws on my own old forage cap, so I took the hat in its place, and that's how I kim by the thing. But here's a hat, perhaps, mister. This here'll please you better, will it, eh?" As Sure shot put the question, he took up the plume bonnet of an Arapaho warrior, which had been left lying among the rocks, and, adjusting the gaudy circlet upon his head, strode backward and forward over the ground with all the swelling majesty of an Indian dandy. The odd looking individual and his actions caused the laughter of the bystanders to break forth in loud peals. The Mexican fairly screamed, interlarding his cachinnations with loud "Santissimas" and other exclamations, while the wounded man under the waggon was unable to restrain himself at the mirth-provoking spectacle. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 80. Spiritual Wives. I joined not in the merriment of my companions. I took no share in their mirth. The trapper's story had intensified the anguish of my thoughts, and now that I found time to dwell upon its purport, my reflections were bitter beyond expression. I could have no doubt as to who was the heroine of that strange story. She who had been so shamefully deceived, she who had so nobly risked her life to save her honour, she, the Wild Huntress, by the Utahs called Maranee, could be no other than that Marian of whom I had heard so much, Marian Holt. The circumstances detailed by the trapper were perfectly conformable to this belief. They concurred in establishing it. The time, the place, the route taken, the Mormon train, all agreed with what we had ascertained regarding Stebbins' first expedition across the prairies. The Mexican had mentioned no names. It was likely he knew them not, or if so, it was scarcely probable he could have pronounced them. But it needed not names to confirm me in the belief that John Stebbins was the sham husband, and that she whom he would have betrayed, this huntress maiden, was the lost love of my comrade Wingrove, the sister of my own Lillian. This would account for the resemblance that had struck me. It no longer seemed vague in my memory. I could now trace it palpably and clearly. And this was the grand beauty upon which the young backwoodsman had so enthusiastically descanted. Often had he described it to my incredulous ear. I had attributed his praises to the partiality of a lover's eye, having not the slightest suspicion that their object was possessed of such merits. No more should I question the justice of his admiration, nor wonder at its warmth. The rude hyperbole that had occasionally escaped him, when speaking of the girl, as he called her, no longer appeared extravagant. In truth, the charms of this magnificent maiden, worthy of metaphoric phrase. Perhaps had I seen her first, before looking upon Lillian, that is, had I not seen Lillian at all, my own heart might have yielded to this half-Indian damsel. Not so now. The gaudy tulip may attract the eye, but the incense of the perfumed violet is sweeter to the soul. Even had both been presented together, I could not have hesitated in my choice. All the same, should I have chosen the gold and the rose, and my heart's preference was now fixed. fondly and forever. My love for Lilian Holt was a passion too profound to be otherwise than perpetual. It was in my bosom, in its innermost recesses, all pervading, all absorbing. There would it cling till death. Even in those dread hours when death seemed hovering above my head, the thought of Lilian was uppermost. Even then did my mind dwell upon the perils that encompassed her path. And now that I was myself delivered from danger, had I reason to regard the future of my beloved with apprehensions less acute? No. The horrid scheme which the trapper's story had disclosed in respect to her sister, might not she too be the victim of a similar procuration? Oh heavens! It was too painfully probable. The more I dwelt upon it, the more probable appeared this appalling hypothesis. I have already spoken of my experience of Mormon life, and the insight I had incidentally obtained into its hideous characteristics. I have said that the spiritual wife doctrine was long since exploded, repudiated even by the apostles themselves, and in its place the many-wife system had been adopted. There was no change in reality, only in profession. The practice of the Mormon leaders had been the same from the beginning, only that then polygamy had been carried on sub rosa. Felicity being no longer dreaded, it was now practised openly and above board. We termed it polygamy, adopting an Oriental phrase. It is nothing of the kind. Polygamy presupposes some species of marriage, according to the laws of the land. But for Mormon matrimony, at least that indulged in by the dignitaries of the church, there were no statutes except such as they had chosen to set up for themselves. The ceremony is simply a farce, and consists in the sprinkling of a little water by some brother apostle, with a few mock mesmeric passes, jocosely termed the laying on of hands. The cheat is usually a secret performance, having no other object than to overcome those natural scruples, not very strong among the women of Mormon training, but which sometimes, in the case of young girls of Christian education, had opposed themselves to the designs of these impudent impostors. Something resembling matrimony may be the condition of a Mormon wife, that is, the wife of an ordinary saint, whose means will not allow him to indulge in the gross joys of polygamy. But it is different with a score or two of well-to-do gentlemen who finger the finances of the church, the tenths and other tributes which they contrive to extract from the common herd. Among these, the so-called wife is regarded in no other light than that of une femme entretenue. I knew that one of the duties specially enjoined upon those emissaries termed apostles is to gather young girls from all parts of the world. The purpose is proclaimed with all the affectation of sanctified phraseology, that they should become mothers in the church, and by this means lead to the more rapid increase of the followers of the true faith. This is the public declaration intended for the common ear, but the leaders are actuated by motives still more infamous. Their emissaries have instructions to select the fairer forms of creation, and it is well known that to make converts of this class have their energies been more especially devoted. It was this species of proselytizing, alas, too often successful, that more than aught else had roused the indignation of the backwoodsmen of Missouri and Illinois, and caused the expulsion of the saints from their grand temple city of Nauvoo. In the ranks of their assailants were many outraged men, fathers who looked for a lost child, angry brothers seeking revenge for a sister lured from her home, lovers who lamented a sweetheart beguiled by that fatal faith, and no doubt the blood of the pseudo-saints there and then shed was balm to many a chafed and sorrowing spirit. In the category of this uxorious infamy, no name was more distinguished than that of him on whose shoulders the mantle of the prophet had descended, the chief who now held ascendancy among these self-styled saints, and who, with an iron hand, controlled the destinies of their church. A man cunning and unscrupulous, a thorough plebeian in thought, but possessed of a certain portentous polish, well suited to deceive the stupid herd that follows him, and sufficient for the character he is called upon to play. A debauchee boldly declared, and scarcely caring for the hypocrisy of concealment. Above all, an irresponsible despot, whose will is law to all around him, and, when needing enforcement, can at any hour pretend to the sanction of authority from heaven. Such is the head of the Mormon Church. With both the temporal and spiritual power in his hands, legislative, executive, and judicial united, the fiscal, too, for the prophet, is sole treasurer of the tenths. This monster of imposition wields a power equalled only by the barbaric chiefs of Africa, or the Rajahs of India. It might truly be said that both the souls and bodies of his subjects are his, and not their own. The former he can control and shape to his designs at will. As for the latter, though he may not take life openly, it is well known that his sacred edict issued to the destroying angels is equally efficacious to kill. Woe betide the latter-day saint who dares to dream of dissent or apostasy. Woe to him who expresses disaffection or even discontent. Too surely may he dread a mysterious punishment, too certainly expect the midnight visitation of the Danites. Exercising such influence over Mormon men, it is almost superfluous to add that his control over Mormon women is yet more complete. Virtue, assailed under the mask of a spiritual hypocrisy, is apt to give way, alas, too easily. In all parts of the world, but in a state of society where such slips are rather a fashion than a disgrace, it is needless to say that they are of continual occurrence. The practice of the pseudo-prophet in wife-taking has very little limit beyond that fixed by his own desires. It is true he may not outrage certain formalities by openly appropriating the wives of his followers, but should he fancy to become the husband of their daughters, not only is there no opposition offered on the part of the parent, but the base proposal is regarded in the light of an honour. So esteemed it by the women from whom Marian Holt had run away, the brave girl preferring the perils of starvation and savage life to such gentle companionship, thus contemplating the character of the vulgar Alcibiades for whose harem she had been designed, in full knowledge of the circumstances which now surrounded her sister. How could I dream the situation of Lilian otherwise than similar, her destiny the same, with such a tyrant to betray, such a father to protect? No wonder that I trembled for her fate. No wonder that the sweat, forced from me by my soul's agony, broke out in bead drops upon my brow. End of chapter 80. Chapter 81 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 81. The Death Song. Prostrated in spirit, I sunk down among the rocks, covering my face with my hands. So occupied was I with wild imaginings that I saw not the Utah women as they passed down the valley. They did not approach the butte, nor make halt near, but hastened directly onward to the scene of conflict. I had for the moment forgotten them, and was only reminded of their proximity on hearing the death wail as it came pealing up the valley. It soon swelled into a prolonged and plaintive chorus, interrupted only by an occasional shriek that denoted the discovery of some relative among the slain, father, brother, husband, or perhaps still nearer and dearer, some worshipped lover who had fallen under the spears of the Arapahoes. Was Maranee among them? The wailing women? The thought aroused me from my reverie of wretchedness. A gleam of joy shot suddenly across my mind. It was the Wild Huntress that had given origin to the thought. On her I had founded a new hope. She must be seen. No time should be lost in communicating with her. Had she accompanied the women of the tribe? Was she upon the ground? I rose to my feet, and was going for my horse. I saw Wingrove advancing toward me. The old shadow had returned to his brow. I might exult in the knowledge of being able to dispel it once and forever. Fortunate fellow! Little suspected he at that moment how I held his happiness in my hand, how, with one word, I could raise from off his heart the load that for 6 long months had weighed heavily upon it. Yes, a pleasant task was before me. Though my own heart bled, I could stop the bleeding of his, of hers, both in a breath. Now, or not yet. I hesitated. I can scarcely tell why. Perhaps it was that I might enjoy a double delight by making the disclosure to both of them at once. I had a sweet surprise for them. To both, no doubt, it would be a revelation that would yield the most rapturous joy. Should I bring them face to face, and leave them to mutual explanations? This was the question that had offered itself, and caused me to hesitate and reflect. No, I could not thus sport with hearts that loved. I could not procrastinate that exquisite happiness, now so near. At once let them enter upon its enjoyment. But both could not be made happy exactly at the same instant. One or other must be first told the glad truth that was in store for them. Apart they must be told it, and to which was I to give the preference? I resolved to follow that rule of polite society which extends priority to the softer sex. Wingrove must wait. It was only with an effort I could restrain myself from giving him a hint of his proximate bliss. I was sustained in the effort, however, by observing the manner in which he approached me. Evidently he had some communication to make that concerned our future movements. Up to that moment there had been no time to talk, even to think of the future. "I've got something to say to you, captain," said he, drawing near, and speaking in a serious tone. "It's better, maybe, you should know it afore we go further. The girl's been giving me some particulars o' the caravan that I hain't told you." "What girl?" "The Chickasaw, Sylviamb." "Oh, true? What says she?" "Some pleasant news, I may anticipate, since she had been the bearer of them." It was not any lightness of heart that caused me to give an ironical form to the interrogative. Far from that. "Well, captain," replied my comrade, "it is rather ugly news the red-skinned devils told me; but I don't know how much truth there's in it, for I've found her out in more'n one lie about this business. She's been with the caravan, however, and should know all about it." "About what?" I asked. "Well, Sylviamb says that the caravan's broke up into two." "Ha!" "One half of it, with the dragoons, has turned south, towards Santa Fe. The other, which air all Mormons, have struck off north'ardly by a different pass, and on a trail that makes for their new settlement on Salt Lake." "Well, there's not much news in that. We had anticipated something of the kind." "But there's worse, captain." "Worse? What is it, Wingrove?" I put the question with a feeling of renewed anxiety. "Holt's gone with the Mormons." "Well, that too I had expected. It does not surprise me in the least." "Ah, captain!" continued the backwoodsman with a sigh, while an expression of profound sadness pervaded his features, "there's uglier news still." "Ha!" I involuntarily exclaimed, as an evil suspicion crossed my mind. "News of her? Quick, tell me, has aught happened to her?" "The worst that could happen, I reckon. She's dead." I started, as if a shot had passed through my heart. Its convulsive throbbing stifled my speech. I could not get breath to utter a word, but stood gazing at my companion in silent agony. "Arter all," he continued in a tone of grave resignation, "I don't know if it air the worst. I sayed afore, and I say so still, that I'd ruther she were dead than in the arms of that stinkin' Mormon. Poor Marian! She had but a short life, and not a very merry one either. What, Marian, is it of her you are speaking? Why, sartain, captain, who else should it be? Marian dead? Yes, poor girl, she never lived to see that Salt Lake City, where that cussed varmint were taking her. She died on the way out, and were buried summers on the prairies. I wish I knew where. I'd go to see her grave. Ha ha ha! Whose story is this? My companion looked at me in amazement. The laugh at such a time must have sounded strange to his ears. "The Injun heerd it from Lil," replied Wingrove, still puzzled at my behaviour. "Stebbins had told it to Holt, and to her likewise. Poor young critter! I reckon he'll be wantin' her too, now that he's lost the other. Poor little Lil! Cheer, comrade, cheer! Either Su wa nee or Stebbins has lied, belike both of them, since both had a purpose to serve: the Mormon to deceive the girl's father, the Indian to do the same with you. The story is false. Marian Hole is not dead." "Marian ain't dead?" "No, she lives. She has been true to you. Listen." I could no longer keep from him the sweet secret. The reaction consequent on the bitter pang I had just experienced, while under the momentary belief that it was Lilian who was dead, had stirred my spirit, filling it with a wild joy. I longed to impart the same emotions to my suffering companion, and in rapid detail I ran over the events that had occurred since our parting, to the revelations which the Mexican had made. Wingrove listened with frantic delight, only interrupting me with frenzied exclamations that bespoke his soul-felt joy. When I had finished, he cried out: "She were forced to go. I thought so. I knew it. Where is she, captain? Oh, take me to her. I'll fall on my knees. I'll ax her 1,000 times to pardon me. 'Twar the Indian's fault. I'll swear it with the Chickasaw. She's been the cuss of us both. Oh, where's Marian? I love her more than ever. Where is she?" "Patience," I said. "You shall see her presently. She must be down the valley among the Indian women. Mount your horse, and follow me." Chapter 81. Chapter 82 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 82. Maranee. We had ridden around the butte, and were in the sight of the crowd of wailing women, when one on horseback was seen emerging from their midst, and turning head towards us. The habiliments of the rider told that she was a woman. I recognised the Navajo scarf and plumed circlet as those worn by the Wild Huntress. It was she who had separated from the crowd. Had I needed other evidence to identify her, I saw it in the wolf-like animal that was bounding after her, keeping pace with the gallop of her horse. "Behold," I said, "yonder is Marian, your own Marian." "It air, as I'm a livin' man. I mightn't a knowed her in that queer dress, but yon's her dog. It's Wolf. I could tell him anywhere." "On second thoughts," suggested I, "perhaps I had better see her first. and prepare her for meeting you. What say you?" "Just as you like, captain. Perhaps it mout be the better way." "Bide behind the waggon, then. Stay there till I give you a signal to come forth." Obedient to the injunction, my companion trotted back, and disappeared behind the white tilt. I saw the huntress was coming towards the mound, and instead of going forth to meet her, I remained upon the spot where we had halted. A few minutes sufficed to bring her near, and I was impressed more than ever with the grand beauty of this singular maiden. She was mounted in the Indian fashion, with a white goatskin for a saddle and a simple thong for a stirrup, while the bold style in which she managed her horse told that, whatever had been her early training, she of late must have had sufficient practice in equestrian manoeuvres. The steed she bestrode was a large chestnut-coloured mustang, and as the fiery creature reared and bounded over the surf, the magnificent form of its rider was displayed to advantage. She still carried her rifle, and was equipped just as I had seen her in the morning, but now, sharing the spirit of her steed, and further animated by the exciting incidents still in the act of occurrence, her countenance exhibited a style of beauty not the less charming from the wildness and bravery that characterized it. Truly, she merited the praises which the young backwoodsman had oft lavished upon her. To all that he had said, the most critical connoisseur would have given his accord. No wonder that Wingrove had been able to resist the fascinations of the simpering sirens of Swampville. No wonder that Swanee had solicited in vain. Truly was this wild huntress an attractive object, in charms far excelling the goddess of the Ephesians. Never was there such mate for a hunter. Well might Wingrove rejoice at the prospect before him. "Ho, stranger!" she said, reining up by my side. "You are safe, I see. All has gone well?" "I was in no danger. I had no opportunity of entering into the fight." "So much the better. There were enough of them without you. But your fellow travellers, do they still survive? I have come to inquire after them." "Thanks to you and good fortune, they are still alive, even he who was scalped, and whom we had believed to be dead." "Ah! Is the scalped man living?" "Yes. He has been badly wounded, and otherwise ill-used, but we have hopes for his recovery." "Take me to him. I have learnt a little surgery from my Indian friends. Let me see your comrade. Perhaps I may be of some service to him." "We have already dressed his wounds, and I believe nothing more can be done for him, except what time may accomplish. But I have another comrade who suffers from wounds of a different nature, which you alone can cure." "Wounds of a different nature?" repeated she, evidently puzzled by my ambiguous speech. "Of what nature, may I ask?" I paused before making reply. Whether she had any suspicion of a double meaning to my words, I could not tell. If so, it was not openly evinced, but most artfully concealed by the speech that followed. "During my stay among the Utahs," said she, "I have had an opportunity of seeing wounds of many kinds, and have observed their mode of treating them. Perhaps I may know how to do something for those of your comrade. But you say that I alone can cure them?" You and only you." "How is that, stranger? I do not understand you." "The wounds I speak of are not of the body." "Where then?" "In the heart." "Oh, stranger, you are speaking in riddles. If your comrade is wounded in the heart, either by a bullet or an arrow, it is an arrow." "Then he must die. It will be impossible for anyone to save him." "Not impossible for you. You can extract the arrow. You can save him." Mystified by the metaphor, for some moments she remained gazing at me in silence, her large antelope eyes interrogating me in the midst of her astonishment. So lovely were those eyes that, had their irids been blue instead of brown, I might have fancied they were Lilian's. In all but colour they looked exactly like hers, as I had once seen them. Spellbound by the resemblance, I gazed back into them without speaking, so earnestly and so long that she might easily have mistaken my meaning. Perhaps she did so, for her glance fell, and the circle of crimson suffusion upon her cheeks seemed slightly to extend its circumference at the same time it turned deeper in hue. "Pardon me," said I, "for what may appear unmannerly. I was gazing at a resemblance." "A resemblance?" "Yes, one that recalls the sweetest hour of my life." "I remind you of some one, then?" "Ay, truly." "Some one who has been dear to you?" "Has been, and is." "Ah! And who, sir, may I have the fortune to resemble?" "One dear also to you, your sister." "My sister?" "Lilian." End of chapter 82. Chapter 83 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 83. Old Memories Awakened. The rain dropped from her fingers. The rifle fell upon the neck of her horse, and she sat gazing at me in speechless surprise. At length, in a low murmur, as if mechanically, she repeated the words, "My sister Lilian?" "Yes, Marian Holt, your sister." "My name? How can you have become acquainted with it? You know my sister?" "Know her? I love her. I have given her my whole heart." "And has she returned your love?" "Would that I could say surely yes. Alas, I am still in doubt." "Your words are strange." "Oh, sir, tell me who you are." "I need not question what you have said. I perceive that you know my sister, and who I am. It is true. I am Marian Holt. And you? You are from Tennessee?" "I have come direct from it." "From the Obion? Perhaps from your father's clearing on Mud Creek, Marian." "Oh, this is unexpected. What fortune to have met you, sir! Have you seen my sister, then?" "I have." "And spoken with her?" "How long ago?" "Scarcely a month." "So lately? And how looks she?" "She was well? How looks she?" "Beautiful Marian, like yourself, she was well, too, when I last saw her." "Dear Lilian! Oh, sir, how glad I am to hear from her!" Beautiful, I know she is. Very, very beautiful. Ah me, they said I was so too, but my good looks have been lost in the wilderness. A life like that I have been leading soon takes the softness from a girl's cheeks. But Lilian, oh stranger, tell me of her. I long to hear of her, to see her. It is but 6 months, and yet I think it 6 years since I saw her. Oh, how I long to throw my arms around her, to twine her beautiful golden hair around my fingers, to gaze into her blue, innocent eyes. My heart echoed the longings. Sweet little Lilian. Ah, little, perhaps not, sir. She will be grown by this, a woman like myself. Almost a woman. Tell me, sir, did she speak of me? Oh, tell me what she said of her sister Marian. The question was put in a tone that betrayed anxiety. I did not leave her to the torture of suspense, but hastily repeated the affectionate expressions which Lilian had uttered in her behalf. Good, kind Lilian, I know she loves me as I love her. We had no other companions, none, I may say, for years, only father himself. And father, is he well? There was a certain reservation in the tone of this interrogatory that contrasted strangely with that used when speaking of her sister. I well knew why. Yes, I replied, your father was also in good health when I saw him. There was a pause that promised embarrassment, a short interval of silence. A question occurred to me that ended it. Is there no one else about whom you would desire to hear? I looked into her eyes as I put the question. The colour upon her cheeks went and came, like the changing hues of the chameleon. Her bosom rose and fell in short convulsive breathings, and, despite an evident effort to stifle it, an audible sigh escaped her. The signs were sufficient. I needed no further confirmation of my belief. Within that breast was a souvenir that in interest far exceeded the memories of either sister or father. The crimson flush upon her cheek, the quick heaving of the chest, the half-hindered sigh, were evidences palpable and pronounced. Upon the heart of Marian Holt was the image of the handsome hunter, Frank Wingrove, graven there, deeply and never to be effaced. "Why do you ask that question?" at length she inquired, in a voice of assumed calmness. "Know you anything of my history? You appear to know all. Has any one spoken of me?" "Yes, often. One who thinks only of you." "And who, may I ask, takes this single interest in a poor outcast maiden?" "Ask your own heart, Marian, or do you wish me to name him?" "Name him." "Frank Wingrove." She did not start. She must have expected that name, since there was no other to be mentioned. She did not start, though a sensible change was observable in the expression of her countenance. A slight darkening above her brow, accompanied by a pallor and compression of the lips, indicated pain. "Frank Wingrove," I repeated, seeing that she remained silent. "I know not why I should have challenged you to name him," she said, and still preserving the austere look. "Now that you have done so, I regret it. I had hoped never to hear his name again. In truth, I had well nigh forgotten it." I did not believe in the sincerity of the assertion. There was a slight tincture of pretence in the tone that belied the words. It was the lips alone that were speaking, and not the heart. It was fortunate that Wingrove was not within earshot. The speech would have slain him. "Ah, Marian," I said appealingly, "he has not forgotten yours." "No, I suppose he mentions it with boasting. Say rather with bewailing." "Bewailing, indeed! And why? That he did not succeed in betraying me?" "Far otherwise. He has been true to you." "It is false, sir. You know not, perhaps, that I was myself witness of his base treachery. I saw him. What you saw was a mere accidental circumstance, nor was it of his seeking. It was the fault of the Chickasaw, I can assure you." "Ha, ha! An accidental circumstance," rejoined she, with a contemptuous laugh. "Truly a rare accident. It was guilt, sir. I saw him with his arms around her. With my own eyes I saw this. What farther proof need I of his perfidy?" "All that you saw, I admit, but more than saw it, I heard of his faithlessness. Did not she herself declare it in Swampville? Elsewhere? Boasted of it even to my own sister? More still, another was witness to his vile conduct, had often seen him in her company. Ha! Little dreamed he, while dallying in the woods with his red-skinned squaw, that the earth has ears and the trees have tongues. The deceiver did not think of that." "Fair Marian, they are foul calumnies, and whoever has given utterance to them did so to deceive you. Who, may I ask, was the other witness who has so misled you?" "Oh, it matters not now. Another villain like himself. One who Oh God! I cannot tell you the horrid history. It is too black to be believed." "Nay, you may tell it me. I half know it already, but there are some points I wish explained. For your sake, for Wingrove's, for the sake of your sister." "My sister! How can it concern her? Surely it does not. Explain your meaning, sir." I endeavoured to avoid the look of earnest inquiry that was turned upon me. I was not yet prepared to enter upon the explanation. "Presently," I said, "you shall know all that has transpired since your departure from Tennessee. But first tell me of yourself. You have promised me? I ask it not from motives of idle curiosity. I have freely confessed to you my love for your sister Lilian. It is that which has brought me here. It is that which impels me to question you." "All this is mystery to me," replied the huntress, with a look of extreme bewilderment. "Indeed, sir, you appear to know all, more than I. But in regard to myself, I believe you are disinterested, and I shall willingly answer any question you may think proper to ask me. Go on. I shall conceal nothing." "Thanks," said I. "I think I can promise that you shall have no reason to regret your confidence." Chapter 83. Chapter 84 of the Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 84. Playing Confessor. I was not without suspicion as to the motive of her complaisance. In fact, I understood it, despite the declamatory denial she had given to its truth. My defence of Wingrove, I saw, had made an impression upon her. It had no doubt produced pleasant reflections, and rendered myself indirectly an object of gratitude. It was natural that such kindness should be reciprocated. My own intent in confessing the girl was twofold. First, on Wingrove's account, for notwithstanding all that had been said and done, her love for him might have passed. If so, instead of that happy reunion, two loving hearts, which I had anticipated bringing about, I should be the witness of a most painful interview. Without further delay, I entered upon the theme. My interrogatories were answered with candid freedom. The answers proved that what the Mexican had told me was true to the letter. "And did your father force you to this marriage?" The reply was given hesitatingly. It was in the affirmative. "He did." "For what reason did he so?" "I could never tell. The man had some power over him, but how or in what way I knew not then, nor do I now. My father told me it was a debt, a large sum which he owed him, and could not pay. I know not whether it was that. I hope it was." "You think then that Stebbins used some such means to force your father's consent?" "I am sure of it. My father told me as much. He said that by marrying Stebbins I could save him from disgrace, and entreated rather than forced me to it. You know, sir, I could not ask why. He was my father. I do think that it was not his wish that I should have that man, but something threatened him." "Did your father know it was a false marriage?" No, I can never think so. I am sure the villain deceived him in that, as he did me." "Oh, father could never have done so. People, I believe, thought him wicked, because he was short with them, and used rough language. But he was not wicked. Something had crossed him, and he drank. He was at times unhappy, and perhaps ill-tempered with the world, but never with us. He was always kind to sister and myself, never scolded us. Ah, no, sir, I can never think he knew that." "He was aware that Stebbins was a Mormon, was he not?" "I have tried to believe that he was not, though Stebbins afterward told me so. I well knew that he was aware of it, but said nothing." "His saying so," continued she, "proves nothing. If father did know of his being a Mormon, I am sure he was ignorant of the wickedness of these people. There were stories about them. There were others who contradicted these stories, and said they were all scandal. So little does the world know what is true from what is false. I learnt afterward that the very worst that was said of them was even less than the truth. Of course, you knew nothing of Stebbins being a Mormon?" "Oh, sir, how could I? There was nothing said of that. He pretended he was emigrating to Oregon, where a good many have gone. Had I known the truth, I should have drowned myself rather than have gone with him." "After all, you would not have obeyed your father's will in the matter, had not something else arisen. At his solicitation you gave your consent, but were you not influenced by the incident that had occurred in the forest glade?" Stranger, I have promised you I would conceal nothing, nor shall I. On discovering the falsehood of him who had told me he loved me, I was more than mad. I was revengeful. I will not deny that I felt spite. I scarcely cared what became of me, else how could I have consented to marry a man for whom I had neither love nor liking? On the contrary, I might almost say that I loathed him. And you loved the other? Speak the truth, Marian. You have promised to do so. You loved Frank Wingrove. I did. A deep-drawn sigh followed the confession. Once more, speak the truth. You love him still? Oh, if he had been true, if he had been true. If true, could you love him still? Yes, yes, replied she, with an earnestness not to be mistaken. Love him then, Marian. Love him still. Frank Wingrove is true. I detailed the proofs of his loyalty from beginning to end. I had learnt every circumstance from Wingrove himself, and was able to set them forth with all the circumstantiality of truth itself. I spoke with as much earnestness as if I had been suing in my own cause, but I was listened to with willing ears, and my suit was successful. I even succeeded in explaining that sinister kiss that had been the cause of so much misfortune. End of chapter 84. Chapter 85 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 85. Further reflections. I might, without blame, have envied them those sweet throbbings of the heart, so different from my own, widely different, since mine beat with the most painful pulsations. The cloud which had fallen upon it through the revelations of the Mexican had been further darkened by the details that confirmed them, and now that the excitement of the conflict was over, and I had an opportunity to reflect upon the future with comparative coolness, the agony of my soul became more concentrated and keen. I scarcely felt joy that my life was saved. I almost wished that I had perished by the hands of the Indians. The strange story of the trapper, now fully corroborated by its own heroine, with the additional facts obtained from herself, were only partially the cause of the horrid fancies that now shaped themselves in my imagination. I could have but one belief about the intentions of Stebbins. That was, that the base wretch was playing procurator to his despot master, doubtless to serve some ends of self-advancement, since I well knew that such were the titles of promotion in the Mormon hierarchy. With the experience of her sister fresh before my eyes, I could have no other belief than that Lillian, too, was being led to a like sacrifice. And how was this sacrifice to be stayed? How was the sad catastrophe to be averted? It was in the endeavour to answer these interrogatories that I felt my feebleness, the utter absence of strength, Had it been a mere question of overtaking the caravan, there would have been no need for the slightest uneasiness. It would still be many days, weeks indeed, before the north-going train could arrive at its destination, and if my apprehensions about the designs of Stebbins were well founded, Lillian would be in no danger until after her arrival in the so-called Mormon city. It was there, within the walls of that modern Gomorrah, upon a shrine consecrated to the mockery of every moral sentiment, that the sacrifice of virtue was to be offered up. There was it that the wolf awaited the lamb for his victim bride. I knew, if no obstacle should be encountered, such as that which had just delayed us, that we could easily come up with the Mormon immigrant. We had no longer a similar obstacle to dread. The whole country beyond the mountains was Utah territory, and we could count upon these Indians as friends. From that quarter we had nothing to apprehend, and the caravan might easily be overtaken. But what then? Even though in company with it, for my purpose, I should be as powerless as ever. By what right should I interfere with either the squatter or his child? No doubt it was their determination to proceed with the Mormons and to Mormon City, at least the father's determination. This was no longer a matter of doubt, and what could I urge to prevent his carrying it out? I had no argument, not the colour of a claim for interference in any way. Nay, it was more than probable that to the migrating Mormons I should be a most unwelcome apparition. To Stebbins I certainly should, and perhaps to Holt himself. I might expect no very courteous treatment at their hands, with Stebbins for their leader, and that fact was now ascertained. I might find myself in danger from his Danites, of whom no doubt there would be a party policing the train. Such considerations were not to be disregarded. I knew the hostility which, even under ordinary circumstances, these fanatics are accustomed to feel toward outsiders to their faith, but I had also heard of their display of it when in possession of the power. The sectary who sets foot in the city of Latter-day Saints, or travels with a Mormon train, will be prudent to keep his dissent to himself. Woe to him if he proclaim it too boastingly. Not only with the difficulties then, but with dangers was my purpose beset, though the difficulties caused me far more concern than the actual dangers. Had Holt been upon my side, had I been certain of his consent, I should have cared little for the danger of an abduction, for this was the plan to which my thoughts now pointed. Even had I been sure that Lillian herself would agree to such a thing, I should have deemed all danger light, and still have entertained a hope of its accomplishment. The contingencies appeared fearfully unfavourable. The father would not consent. The daughter might not. It was this last doubt that gave the darkest hue to my reflections. I continued them, turning the subject over and over, viewing it from every point. Surely Holt would not contribute to the ruin of his daughter, for in no other light did I regard her introduction to the society of the Mormon city. There was manhood in the man, somewhere down near the bottom of his heart, perhaps some remnants of rough virtue. This I had myself proved, and if filial testimony were to be trusted, he was not so abandoned a character as he appeared. Was it possible he could be aware of the real intentions of the churl who was leading him and his to ruin? After all, he might not. It is true he was aware that Stebbins was a Mormon, but, as Marian has suggested, in her efforts to justify him, poor girl, he might be ignorant of the true character of these sanctified forbands. The story that Marian had died on her way out showed that Holt was being grossly deceived in relation to that matter. It also gave color to the idea that he might be equally the victim of deception about the other. It was in the hope of being able to hold him guiltless I had so closely questioned Marian, for instinct had already whispered me that in his hands, more than in aught else, rested my hope or my ruin. For that reason had I been so eager to ascertain his inclinings. That he was under some obligation to the pseudo-apostle was perfectly clear. More than a mere obligation, something that produced a condition of awe, as I had myself been a witness. Some dark secret, no doubt, was shared between them. But were it ever so dark, even were it black murder, it might not be, on the part of Holt, a voluntary endurance, and Marian had hinted at something of this sort. Here, out in the midst of the wild desert, far from justice and from judges, punishment for an old offence might be less dreaded, and a man of the bold stamp of this Tennessean squatter might hopefully dream of escaping from the ties of terror by which his spirit had so long been enthralled. Conjectures of this nature were chasing one another through my brain, and not without the effect of once more giving a brighter tinge to the colour of my mental horizon. I naturally turned my eyes upon Marian. In her I beheld an ally of no ordinary kind, one whose motive for aiding me to rescue her sister could be scarce less powerful than my own. Poor girl! She was still in the enjoyment of those moments of bliss. She knew not the misery that was yet in store for her. Wingrove had my directions to be silent upon that theme, the more easily obeyed in the fulness of his own happiness. It was no pleasant task to dash from their lips the cup of sweet joy, but the time was pressing, and as the sacrifice must come, it might as well come at once. I saw that the Utahs had given up the pursuit. Most of them had returned to the scene of their short conflict, while others, singly or in squads, were moving toward the butte. The women, too, were approaching, some with the wounded, some carrying the bodies of the slain warriors, chanting the dismal death song as they marched solemnly along. Casting a glance at the wailing multitude, I leaped down from the rock and rapidly descended to the plain. End of chapter 85. Chapter 86 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. The Wild Huntress by Mayne REID. Chapter 86. A True Tigress. I walked out toward the stream. The lovers met me halfway. As I looked in their eyes, illumined and sparkling with the pure light of love, I hesitated in my intent. After all, thought I, there will not be time to tell her the whole story. The Indians will soon be on the ground. Our presence will be required in the council, and perhaps it will be better to postpone the revelation till that is over. Let her enjoy her new-found happiness for an hour longer. I was thus hesitating, at the same time looking the beautiful huntress in the face, when, all of a sudden, I saw her start and fling from her the hand she had been hitherto holding in her fond clasp. The look of her lover, mine as well, was that of bewildered astonishment. Not so hers. Her cheek turned pale, then red, then paled again, while a glance of proud anger shot forth from her eyes. The glance was directed outward toward the plain, back upon Wingrove, and then once more quick and piercing toward the plain. Equally puzzled by her look and behaviour, I faced round in the direction indicated by her glance. I had the explanation at once. The chief, Wa-ka-ra, had arrived at the butte, and sat halted upon his war steed by the side of the wagon. There were 3 or 4 other Indians around him, mounted and afoot, but one on horseback was entirely unlike the rest. This one was a woman. She was not bound, yet it was easy to see she was a captive. That could be told by the way she was encircled by the Indians, as well as by their treatment of her. She was on horseback, as already stated, and near to the Utah chief. In front of him, neither Wingrove nor I had any difficulty in identifying the captive. It was Su-wa-nee, the Chickasaw. The eye of jealousy had found her equally easy of identification, since it was by it she was first recognized, and it was upon her that Marian was directing those lightning glances. It was her presence that had caused that convulsive start, and those fearful emotions that now proclaimed themselves in the countenance of the huntress maiden. The storm soon burst. Perjured hypocrite! This is the love you have sworn, with the oath still burning upon your lips? Once more betrayed! O man, once more betrayed! O God, would that I had left you to your fate! I declare, Marian, declare nothing more to me. Enough! Yonder is your attraction, yonder! Oh, to think of this outrage! Here, even here, to the wild desert, has he brought her. She, who has been the cause of all my unhappy. Ha! She is coming up to you. Now, sir, meet her face to face. Help her from her horse. Wait upon her. Go, villain, go! I swear, Marian, by the livin'. His speech was interrupted. At that moment, Su-wa-nee, who had shot her horse clear from the entourage of her guards, came galloping upon the ground. I was myself so surprised at this proceeding that I could not stir from the spot, and not until the Chickasaw had passed directly in front of us and halted there could I believe that I was otherwise than dreaming. Wingrove appeared equally the victim of a bewildered surprise. As Su wa nee drew up, she gave utterance to a shrill scream, and flinging herself from her horse, rushed onward in the direction of Marian. The latter had turned away at the conclusion of her frantic speech, and was now close to the bank of the stream, with her back towards us. There was no mistaking the intention of the Chickasaw. The hideous expression of her face, the lurid fire burning in her oblique eyes, the white teeth shining and wolf-like, all betrayed her horrid design, which was further made manifest by a long knife seen glittering in her grasp. With all my voice I raised a warning shout. Wingrove did the same, so too the Utahs, who were following their captive. The shout was heard and heeded. Fortunately it was so, else in another instant warning would have been too late, and the vengeful Chickasaw would have launched herself upon her unconscious victim. The huntress faced round on hearing the cry. She saw the approaching danger, and, with the subtle quickness of that Indian nature common to both, she placed herself in an attitude of defence. She had no weapon. Her late love scene needed none. Her rifle had been left by the butte, and she was without arm of any kind. But, quick as thought, she wound the Mexican serape about her wrist, and held it to shield her body from the threatened thrust. The Chickasaw paused, as if to make more certain of her aim, and for a moment the two stood face to face, glaring at each other with that look of concentrated hate which jealousy alone can give. It was the enraged tigress about to spring upon the beautiful panther that had crossed her path. All this action was well nigh instantaneous, so quick in its occurrence that neither I nor Wingrove could get up in time to hinder the assailant. We both hastened forward as fast as it was in our power, but we should have been too late had the thrust been better aimed, or less skilfully avoided. It was given. With a wild scream, the Chickasaw bounded forward and dealt the stroke, but by a dexterous sleight the huntress received it on the serape, and the blade glanced harmlessly aside. We hurried onward to get between them, but at that moment a third combatant became mingled in the fray, and the safety of Marian was secured. It was not the hand of man that had rescued her, but an ally, whom, perhaps, she deemed more faithful. It was the dog, Wolf, the impetus which the Indian had given to the thrust, and its consequent failure had carried her past her intended victim. She was turning with the design of renewing the attack, when the dog rushed upon the ground. With a savage growl, the animal sprang forward, and vaulting high into the air, launched himself on the breast of the Chickasaw, at the same instant seizing her by the throat. In this position he clung, holding on by his terrible teeth, and aided by his paws, with which he kept constantly clawing the bosom of the Indian. It was a painful spectacle, and now that Marian was safe, Wingrove and I ran on with the intention of releasing the woman from the grasp of the dog. before we could get near, both victim and avenger disappeared from our sight. The Indian, in her wild terror, had been retreating backward. In this way she had reached the bank, and having lost her footing, had fallen back downward upon the water. As we arrived upon the edge, neither woman nor dog was visible. Both had sunk to the bottom. Almost on the instant they reappeared on the surface, the dog uppermost, and we saw that his teeth were still fastened upon the throat of his human victim. Half a dozen men leaped into the water, and, after a struggle, the savage animal was dragged from his hold. It was too late. The sharp incisors had done their dread work, and as the body of the wretched woman was raised over the bank, those who lifted it perceived that the last breath had gone out of it. The limbs were supple, and the pulse no longer beat. Suwanee had ceased to live. End of chapter 86.
Chapter 87 of The Wild Huntress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Wild Huntress by Thomas Mayne REID. Chapter 87. Suspicious Appearances. The Indians came crowding around the corpse, both warriors and women. Their exclamations betokened no sympathy. Even the squaws looked on with unpitying aspect, though the victim was of their own race and sex. They knew she had been allied with their enemies, and had been witnesses of her savage assault upon Maranee, though ignorant of its motive. Some of them who had lost kindred in the strife, already stirred by grief and fury, were proceeding to insult the lifeless and mutilated remains, to mutilate them still more. I turned away from the loathsome scene. Neither the dead nor the living that composed this ghastly tableau had further interest for me. My glance, wandering in search of other forms, first fell upon that of Wingrove. He was standing near, in an attitude that betokened extreme prostration of spirit. His head hung forward over his breast, but his eyes were not directed to the ground. They were turned upward, gazing after a form that was passing away. It was that of the huntress. The girl had regained her horse, and was riding off, followed by the dog. She went slowly, as if irresolute, both as to the act and the direction. In both, the horse appeared to have his will. The reins rested loosely upon his withers, while his rider seemed wrapped in a silent abstraction. I was hastening towards my Arab, with the design of joining her, when I saw that I was anticipated. Another had conceived a similar intention. It was Wa-ka-ra. The young chief, still on horseback, was seen spurring out from the midst of his men and guiding his war steed in the direction taken by the huntress. Before I could lay hands upon my bridle, he had galloped up to Marian, and falling into a gentler pace, rode on by her side. I did not attempt to follow them. Somewhat chagrined at having my designs interrupted, I gave up the intention of mounting my horse, and turned back towards Wingrove. As soon as I was near enough to read the expression upon his features, I saw that my chagrin was more than shared by him. An emotion of most rancorous bitterness was burning in the breast of the young backwoodsman. His glance was fixed upon the two forms, slowly receding across the plain. He was regarding every movement of both with that concentrated gaze which jealousy alone can give. "Nonsense, Wingrove," said I, reading the thoughts of his heart. "Don't let that trouble you. There's nothing between them, I can assure you." Certainly the spectacle was enough to excite the suspicions of a less jealous lover, if not to justify them. Both the equestrians had halted at a distant part of the plain. They were not so distant but that their attitudes could be observed. They still remained on horseback, but the horses were side by side, and so near each other that the bodies of their riders appeared almost touching. The head of the chief was bent forward and downward, while his hand appeared extended outward, as if holding that of the huntress. It was a fearful tableau for a lover to contemplate, even at a distance, and the white lips, clenched teeth, and quick irregular beating of Wingrove's heart, perfectly audible to me as I stood beside him, told what terrible emotions the sight was inspiring him. I was myself puzzled at the attitude of the Utah chief, as well as the silent complacence with which his attentions appeared to be received. It certainly had the seeming of gallantry, though I was loath to believe in its reality. In truth, I could not give credence to such a thought. It was not human nature, not even woman's, to play false in such sans facon. The appearance must certainly be a deception. I was endeavoring to conjecture an explanation when a moving object attracted my attention. It was a horseman who appeared upon the plain beyond where the huntress and the chief had halted. To our eyes he was nearly in a line with them, approaching down the valley from the upper cañon, out of which he had evidently issued. He was still at a considerable distance from the other two, but it could be seen that he was coming on at full gallop and straight towards them. In a few moments he would be up to where they stood. I watched this horseman with interest. I was in hopes he would keep on his course and interrupt the scene that was annoying myself and torturing my companion. I was not disappointed in the hope. The hurrying horseman rode straight on, and having arrived within a few paces of the ground occupied by the others, drew his horse to a halt. At the same instant the Utah chief was seen to separate from his companion, and riding up to the stranger, appeared to enter into conversation with him. After some minutes had elapsed, the chief faced round to the huntress, and apparently giving utterance to some parting speech, headed his horse toward the butte, and along with the stranger came galloping downward. The huntress kept her place, but I saw her dismount and stoop down towards the dog, as if caressing him. I resolved to seize the opportunity of speaking with her alone, and, bidding Wingrove wait for my return, I once more hastened to lay hold of my horse. Perhaps I should encounter the chief on the way. Perhaps he might not exactly like the proceeding. But Marian must be communicated with upon something besides matters of love, and my honest intention rendered me less timid about my idle construction the savage might please to put upon my conduct. Thus fortified, I leaped to the back of my steed and hurried off upon my errand. End of chapter 87. Recording by John Brandon.